Chapter 63. Brother Xiang, it's about to appear. Amidst the shouts of several inner disciples, bang! Another loud sound rang out, and a ray of light shot out from the stone platform where Xiang Tianba had been sitting. The moment this ray of light appeared, a wave of spiritual energy rippled out. One had to know that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in this place. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy appeared, causing everyone to be shocked. Xiang Tianba also reacted one after another. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at the place where the golden light had shot out. He felt a little comforted in his heart. Su Yan humiliated me today. In the future, I will definitely return it 100 times over. The moment I leave the sword well is the moment he dies. I'm at the peak of the saint bloodline. Now is the time for me to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Only by leaping into the celestial phenomenon realm can one be considered a strong cultivator. That Su Yan is just a life spirit cultivator. The most important thing now is to take down this demon spirit. Xiang Tianba comforted himself. Seeing that there were so many people surrounding him, he shouted, "Those who have nothing to do with this, leave quickly." Although he had lost to Su Yan, his status as the #1 disciple of the sect was still unshakable in the hearts of the crowd. At his shout, the surrounding disciples were startled and hurriedly moved out of the way. Very few disciples stayed behind. Lin Hualu, Qin Hao, Jing Yi, Xiao Linglong, and Pu Tiandao were naturally not afraid of Xiang Tianba and did not leave. Su Yan and Lu Fei also did not leave. When Xiang Tianba saw these people, he couldn't help but frown, but he didn't care. He didn't believe that they had the strength to snatch the demon spirit. This demon spirit could only be obtained by him. Driving those people away was just because he didn't want them to see it. Since these people didn't leave, then he would just let them stay. Actually, this is also Xiang Tianba's helpless action. After all, among them, Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both direct disciples. As for Jing Yi, Xiao Linglong, and Pu Tiandao, although he doesn't know who they are, it's inconvenient for him to argue with them. There was no need to mention Su Yan and Lu Fei. He had just been defeated by Su Yan, so how could he drive him away? Thump! The moment those disciples left, another trembling sound rang out. This time, the sound was even more powerful than the previous two. It caused the entire stone room to tremble. That light leaped up, and in an instant, a golden object surged out from under that light. Demon spirit. When Lin Hualu and Qin Hao saw the appearance of the golden object, their hearts trembled. Su Yan and the others didn't recognize this object, so they weren't surprised. However, when they saw the object and the spiritual energy it emitted, they couldn't help but be startled. Junior sister Lin, junior brother Qin, since the two of you recognize this object, you should know how powerful it is, right? When Xiang Tianba saw that Lin Hualu and Qin Hao recognized this object, he couldn't help but smile. That smile was filled with a sense of madness and confidence. Xiang Tianba clenched his fist. This demon spirit, he must obtain it. The two of you can watch the show, but you can't snatch it. Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both smart people. Naturally, they understood Xiang Tianba's intention. Qin Hao smiled and said, "Brother Xiang, looking at your formation, I know that you have made sufficient preparations. How can I ruin your plans?" Lin Hualu followed and said, "Brother Xiang, this object is useless to me. You can rest assured." When Xiang Tianba heard their words, he nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Su Yan. His eyes suddenly turned cold, but he didn't say a word. To him, even if Su Yan wanted to obtain the demon spirit, he would have to break through his own preparations first. Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. He only carefully looked at the object that looked like a worm, a ghost, and a snake. He didn't know what it was. However, from Xiang Tianba's nervous expression, he could tell that this object wasn't an ordinary object. He just didn't know what it was used for. Lu Fei, who was beside him, explained, "Demon spirits are born from the resentment of spirits. They are formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They are extremely powerful against the human body. If you can refine the demon spirit, You can obtain the demon spirit's possession and condense the power of your saint bloodline to form the heavenly phase. Looks like Xiang Tianba wants to refine the demon spirit here and form the heavenly phase. No wonder he's afraid of Lin Hualu and Qin Hao, but not us. Although Lin Hualu and Qin Hao haven't reached the pinnacle of the saint bloodline realm, if they can refine the demon spirit, they can at least condense a saint bloodline. It'll take them 10 years less. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he couldn't help being stunned. He wasn't surprised that Lu Fei knew so much. After all, Lu Fei was born and raised in the Hidden Sword Tomb and had a good father. It was normal for him to know so much. Instead, he was surprised that the demon spirit object had such a great use. Su Yan had been in the Hidden Sword Well for a few days and hadn't found any treasures. This demon spirit was definitely a great treasure. Of course, Su Yan didn't think that the others didn't obtain any treasures. Treasures were all about fate. When fate arrived, it would naturally be obtained. Since he had encountered the demon spirit, it meant that he had fate with it. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the demon spirit with greed in his eyes. If others wanted to refine the demon spirit, Su Yan wouldn't mind. But if Xiang Tianba wanted to refine it, he naturally couldn't let him succeed. Fatty, what's the use of refining this demon spirit? Su Yan asked Lu Fei in a low voice. He already had an idea about the demon spirit. Lu Fei was stunned. He then shook his head and smiled. Junior brother Su, you don't have the strength to refine the demon spirit. You don't have a saint bloodline in your body. When the demon spirit enters your body, it will form a saint bloodline. Since you haven't reached the saint bloodline realm, you will definitely be devoured by the demon spirit. So not only is it useless for you, it's also harmful. It's useless? Su Yan frowned and was rather disappointed. Just at this moment, Lu Fei suddenly said, but if you really want to obtain the demon spirit, it's not useless. You can inject it into a spiritual artifact to strengthen it. Unfortunately, you and I don't have a spiritual artifact, so it's useless. Spiritual artifact. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei mention the spirit weapon, he immediately thought of the baleful celestial ancient jade that Mu Zijin had given him in the Buddha Pagoda because he had not been able to subdue the baleful celestial that day. So much so that Su Yan almost forgot about its existence. Now that Lu Fei mentioned it, he immediately remembered it. Thinking about the fiend Immortal and looking at the demon spirit, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He looked at Xiang Tianba and coldly smiled. He turned his head and asked Lu Fei, Fatty, how do I refine the demon spirit? I don't know. Lu Fei was often treated as a know-it-all by Su Yan. However, at this moment, he shook his head and said, this method of refining the demon spirit is extremely strange. I really don't know. You don't know? Su Yan's brows furrowed again. From the appearance of the demon spirit, Su Yan knew that refining it wouldn't be easy. Not to mention, Xiang Tianba was also here. Looking at Xiang Tianba's attitude, it seemed that he was determined to obtain the demon spirit. It was impossible for him to refine it. However, could he just watch as the demon spirit was refined by Xiang Tianba? No, he definitely couldn't allow that. Even if he couldn't refine it, he had to stop Xiang Tianba from refining it. Su Yan looked at the demon spirit and his gaze deepened. He had also made up his mind. The moment the demon spirit appeared, it immediately started to run around. Unfortunately, for some reason, it couldn't escape from the encirclement of the inner court disciples. Those inner court disciples had been sitting there without moving. It was obvious that they were setting up some kind of array to trap the demon spirit. When Xiang Tianba saw that the others had no intention of interfering, he looked at the demon spirit and smiled evilly. He patted his interspatial pouch and swallowed an elixir. The moment he swallowed the elixir, Xiang Tianba's body suddenly turned into a rainbow and charged towards the demon spirit. His long sword struck out. It directly passed through the demon spirit. The demon spirit seemed to have sensed Xiang Tianba's arrival. It emitted a bright light and charged forward. As it leaped, the spiritual energy trembled. It was quite oppressive. Su Yan, who was standing far away, could feel an aura coming towards him. Although the spiritual energy wasn't as strong as the aura emitted by the elders, it wasn't weak. Furthermore, he couldn't use his spiritual energy. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, Su Yan suddenly felt his body tremble. Looking at the others, including Lin Hualu and Qin Hao, they weren't any better off. Surrounded by several people, Xiang Tianba was completely fine. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. When he thought of the elixir that Xiang Tianba swallowed when he attacked, he guessed that it was the effect of the elixir. When he looked again, Xiang Tianba patted his interspatial pouch and swallowed another elixir. Su Yan also understood that this demon spirit wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Taking another step forward, he felt that every step was difficult. Am I going to give up? Su Yan muttered to himself. Looking at the demon spirit, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Collect. Just at this moment, Xiang Tianba coldly shouted. An unknown treasure flew out from his interspatial pouch. With a wave of his hand, the demon spirit was covered within it. The spiritual aura pressure from before also disappeared. When the magic treasure appeared, one could faintly feel a wave of spiritual aura fluctuation. Su Yan couldn't help feeling envious. It seems that being a core disciple isn't just a rumor. A treasure of this level isn't something that I can possess. When Xiang Tianba was collecting the demon spirit, he instantly waved his treasure again and put it back into his interspatial pouch. The demon spirit appeared again. However, this time, the demon spirit wasn't moving. Instead, it was more gentle. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy pressure was still there, making Su Yan unable to walk. At this moment, Xiang Tianba jumped up and sat in the air. Su Yan was shocked. He couldn't use his spiritual energy, so how could Xiang Tianba sit in the air? Su Yan naturally didn't know that this was the demon spirit's spiritual energy. Xiang Tianba was only borrowing the demon spirit's spiritual energy. Chapter 64. As his body floated, the spirit energy above the demon spirit continuously surged into Xiang Tianba's body, and the smile on Xiang Tianba's face became wider and wider. Especially when he looked at Su Yan, there was a glint in his eyes that was constantly surging out. This is bad. When Lu Fei saw this scene, he suddenly thought of something and said in panic, "This sword well cannot be entered by the celestial phenomenon realm. If one were to enter, they would definitely be killed by the restrictions of the sword well. As for the spirit energy that cannot be used within the sword well, it can only be used against those below the celestial phenomenon realm. If one is able to jump into the celestial phenomenon realm within the sword well, then not only can you use your strength, the celestial phenomenon that you condense is also stronger than the celestial phenomenon realm that you condense outside." When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he was also shocked in his heart. "Fatty, you mean to say that Xiang Tianba is currently stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm?" "That's right." Lu Fei's small eyes immediately congealed as he nodded cautiously. If Xiang Tianba were to condense a celestial phenomenon, he would be able to use his spirit energy. At that moment, we won't be able to use our spirit energy, so how could we be his match? Celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yan was secretly shocked as he thought about it. Not to mention that Xiang Tianba had stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm. Even if Xiang Tianba was able to use his spirit energy, 10 of him would not be his match. "No, I have to stop him myself," Su Yan secretly thought in his heart. Unfortunately, it was difficult to even take a step forward under the pressure of the demon spirit's powerful spirit energy. How could he stop it? Once the celestial phenomenon realm was formed, Xiang Tianba would definitely take his life first. Escaping was also impossible. Then what should I do? Su Yan kept thinking of a way in his heart as he watched the spirit energy of the demon spirit continuously pour into Xiang Tianba's body. Su Yan's eyes constantly emitted a bright light, which was filled with determination. Step by step, he walked towards Xiang Tianba. Although it was slow, it was steady. It's useless. Su Yan, just wait for your death. When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan approaching, he suddenly laughed and said, "Su Yan, even if you can walk, you still can't destroy my formation. I, Xiang Tianba, am destined to be a heavenly dragon, and you, Su Yan, are merely an ant. Su Yan, submit to me, and perhaps I will spare your life." Xiang Tianba's arrogant voice echoed in the stone chamber. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to him and walked forward step by step. When Qin Hao saw this, he frowned and said, "What is this child trying to do?" "He wants to stop Xiang Tianba from forming the heavenly image," Lin Hualu said with an expressionless face. As she gazed at Su Yan's firm and determined footsteps, a look of approval appeared in her eyes. Looking at Xiang Tianba's arrogant appearance, she suddenly waved her hand, and a pill shot towards Su Yan's direction. "Su Yan, this pill is called the Spirit Avoidance Pill. Swallow it, and it will reduce the pressure of the spiritual energy on you." "Thank you, Senior Sister Lin." When Su Yan heard Lin Hualo's words, he cupped his hands towards her gratefully. Then, he hurriedly took the Spirit Avoidance Pill and swallowed it. Now that he was grateful, he didn't say much and walked towards Xiang Tianba. Although his body was still under the pressure of the spiritual energy, it was much better than before. He was even more grateful towards Lin Hualu. Just like her, when he saw her beautiful body, her beautiful face, and her red dress, his heart couldn't help but be moved. However, it was only for a moment. He quickly put away the thought in his heart and walked towards Xiang Tianba. When Xiang Tianba saw the scene, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. He shouted, "Junior Sister Lin, why are you helping this person?" Lin Hualu smiled but didn't say anything. She also didn't know why she wanted to help Su Yan. Maybe it was because she felt that Su Yan was interesting on that day in Tianshuang City. When Xiang Tianba saw that Lin Hualu didn't reply, the anger on his face became even more intense. He coldly shouted, "Good, good. Lin Hualu, you have always known my feelings for you. This time, you let me down because of an ant from the inner court." When Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba talk about love, she couldn't not reply. She glanced at Xiang Tianba and expressionlessly said, "Brother Xiang, of course I know your feelings for me. However, this is your wishful thinking. How can I let you down?" "Good, good, good." Xiang Tianba also didn't want to talk about love. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row. His face was trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. When he saw Su Yan walking towards him with difficulty, he sneered and said, "Today, I will form the heavenly form. I want to see how you are going to stop it. Once I enter the heavenly form, this place will be under my control. When that time comes, I will see who dares not to listen to me. Lin Hualu, you will never be able to escape from my palm in this lifetime. You will never be able to escape." When Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba's words, she frowned. However, she didn't say anything. She knew that Xiang Tianba's words were the truth. His barrier was already formed. At this moment, he could borrow the demonic spiritual energy. However, none of them could condense spiritual energy. They couldn't stop him at all. "Su Yan, don't make any more useless struggles. Just wait for your death." Xiang Tianba continued to absorb the demonic spiritual energy above his head. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Su Yan's movements became more and more difficult. However, Su Yan didn't give up in the slightest. Step by step, he walked towards him. When he finally arrived in front of Su Yan, he struck out with his sword. However, it was a pity that there was nothing in the surrounding area. The moment his long sword struck out, it lit up like a screen of light. In an instant, it blocked Su Yan's sword strike. "What?" Su Yan was shocked. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's astonished expression and laughed arrogantly. "Su Yan, it's useless. I've been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, why would I let you guys watch me form the heavenly form?" "Ha, Su Yan, I want to see how you form the heavenly form and how you walk towards your death. Not only that, Su Yan, I'll tell you another secret. Not only do I form the heavenly form, but there are also divine artifacts in the inner sword well. These are all mine, Xiang Tianba's. I, Xiang Tianba, have amazing talent, and you are destined to die at my feet." Listening to Xiang Tianba's arrogant voice, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, his gaze didn't waver in the slightest. He only secretly said, "Is there really no other way?" "Impossible, I can definitely stop it. Definitely." Su Yan gritted his teeth and once again stabbed out with his sword. Then, at the moment the sword stabbed out, several inner disciples surrounded the area. In an instant, a light screen popped up and bounced Su Yan back. Pucci, in an instant, a stream of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Xian, Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei and the others became anxious, afraid that something would happen to Su Yan. Seeing this scene, Lin Hualu frowned and said gently, Su Yan, Xiang Tianba's enchantment has already been completed. Without the support of spiritual energy, you won't be able to break it. Give up. Give up. How could Su Yan give up? He laughed bitterly in his heart. Even if I die, I won't give up. Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan's persistent appearance and said, Su Yan, there's still a long way to go. At this moment, you can't break Xiang Tianba's enchantment. Give up and follow me out of the sword well. Xiang Tianba naturally can't hurt you. Leave the sword well? When Xiang Tianba heard Lin Hualu's words, he was shocked. His pupils constricted as he shouted, The sword well has opened, you actually have a way to get out. I have my ways. Lin Hualu's eyes turned cold, and continued to shout at Su Yan, Su Yan, follow me out, there's no need to tangle with me anymore. Although Su Yan was also surprised that Lin Hualu actually had a way to get out of the sword well, it was still unable to shake Su Yan's heart. For the sword well, Su Yan had been preparing for many days. Now that he had come down to the sword well, how could he leave without doing anything? No, even if I die, I can't go out myself. Su Yan clenched his teeth, turned around and cupped his hands towards Lin Hualu. Senior Sister Lin, Su Yan, appreciate your good intentions, but I will definitely not go out. When Lin Hualu heard Su Yan's words, she sighed slightly and did not try to persuade him any further. She turned and left the stone room. Xiang Tianba had already said those words just now. If Xiang Tianba were to become a celestial being, he would naturally be able to use his spirit energy. At that time, she would not be able to use her strength, so she would naturally not be able to compare to him. Lin Hualu, would be in danger here. When Xiang Tianba saw Lin Hualu leave, his brows furrowed, but he quickly regained his arrogance and laughed. Lin Hualu, even if you have a way to get out of the sword well, you can forget about escaping from my palm. Clang. At this moment, Su Yan attacked again, but it was clearly another useless attack. However, Xiang Tianba became even more complacent. Su Yan, just wait for your death, just wait for your death. As Xiang Tianba spoke, the spirit energy on the demon spirit continued to pour in, and his body also continued to surge with spirit energy. That spirit energy continued to condense around Xiang Tianba's body. Spirit energy was the foundation of cultivation. Life spirit was the path of condensing cultivation. The Saint Meridian was the unfinished meridian, formed from one meridian, formed from 9 meridian, and formed from the celestial being. Only then could one roam the heavens. The celestial being was the symbol of true strength. The celestial being was the symbol of a true expert. Every single elder in the hidden sword tomb was above the celestial being realm. As Xiang Tianba absorbed the spirit energy, the demon spirit transformed, and the saint meridians in his body slowly appeared. Those 9 meridians quickly condensed and sank under his dantian, performing the Tao of the celestial being. Clearly, Xiang Tianba's celestial being was slowly showing its embryonic form. Su Yan struggle. Xiang Tianba felt the changes in his body. Seeing that Su Yan was still working hard, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. As long as he formed the celestial being, killing Su Yan would be as easy as blowing off dust. Su Yan naturally understood this logic, but he couldn't break this array, so he couldn't stop Xiang Tianba from forming the celestial being. Could it be that he was really going to wait for death like Xiang Tianba said? As Su Yan thought about it, his face suddenly became miserable. He didn't expect that he, Su Yan, would lose his life here after working so hard to enter the sword well. As Su Yan thought about it, he felt a burst of unwillingness in his heart. Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei, and the others looked at Su Yan's appearance and felt uncomfortable in their hearts. However, they were powerless to help. Su Yan, submit. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's expression and shouted arrogantly again. Submit. Su Yan sneered and bit his lips. His eyes were like torches. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was unwilling to give up. Chapter 65. Xiang Tianba floated in the air, his whole body glowing like a Buddha, with his own majesty. The The spiritual energy on his body was getting thicker and thicker. In this place where spiritual energy could not be used, it emitted a wave of pressure. Qin Hao, Jing Yi, Ouyang Tiancheng, Lu Fei, and the others could not help but frown, and their figures could not help but retreat a bit. Needless to say, Su Yan was the closest. Although he had swallowed the spirit avoidance pill, as the spirit qi became denser, the effect became weaker. His body was twisted together because of the majesty of the spiritual energy. Only his eyes were still blooming with a strange light. Looking at Xiang Tianba's body, he was unwilling to give up. Could it be that I have to surrender like this? No, absolutely not. I've worked so hard for the sword well for so long, and now that I've come here, how can I give up? Su Yan thought, and his whole body shook. He suddenly let out a low roar, slapped his storage bag, and in an instant, a spirit concentration pill fell into his hand. Raising his head, Su Yan swallowed it. Although he knew that it might not be useful, he was unwilling, and his eyes continued to shine brightly. I must stop it, I must stop it. Su Yan shouted again, withstanding the powerful spiritual energy pressure, and attacked again. Clang. Obviously, it was blocked by the light curtain again. Ha! It's useless, Su Yan. Accept your death obediently. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's struggle, and the smile on his face became even more brilliant. For him, Su Yan must die this time. He was a high and mighty god, and Su Yan was just an ant. An ant not only stole his beast core, but also humiliated him in front of all the disciples. This ant's blasphemy to the gods was enough to kill him 1,000 times. Thinking of his carefully planned beast core, but it was swallowed by Su Yan. Thinking of the humiliation Su Yan brought to himself, Xiang Tianba's eyes suddenly flowed with a murderous aura, shooting straight at Su Yan. Ordinary people would not be able to use spiritual energy, but Xiang Tianba had swallowed a demon spirit to form his form. What he borrowed was the power of the demon spirit, so it was naturally different from ordinary people. This time, as his eyes squirmed, a majestic aura spread out. This huge aura, not to mention that Su Yan could not use his spiritual energy, even if he could, he might not be able to resist it. In an instant, Su Yan felt his body churn. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan, give up. Yes, give up. Ouyang Tiancheng, Lu Fei, and the others couldn't bear to see Su Yan in such a sorry state and reminded him repeatedly. But Su Yan only gritted his teeth and smiled. Let him give up, unless he died. Clenching his teeth, Su Yan once again drew his sword. Although it was of no use, his tenacious and unyielding heart moved everyone present. Only Xiang Tianba's smile was brighter, and the more Su Yan struggled, the happier he was. Daring to steal his things, he must let him suffer humiliation and die. I don't believe it. Su Yan had entered a crazy state under the pressure of the layers of spiritual energy. His eyes were red, and there was only the array in front of him. The items in his storage bag were all sacrificed. Ha! Struggle. Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan's appearance and laughed wildly. The more Su Yan was like this, the more he enjoyed it. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan took out something from his storage bag and threw it into the array. In the next moment, a loud sound rang out. Xiang Tianba, who was floating in the air, couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Su Yan had already lost his mind under the pressure of spiritual energy. The only reason he could hold on until now was because of the belief in his body. However, this loud sound caused Su Yan to wake up. Looking at the array that was blasted open, his pupils shrank. This is the Fiend Immortal. It's the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. When the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was thrown out, it directly hit the demon spirit. At this moment, most of the spiritual energy in the demon spirit was absorbed by Xiang Tianba. But not all of it was absorbed. When the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was thrown out, it instantly released a ray of light. The light enveloped the demon spirit and Xiang Tianba. In just a breath's time, Xiang Tianba felt as if his entire body was being sucked out. He let out a low roar, and all the spiritual energy he had absorbed was spat out and poured into the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. Such a change was too fast, to the point that everyone was stunned. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. But when they saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment, not understanding the meaning behind it. On the other hand, Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. His eyes suddenly widened as he excitedly said, I understand. This strange jade is a spiritual weapon. When it meets a demon spirit, it will automatically absorb the spiritual weapon. Hearing Lu Fei's words, everyone came to their senses. They all thought that the spiritual weapon and demon spirit had resonated and absorbed the spiritual energy of the demon spirit, destroying Xiang Tianba's formation. Naturally, they didn't know that Lu Fei was only half right. Even if a normal spiritual weapon could be forged with a demon spirit, how could it automatically absorb a demon spirit without an owner to crown it? Not only could it not do so, it might even be controlled by the demon spirit. Of course, everyone didn't understand, so they naturally agreed with Lu Fei's words. Xiang Tianba, let's see how you're going to form your formation now. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he tacitly agreed. Looking at Xiang Tianba's increasingly ugly expression, he returned all the humiliation that Xiang Tianba had given him. Xiang Tianba, beg for mercy. Perhaps I'll let you go if you beg for mercy, Su Yan. When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's words, he was instantly enraged. However, there was nothing he could do. Earlier, he was still able to borrow a trace of spiritual energy from the demon spirit, but now his entire body was stiff. Not to mention using spiritual energy, he couldn't even circulate the cultivation technique in his body. The spiritual energy in his body was constantly being sucked out, causing his entire body to tremble. Boom, just at this moment, there was another loud sound. The fiend Immortal Ancient Jade suddenly leapt up and began to spin in the air. Its small body rapidly spun in the air. It let out a series of whooshing sounds as if it was mocking. Why? At this moment, Xiang Tianba's body slowly fell down. His hair was scattered, and the majestic aura he had earlier was long gone. But he fell to the ground, and his face was unrecognizable. He was in an extremely sorry state. Xiang Tianba reacted quickly. The moment he fell to the ground, his hands shook the ground, and he flipped himself up. Even so, his white robe was reduced to dust. Coupled with his pale face and disheveled hair, he no longer had the majesty of the #1 disciple of the sect. Impossible! For this, I have worked hard for several years to form the heavenly form in this sword well. How can I fail? How is this possible? Xiang Tianba muttered to himself, and the words he spoke were practically roared out. It turned out that if Xiang Tianba wanted to form the heavenly form, he could have done so in the sect. However, he wasn't willing to form the heavenly form just like that. The heavenly form was divided into the sun, moon, and stars. Ordinary people would form the heavenly form by forming the heavenly form. The sun form was a legendary existence. Other than the heavenly form, there was only the moon form. However, there was no way to form the moon form. There wasn't a single person in the entire Jingzhou city who knew how to form the moon form. However, Xiang Tianba inadvertently learned that in the sword well, one had to disperse all the spiritual energy and absorb the demonic spiritual energy to form the moon form. As early as 3 years ago, Xiang Tianba was able to form the heavenly form. It was because of this that he didn't form the heavenly form for a long time. He wanted to form the moon form. 3 years ago, he had been planning all of this. Killing demonic beasts, obtaining beast cores, refining spirit avoidance pills, and forging his body so that his body and the demonic spirit could work together. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the spiritual energy in the sword well and subdue the demonic spirit. For this, Tianba had spent an entire 3 years. Not only had he tempered his own body, but he had also spent a lot of time and effort to refine a body that could withstand demon spirits for the inner sect disciples who had helped him earlier. However, at this moment, at that time, the Heavenly Cloud Beast Core was one of the things he could use today. It was fine that it was snatched by Su Yan. After all, he was a divine dragon. Even if he snatched the Beast Core, he still had the ability to obtain it. Just now, he was defeated by Su Yan. He could accept it because he was destined to one day soar into the 9 heavens, while Su Yan was still just an ant. But now, everything was ruined. Everything was destroyed by Su Yan. Why? Xiang Tianba raised his head and let out a low roar. That roar was mournful, but it was also mixed with anger. Su Yan. Xiang Tianba came back to his senses. Suddenly, the ghost howl was already in his hand. He pointed the sword at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I will not rest until I kill you." As he spoke, Xiang Tianba had already raised his sword and attacked. It was swift and ferocious, streaking through the air. In an instant, a thunderous boom rang out. That sword was illusory, like a ghost, illusory yet real at the same time, dazzling everyone who saw it. Su Yan saw that Xiang Tianba had failed to form the heavenly image. Now, he was just a mortal like him. In addition, he had already defeated Xiang Tianba once. Naturally, he was not afraid. Good timing. In an instant, Su Yan also took out the pagoda sword and met the blade. The speed of the pagoda sword's golden light was not inferior to Xiang Tianba's ghost howl. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, his killing intent was fierce. Just now, Su Yan had already regretted sparing Xiang Tianba once. Now that he had this opportunity, he would not be polite. Although he and Xiang Tianba were from the same sect, they had also formed a deep grudge. In the future, they would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he give it up? The two collided, and their attacks were fierce. Although there was no spiritual energy, sword light flashed at the same time, and whistling sounds rang out. Although Su Yan had defeated Xiang Tianba once, he did not underestimate Su Yan. Xiang Tianba was the #1 disciple of the sect, so his strength was naturally extraordinary. In his anger, his sword was even sharper, and every move was soul-stirring. Su Yan was naturally not weaker than Xiang Tianba. His eyes flickered from time to time, and sword light expanded in all directions. He was not inferior to Xiang Tianba at all. Chapter 66. In the past, I wasn't able to get rid of this kid, leaving this scourge behind. I hate it. As Xiang Tianba and Su Yan fought, the longer they fought, the more resentment they felt. Filled with regret, they didn't care about their usual pressure and shouted, "You guys, attack together and kill this person. Today, I will not rest until one of us is dead." There were more than 10 people guarding the formation. When they saw Xiang Tianba and Su Yan fighting, they already had the intention to help. However, Xiang Tianba was the #1 disciple of the sect and had pride in his heart. Naturally, they didn't dare to help. Now that they heard Xiang Tianba's words, they no longer had any misgivings and all drew their swords. Although there weren't as many inner sect disciples as outer sect disciples. However, the hidden sword tomb was still the #1 sect of Jingzhou City. Naturally, there were many inner sect disciples, at least a few hundred people. Right now, there were only 10 or so people. Since they were chosen by Xiang Tianba, who had always been proud and arrogant, they naturally had their own strengths. Once the long sword was drawn, although there was no spiritual energy, the sword chi was sharp and the sword intent was threatening. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. If he fought Xiang Tianba alone, he might not even win. If these people joined in, he would definitely lose today. "Arrogant person, are you bullying us because we don't have anyone?" At this time, a fierce shout suddenly sounded. This voice was like a duck's, but it was full of energy and didn't lose its dignity. Within the Hidden Sword sect, the only person who could speak up for Su Yan like this was Lu Fei. Lu Fei was only at the 5th level of the spirit realm. Because of his father, he was able to enter the inner sect and have the chance to enter the sword well. However, because he couldn't use spiritual energy in the sword well and because of his fat body, he had a lot of advantages. With a fierce shout, the sword he took out was the black sword that Su Yan had chosen for him in the Dragon Sword Tomb. Although this sword was not as powerful as the Buddha's sword in Su Yan's hand or the ghost's howl in Xiang Tianba's hand, it was still an extraordinary weapon. At the same time, Qiao Ling Long, Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Jing Yi also took out their swords and pointed them at Xiang Tianba. Although Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong were newly promoted to the inner sect. The three of them were already famous in the outer sect. Ouyang Tiancheng was the number one person in the outer sect, so his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Although Pu Tiandao and Xiao Linglong were not well known in the outer sect, their strength was not weak. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the inner sect in less than a year after entering the outer sect. Except those three people, there's also Jing. As the number one disciple of the inner sect, his strength was self-evident. Now that they had joined, although they didn't have as many people as Xiang Tianba's side, they didn't lose out in terms of strength. Inside the stone room, more than 10 people were divided into two groups, facing each other with swords. As for Lin Hua Lu and Qin Hao, when they saw that it was hopeless to stop Xiang Tianba, they had already left. No one knew whether they had left the sword well or not. You guys dare to oppose me? Good. When Xiang Tianba saw that Jing Yi and the others dared to oppose him, his face turned ferocious, and his anger was obvious. Today I'll kill this renegade first, then I'll kill you guys. Under Xiang Tianba's anger, he didn't say anything. He shouted angrily, and the ghost's howl attacked again. The ghost's howl continued to be heard, and it was powerful. Su Yan knew that today would be a fight to the death, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He nodded at Lu Fei and the others to express his gratitude. In an instant, his pupils shrank and his body rushed out. The Buddha sword swept across, and golden light shone in all directions, immediately suppressing the ghost's howl. The sword intent won a bit. Of course, just like that, it wasn't enough to determine the winner. Although it was a treasured sword, it still needed to be complemented by profound sword moves. Xiang Tianba relied on his physical advantage, while Su Yan relied on his previous life's lightning speed. The two of them were evenly matched, and after 10 moves, there was no clear winner. At the same time, Jing Yi led the others to fight with Xiang Tianba and the other inner sect disciples. One side had the advantage of numbers, the other side had the advantage of strength. Similarly, there was no clear winner. After the battle, several hours had passed, but both sides were still fighting bitterly. No one showed any signs of exhaustion, so there was no clear winner. Bang! Right at that moment, a loud boom resounded through the air, and the entire stone chamber began to shake along with the tremors. Everyone was aghast, and they didn't know why. At this time, a golden light suddenly shrouded them. In an instant, everyone's body stiffened, and they couldn't move. Everyone was shocked. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was also shocked, but he didn't know why. However, just as he was puzzled, his vision suddenly turned black, and he fainted. The other people's experiences weren't far from his, and they were all the same. When Su Yan opened his eyes again, a day had already passed. What the hell is going on? Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, and the scene of the battle with Xiang Tianba continued to appear in his mind. However, after carefully looking around, although he was still in the stone room, there was no one around. Xiang Tianba, Lu Fei, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? After being shocked, Su Yan looked at the bottom of the stone room and realized that although the place he was in was also a stone room, it was different from where he was a day ago. Where is this? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, thinking about the scene that day. He was puzzled, and after hesitating for a long time, his eyes suddenly narrowed. As if he had thought of something, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Could this be the inner sword well? Su Yan licked his lips, not daring to believe that this was true. However, when he recalled that day in the Wanton Black Curtain in Lin Huatu, it was said that only those who were fated could enter the inner sword well. In the outer sword well, Su Yan had the map given to him by Lu Fei, so he naturally knew the outer sword well like the back of his hand. In order to find the place where Mu Zijian had left his obsession, he had searched all over the outer sword well. However, he did not find a way to enter the inner sword well. Thinking again, when he was fighting with Xiang Tianba, the strange light fell, and he felt weak all over, unable to move. The next moment, he had fainted, and when he woke up, he was already here. Is it really the inner sword well? Although Su Yan suspected that this was the inner sword well, he had been looking forward to it for a long time, but he did not dare to believe it casually. He was afraid that it was not, and in the end he would be happy for nothing. Bang! Just as Su Yan was puzzled, his body suddenly shook, and a familiar force suddenly surged, causing Su Yan's body and mind to tremble, but soon Su Yan came back to his senses, and the corner of his mouth revealed an excited expression. Spiritual Qi, it's spiritual Qi, I can use spiritual Qi here. Su Yan's cultivation method changed, and the spiritual Qi that had been accompanying him since he started cultivating instantly erupted all over his body. The feeling of the Qi connecting his meridians was very comfortable. Although it was reasonable that one could not use spiritual Qi in the outer sword well under the celestial phenomenon realm, at this moment, when the spiritual Qi returned to his body, Su Yan still had a feeling of regaining what he had lost. However, under his joy, Su Yan immediately frowned. In the sword well, those above the celestial phenomenon realm cannot enter. Those who have not formed the celestial phenomenon realm cannot use spiritual Qi. And this time I can use spiritual Qi, and I am only at the 9th level of the spirit channeling realm. Then, is this not the sword well? Then where am I? Could it be that I had no fate to enter the inner sword well, and was pushed out by the beam of golden light from the outer sword well? The more Su Yan thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the more he thought about it, the more his heart turned cold. Before entering the hidden sword tomb, he had received his father's wish to enter the sword well. After entering the hidden sword sect and receiving the guidance of Mu Zijin in the pagoda, his heart to enter the sword well was even stronger. His heart had always yearned to enter the sword well, but this place was not the sword well. How could Su Yan not feel cold in his heart? Naturally, Su Yan did not know about the changes in the hidden sword tomb. Thus, the changes in the hidden sword tomb would spread to this place. Su Yan naturally would not feel so cold. Although the sword well was Su Yan's goal, it was a place that Su Yan had to reach. Now, this was not the sword well. Su Yan immediately felt his heart empty. He did not know where to go. The path of life and the path of soul in his body were overturned at this moment, becoming what he needed. The path that he had comprehended was completely lost. There was a saying that before entering the life-soul stage, one must first comprehend the path. The spirit channeling realm was divided into the 1st to 9th levels of the spirit channeling realm. The 1st to 8th levels of the spirit channeling realm were to cultivate the Qi spirit and temper the body. The 9th level of the spirit channeling realm was to comprehend the path of life and the path of soul, laying the foundation for entering the life-soul stage in the future. However, Su Yan was in the path of life and had lost the path of soul. Obviously, he could not enter the life-soul stage again. Of course, Su Yan did not have the mood to think about this. What he wanted to know was, why was the sword well not fated to be with him even though he wanted to? Father, I am sorry. Thinking back to the time when he was in the Su family, the celestial spirit pearl transmitted the will of his physical body's father. Su Yan was physically and mentally exhausted as he shouted to the sky. However, because of the fusion of memories, this call of father was filled with deep emotion and sadness. It was not pretentious at all. Senior Mu, I am sorry. I am useless. Su Yan once again raised his head to the sky and sighed. That day in the Buddha pagoda, he swore that he would complete the wish in Mu Zijin's heart. However, at this moment, the sword well was not fated to be with him. What else was there to talk about? Su Yan stood in the same place in a daze. For a moment, he did not know where to go. He did not move his finger or even blink his eyes. He was like a rock. He did not know how much time had passed. The meridians in Su Yan's body suddenly moved. The blood in his veins stirred as well. A suction force tilted towards Su Yan, as if there was a force summoning him. What's going on? Under the summoning of this force, Su Yan's lifeless eyes finally flashed. The compassion in his heart was also suppressed. Following the summoning force, he slowly stepped forward and walked forward. Chapter 67. The Well of Swords was where Su Yan wanted to be. Su Yan was certain that this was not the Well of Swords, and with a chill in his heart, he entered the 9th layer of spirit drawing. His newly formed Tao of Life and Tao of Soul were broken because of this. His Tao of Life and Tao of Soul were both broken because of this. What could possibly pique Su Yan's interest? If not for the guidance of the bloodline in his body, Su Yan would not even be in the mood to walk. After walking for another 2 hours, the bloodline in Su Yan's body began to stir. This was a situation that had never happened before, and Su Yan did not know why, but he could only follow the guidance. The more he walked, the more intense the bloodline in his body became. Suddenly, Su Yan raised his head and saw a huge stone tablet. On the tablet, there were large and colorful words, "Sword Tomb of the Godly Tomb." The large words were bright red, and when he looked at them, Su Yan felt dizzy. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly used his qi to block it. Only then did he catch his breath. When he looked again, although there was no violent impact like before, his blood was still boiling, and a wave of spiritual energy was pressing towards him. "Mysterious, mysterious," Su Yan exclaimed, not daring to look again. If one look was already like this, then if he looked a few more times, his qi would flow backwards. Su Yan turned his head and no longer looked at the stone tablet, but looked behind him. Only then did he realize that this was a dark place, and there was a faint black fog under the giant stone tablet. Around it were strange rocks, like tombs. There were many corpses around it, and it was unknown how long they had been rotting. At this moment, they were white, making people feel frightened. However, Su Yan had already seen the corpses outside the Well of Swords. Now that he had nothing to ask for, he was not surprised. "The Sword Tomb of the Godly Tomb, although it is mysterious, it is not what I want," Su Yan muttered. Seeing that there was no other strange phenomenon besides the strange phenomenon caused by the stone tablet, he sighed and turned around to leave. Bang! Just as Su Yan was about to turn around and leave, a loud sound suddenly came from behind him. This loud sound was like the sudden muffled thunder between heaven and earth. It suddenly exploded, causing Su Yan's ears to ring. Although Su Yan had nothing to say in his heart, it did not mean that he had the intention to speak softly. At this moment, a loud sound rang out. Su Yan immediately activated the glazed sun sword manual in his body to protect his heart meridian and turned around to look. The moment he turned around, Su Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. The grave that had been made of strange stones had actually exploded at this moment. Although Su Yan did not know what that strange stone tomb was, from its appearance, Su Yan naturally knew how hard it was. However, why did it suddenly explode? When he looked again, Su Yan's gaze shifted again and landed on one of the tombs that had exploded. Looking at the faint red light, there was actually an invisible pressure of spiritual qi that came from it. Although this pressure of spirit energy was swift and violent, in front of Su Yan felt a sense of déjà vu. Su Yan frowned and immediately did not hesitate to walk forward and pick up the golden object. This object was about a few inches long, and it was square in shape and emitted a faint red light. On it was engraved the 4 golden words, "Red Flame Sword Box." "Red Flame Sword Box," Su Yan said silently. He did not know what it meant, nor did he know how to use it. However, judging from the spirit energy that came from this object, it should not be an ordinary object. Su Yan did not think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, he threw it into the storage bag. Just before the red flame sword box entered the storage bag, a ray of light suddenly surged out from the red flame sword box and shot straight into Su Yan's mind. A divine sense was transmitted over. "Yan, you finally come to the sword well." Although the voice was not loud, it contained a trace of gentleness. It was obvious that it was gratified. "Sword well, this is the sword well?" Su Yan was stunned for a long time. Only after a long time did he regain his senses, and a look of joy slowly surfaced on his face. The gaze that had dimmed earlier was instantly ignited, condensing into a resplendent light. "This place is actually the sword well, and I actually didn't know about it. How laughable." After calming down the excitement in his heart, Su Yan thought about how dejected he was just now, and felt both angry and amused. If this is the inner sword well, then it means that the light that caused people to be unable to move in the outer sword well was the light emitted by this sword well. Then how many people are fated to enter this sword well? Xiang Tianba, did he also come in? Su Yan's heart knot was untied, and his mind naturally became active. He thought about many things, but he forgot about his life Dao and soul Dao. The sword well is the #1 sword tomb in the heaven territory. There is a heaven-punishing, divine sword here. You must obtain it, you must obtain it. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, another divine sense was transmitted into Su Yan's mind from the red flame sword box. Su Yan naturally recognized this voice. It was the figure of his physical body's father. Heaven-punishing sword, could it be that father told me to come to the sword well because of this heaven-punishing sword? Su Yan muttered to himself. Although he did not know what it was, but just by hearing its name, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, his father said so there must be a deep meaning. But as he thought about it, Su Yan felt that the last words of his physical body's father contained some unwillingness. Could it be that father has been here before? Or is there something else to father's matter? Su Yan thought to himself, his heart filled with countless doubts. Looking at the red flame sword box in his hand, Su Yan hoped to hear the other instructions left behind by his father. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not hear another sentence, so he was rather disappointed. However, when he touched the red flame sword box again, he could feel a trace of spiritual energy coming from it, penetrating his heart, and making him feel very comfortable. It seems that this red flame sword box was left to me by father. Su Yan thought about the guiding force that had led him here to obtain the scarlet parting sword sheath, and understood in his heart. However, when he thought of his parents that he had never met, he felt a bit sad. The mystery of my parents, I must find out. Su Yan thought to himself. Unknowingly, there was another obsession in his heart, and he was no longer in a trance. Since his father said that he wanted him to obtain the heaven-destroying sword, there must be a deeper meaning. Naturally, he had to obtain it. I just don't know where the heaven-destroying sword is. Su Yan looked into the distance and put the scarlet parting sword case into his storage pouch. Although he did not know what use the scarlet parting sword case had, he still did not know. However, knowing that it was a relic left behind by his parents, he was naturally much more careful, afraid that he would scratch it. After putting away the red flame sword box, he stopped for a moment before walking forward. As he walked, Su Yan found out why this place was called the Sword Tomb. Along the way, there were tombs everywhere. Black fog lingered around the tombs, colorful corpses, and there were also many spirit swords standing on top of the tombs. Although those swords were all extraordinary swords, it was obvious that they were far inferior to the heaven-destroying sword that his father had mentioned. Even his own pagoda sword could not compare. Su Yan did not linger any longer as he walked deeper into the tomb. While searching for the heaven-destroying sword that his father had mentioned, he was also searching for the obsession that Mu Zijin had left behind. Since Mu Zijin left behind an obsession here, he naturally lost his life here. It's just that I don't know where he died. Su Yan muttered to himself, as he really missed the map of the outer sword well. The area inside the sword well was obviously much more vast than the area outside the sword well. Furthermore, there were many tombs here. Finding Mu Zijin's corpse here was like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, they still had to find the heaven-destroying sword. Thinking about the map, Su Yan didn't know that Lu Fei's figure appeared in his mind. I wonder if this fatty is fated to enter this sword well. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. Thinking about the fatty's fat body, he really hoped that he would be able to enter. Although he might not be able to obtain anything, just based on the fact that spiritual swords were everywhere, it was definitely possible to find a good sword. Just as Su Yan was in a daze, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise coming from the front. Fatty! Although it was only a cry of surprise, it was a special male duck's voice. Su Yan immediately recognized that the owner of the voice was Lu Fei. Hearing the voice, it was extremely terrified. It was obvious that he had encountered some kind of danger. One had to know that one could use spiritual qi within the sword well, and Lu Fei was only at the 5th level of spirit realm. His fat body had lost its effect. Su Yan immediately rushed towards the source of the cry. As it concerned Lu Fei's life, Su Yan naturally did not dare to slow down in the slightest. He rode the sword dragon at full speed. Although the shout just now was far away, Su Yan's speed was like an arrow that had left the bow. He moved forward at a godly speed and arrived in an instant. However, before Su Yan could see the fatty's figure, he saw a huge monster. This thing was several feet tall, its limbs were like stone pillars, and its entire body was covered in scales. On its snake-like head, there were 2 eyes that were like large lanterns, emitting a red light. Snake-scaled beast. Su Yan immediately recognized the monster and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was a rank 5 demonic beast, its strength comparable to the sky realm. Such a demonic beast, not to mention fighting against it, could even take the life of Su Yan, who was only at the 9th level of spirit realm. Lu Fei also noticed Su Yan, and before he could rejoice, he shouted loudly. Su Yan suddenly realized that facing such a monster, other than running, he had no other choice. In a panic, he pulled Lu Fei's hand and shouted, "Fatty, come up." Lu Fei did not hold back. He nodded and borrowed Su Yan's strength to jump onto the sword dragon. Because of Lu Fei's fat body, the sword dragon suddenly trembled, and the 2 of them almost fell down. Fortunately, Su Yan clenched his teeth and used his chi to resist the sword dragon. The sword dragon instantly expanded more than 10 times before stabilizing the 2 of them. Chapter 67, Battle. Chapter 68. The sword dragon's sudden increase in size was out of Su Yan's expectations. When Su Yan obtained the sword dragon, he also thought that it was a flying divine artifact, but he didn't expect it to be able to become bigger. I wonder how big it will be. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the snake-scaled beast behind him. It was not convenient for him to think too much about it, so he hurriedly activated his chi and rushed forward. Because of the sword dragon, even if he brought along Lu Fei, his speed would not slow down in the slightest. It was far better than those so-called 1,000-mile horses. When Lu Fei heard this, he was amazed. This is truly a divine artifact. Junior brother Su, why haven't I seen you use it before? Lu Fei was a typical example of forgetting the pain after healing the scars. His words were filled with praise and excitement, and there was no trace of the panic he had just now. Of course you haven't seen it before. Lu Fei acted as if nothing had happened, but Su Yan was constantly urging the spirit energy to move the sword dragon to fly. It was not convenient for him to explain too much to Lu Fei, so he simply said this. In fact, other than inside the pagoda, Su Yan had once used the sword dragon to fly in the inner sect training grounds. However, at that time, Lu Fei was knocked unconscious by the hidden sword elder, so he did not see it. He also thought that he had a good relationship with Su Yan, and felt that he knew all of Su Yan's treasures like the back of his hand. Now that he saw the sword dragon, he was naturally surprised. However, how could he know that there were many treasures that he did not know about Su Yan's? The reason why the snake-scaled beast was called the snake-scaled beast was because its head was extremely similar to a snake's head and its entire body was covered in scales. The most difficult part of the snake-scaled beast was naturally its scales. It was as hard as a boulder, and was not something that ordinary weapons could break through. Not only that, when it swung its head, its breath carried a powerful force. It was naturally a pressure, which was why it had the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. However, even though the snake-scale beast had such strong offensive and defensive power, it was a pity that although its 4 legs were like those of an elephant, they were extremely short. Thus, when it ran, its speed was naturally not fast. Of course, this slow speed was only because Su Yan was riding on the sword dragon. If Lu Fei's body was facing it, he would probably be torn apart in a short moment. Su Yan was wary of the snake-scaled beast's might and was not familiar with the sword well. He could only control the sword dragon and fly numbly. Occasionally, he would travel more than 100 miles. Seeing that the snake-scaled beast was nowhere to be seen, he finally stopped and rested. Junior brother Su, why did you stop? Fly a little longer. When Lu Fei saw that Su Yan was about to put away the sword dragon, he opened his eyes wide and said. Clearly, he still wanted to continue with the flight just now. Su Yan rolled his eyes and didn't answer him. After all, he was already used to Lu Fei. After flying for a while, they were already 100 miles away. Almost a few hours had passed. Even though the sword dragon didn't require a lot of spiritual energy, how could Su Yan endure such a long flight? As soon as he landed on the ground, he slapped his storage bag and took out a chi condensation pill. He swallowed it and began to regulate his breathing. This place was shrouded in black fog and was extremely gloomy. Naturally, it wouldn't be a peaceful place. Just now, he had encountered such a huge monster like the snake-scaled beast. If he encountered some demons and ghosts, his spiritual energy would be depleted and he would be waiting for death. When Lu Fei saw that Su Yan was regulating his breathing, he closed his mouth and said with an embarrassed smile, "Junior brother Su, I just didn't have enough fun." Hee, don't take offense. Su Yan naturally wouldn't take offense. Lu Fei was a person who couldn't stay still. Otherwise, he wouldn't often cause trouble in the sect. When he saw that Su Yan was regulating his breathing and had nothing to do, he began to look around. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked and panicked. His fat trembled and he let out a scream. "What's wrong?" Su Yan was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly jumped up. At the same time, the pagoda sword followed. Look. Lu Fei pointed in front of him. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it for a long time. Su Yan looked in the direction Lu Fei pointed and was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, because they were avoiding the snake-scaled beast's attack, they flew all the way and didn't look carefully at the things on the way. After all, the two of them were still young and their cultivation path was not enough. They didn't look around and just rested here. Now that they saw the surrounding scenery, their hearts trembled. There was a lake in front of them. Outside the lake, there were countless skeletons. Many of them were human bones. It was unknown how long they had been here. Apart from the gloominess, there seemed to be an additional smell of blood. That's right. If this lake was an ordinary lake, it wouldn't have shocked the two of them. It was because this lake was a blood lake. The thick blood water bubbled from time to time. When it boiled, it was even more terrifying. "Quick, let's go." Su Yan had never seen such a scene before. He hurriedly pulled Lu Fei up and said, "Quick, let's leave this place." Lu Fei's face was already pale. His body trembled as he looked at the blood lake. For a moment, he couldn't even take a step forward. Seeing this, Su Yan patted his shoulder and shouted, "Fatty, let's go." With this shout, Lu Fei came to his senses. "Arg!" He screamed and turned to leave. Roar. At this moment, a ferocious cry suddenly drifted over. His strange cry was extremely sharp. As he cried out, it was like thunder beside their ears, shaking Su Yan's and Lu Fei's hearts to tremble. Su Yan hurriedly circulated his chi to block it. Hearing the strange cry, the snake-scaled beast had already caught up. He thought to himself, it came so quickly. In the blink of an eye. The enormous body of the snake-scaled beast blocked the path of the two of them. Its lantern-like eyes emitted a dazzling red light as it stared at Su Yan and Lu Fei. There was even a trace of saliva flowing out from the corner of its mouth, sticking to the snake's mouth. It was extremely disgusting and smelled even more disgusting. What? Lu Fei was the first to be unable to withstand it. He actually vomited loudly. However, the effect was surprisingly good. It made him temporarily forget his fear. He covered his nose and shouted, "Wah, so smelly, so smelly." Although Su Yan also felt the stench, he was more agile than Lu Fei. He had already used his chi to block his nose and did not breathe in the air. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked and the blood lake behind, there was no way to retreat. There was really a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no way out. Could it be that we are going to die here today? Su Yan frowned. He also understood why there were corpses everywhere in the sword well. It was so dangerous. How many people could withstand it? Although the sword well was a treasure ground, it was also a dangerous place. Outside the sword well, he did not feel any danger. Now, Su Yan truly understood. This was really a place of great danger. Junior brother Su, what should we do now? After Lu Fei finished vomiting, he turned around and asked Su Yan. "Kill." Su Yan coldly said. His eyes narrowed as he watched this scene. His body did not move. Although he knew that he might not be the snake-scaled beast's opponent, it was impossible for him to just give up like this. Although he said so, Su Yan did not dare to act rashly. His eyes closely stared at the snake-scaled beast. After Lu Fei finished vomiting, he looked at the ugly appearance of the snake-scaled beast. His face paled and he did not dare to move. However, his courage was commendable. Just like that, he was already tightly holding the sword he obtained in the dragon sword tomb. The snake-scaled beast also looked at Su Yan and Lu Fei. Apart from the saliva that continuously flowed out from the corner of its mouth, it did not take a step forward. From time to time, it would turn its head to look at the blood lake and let out a strange cry. Its lantern-like huge eyes revealed a sense of resentment. However, it did not take a step forward, as if it was afraid of something. Junior Su, this monster seems to be afraid of something. Lu Fei discovered this strange phenomenon and turned his head to say to Su Yan. Su Yan naturally also discovered this situation. He looked at the blood lake behind him. Although it was frightening, there was nothing strange. What was this snake-scaled beast afraid of? Could it be that there was something under the blood lake that caused the snake-scaled beast to be so afraid? After thinking for a long time, he still could not figure it out. Just like that, 2 people and 1 beast were in a deadlock. After a few hours, they still did not move. Lu Fei was an impatient person and could not stay still. After a few hours of not moving, he had already become impatient. He looked at the snake-scaled beast and said to Su Yan, Junior Su, I think this monster is afraid of the blood water in the blood lake. How about I go get some and splash it on the snake-scaled beast? What do you think? No matter how good Su Yan's mind was, he also became impatient after staying still for a few hours. When he heard Lu Fei's words, he felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and said, That's fine. However, you stay here. I'll go get some blood water. Lu Fei did not try to be brave with Su Yan. After all, the blood water was an unknown thing and he did not know what dangers it had. If he went, he would not be able to avoid any danger. Su Yan's strength was stronger and he was someone Lu Fei worshipped. Naturally, he had confidence in Su Yan. Su Yan did not hesitate and patted his storage bag. Suddenly, a water container appeared in his hand. Ever since Ouyang Tiancheng gave him the storage bag, Su Yan had put all his belongings in it. It was not strange that this water container had always been there. Because of the fear of the blood lake, Su Yan did not dare to take it. He carried the water container, summoned the sword dragon, and jumped up. With the sword dragon, even if a monster suddenly came out of the blood lake, Su Yan was confident that he could avoid it. After making sufficient preparations, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the blood lake. Just as Su Yan flew out, the snake-scaled beast that had been standing still suddenly cried out. Phew, phew. It took a step forward and rushed towards Su Yan. Its huge body rushed out, and suddenly, it had the power to overturn mountains and seas. Its strength was so great that it could even stir up a gust of wind. If it hit Su Yan's body, even if it didn't die, it would still injure his muscles and bones. Junior brother Su, be careful. Lu Fei hurriedly dodged, but he did not forget to remind Su Yan. The snake-scaled beast's movements naturally alarmed Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. In a fluster, he stepped on his sword and dodged the snake-scale beast's attack. As he dodged, the distance between him and the blood lake increased. Seeing this, the snake-scaled beast stopped attacking Su Yan. Chapter 69. Although Su Yan suspected that the snake-scaled beast was afraid of the blood lake's water, he did not dare to rashly move forward after the snake-scaled beast's sudden attack. The only reason he was able to dodge the snake-scaled beast's attack was because of the sword dragon. If it happened again with the snake-scaled beast's attack speed, Su Yan did not think that he would be that lucky again. Seeing that Su Yan did not move, the snake-scaled beast also did not move. It only stared at Su Yan and Lu Fei with its big eyes, the corner of its mouth still spitting out stinky saliva. Behind us is the blood lake, and in front of us is the snake-scaled beast blocking the way. Su Yan's eyes slightly moved. He looked around but still could not think of a way out. The 2 people and the beast were once again in a deadlock. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. This time, Lu Fei finally could not take it anymore. He suddenly shouted, Junior brother Su don't care. Seeing that this beast has no intention of leaving, let's fight it to the death. You can't. Su Yan's heart was suddenly shocked. He wanted to stop Lu Fei, but he was a step too late. He only saw Lu Fei's fat body rushing forward. Although there were many inconveniences with his fat body, Lu Fei did not have such inconveniences. He was as swift as flying and possessed a might of his own. When he took a step forward, the earth faintly trembled. Unfortunately, no matter what, Lu Fei was only at the 5th layer of the spirit realm. How could he be the snake-scaled beast's opponent? Lu Fei had not even reached the snake-scaled beast. The snake-scaled beast let out a low roar. It breathed out from its nose and a strong hurricane attacked. Like a tsunami, the wind swept away the clouds. Lu Fei's fat body was directly sent flying. Plop. Behind him was the blood lake. Lu Fei was sent flying and fell into the blood lake, creating a wave of blood. Fatty. Su Yan's heart was shocked. He hurriedly jumped over, wanting to pick up Lu Fei. However, the moment Lu Fei fell into the lake, he was already submerged. The blood lake was still bubbling with blood, emitting a strong smell of blood. Coincidentally, a mosquito appeared out of nowhere and fell into the blood lake. It was instantly swallowed by the blood and evaporated. Su Yan had wanted to go into the water to save Lu Fei, but when he saw this scene he was greatly alarmed and did not dare to go into the water rashly. From the looks of the mosquitoes and flies, Lu Fei was most likely doomed. Fatty. Su Yan felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his long hair instantly exploded. Lu Fei was Su Yan's first friend in the Gone realm. Although they didn't interact much, and sometimes Su Yan even annoyed him, the two had already established a relationship. Now that he saw his good friend die here, how could Su Yan not be sad? Of course, other than being sad, he was also angry. Bastard, if I don't kill you today, how can I face my brothers? Su Yan looked at the snake-scaled beast and gnashed his teeth. His eyes constantly emitted a red light. He was already extremely angry. Although he knew that he might not be a match for the snake-scale beast, he no longer had any misgivings. Prepare to die. Su Yan coldly shouted. Stepping on the sword dragon, his body flew straight up. He tightly gripped the Buddha sword in his hand and slashed out. The sword light flickered and the sword cry shook the world. Su Yan had already used all his strength to stab out with his sword. This sword strike was not fancy at all, but it was fierce and fast. When the sword was unsheathed, it was like a dragon coming out of the sea, sweeping up a violent storm. Roar! When the snake-scaled beast saw Su Yan's attack, it let out another roar. As it exhaled, another cloud of white mist burst out from its nose. That white mist was like a tornado that swept across the area. Just now, Lu Fei was sent flying by this white fog. How could Su Yan be hurt by it again? When the white fog attacked, his feet moved slightly and his body rose a few feet. Of course, as he rose, Su Yan's body did not stop at all. His pupils suddenly shrank and his body once again rushed forward. At the same time, the Buddha sword pressed forward and pointed directly at the snake-scaled beast's giant eyes. Although Su Yan was angry, he did not lose his mind. The snake-scaled beast had the power of the realm of heaven, and he was only at the 9th layer of spirit realm. If he wanted to defeat the snake-scaled beast, he would have to use some strange moves. During the confrontation just now, Su Yan had already observed the snake-scaled beast clearly. This beast's body was covered in scales. If he wanted to break through its body, it would be impossible. Only its giant eyes belonged to a place without scales. Only by blinding its eyes could he win. And Su Yan also understood the snake-scaled beast's attack just now. Although this beast had the power of the realm of heaven, it did not have the cultivation speed of the realm of heaven. It was just that its skin was thick and its flesh was thick. Since that was the case, Su Yan could use his own speed to deal with it. Under this anger, he used all his strength to attack. Stepping on the sword dragon, his speed was naturally at its peak. Die! Su Yan saw that the snake-scaled beast did not move. Seeing that he was about to stab its eyes, he was overjoyed and increased his speed. The sword pierced the snake-scaled beast's eyes. At this time, a loud sound was heard. What? Su Yan was shocked and frowned. Looking at the place where his sword pierced, he was even more shocked. He finally understood why the snake-scaled beast did not move after seeing his attack. It turned out that it already had a plan. When Su Yan's sword pierced, it only closed its eyes. Those ugly eyelids blocked its eyes, and even the eyelids were covered with scales. Not only was Su Yan unable to pierce through, when the snake-scaled beast's eyelids opened, Su Yan did not have time to withdraw his sword. The eyelids moved the long sword, and in an instant, a huge force rushed towards him. Su Yan was actually bounced back. Luckily, Su Yan's reaction was fast. When he was bounced back, he hurriedly activated his cultivation technique and covered his whole body. Only then did he stabilize his body and not fall. It's really powerful. When he looked at the snake-scaled beast again, Su Yan could not help but be secretly shocked. The confidence he had just now disappeared, and only the place where its eyes were condensed still bloomed with the light of anger. Although this beast is powerful, I don't believe that I can't break it. Su Yan gritted his teeth and attacked again. This time, the snake-scaled beast did not wait for Su Yan to attack. With a swing of its head, it suddenly attacked like a windmill. Its speed was fast and violent, much faster than the previous attack. Even though Su Yan was riding on the sword dragon, he could not avoid it. The snake head directly hit Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Su Yan hurriedly circulated his qi all over his body. Golden light flashed. It was the invincible golden body that he obtained in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. This invincible golden body was even stronger than before because Venerable Buddha had forged it for him that day. Although the snake-scaled beast's attack was as powerful as 10 dragons and 10 elephants, it could not break Su Yan's invincible golden body. However, Su Yan's body was blasted several feet away and fell directly into the blood lake. Su Yan was shocked. He withdrew his invincible golden body and swung his long sword. The sword hit the ground, and his body leaned forward and fell to the side of the lake. Only then did he not fall into the blood lake. Although Su Yan did not know why there was such a blood lake in this sword well, judging from the evaporation of the mosquitoes and flies just now, this blood lake must be able to corrode everything. If he fell into the blood lake, there was no need to talk about revenge for Lu Fei, as he would follow him. That was close. Su Yan sighed secretly. Before he could relax, he saw darkness in front of him. The snake-scaled beast's giant head came again. Invincible golden body. Su Yan hurriedly used his qi to resist again, but this time, the spirit qi dissipated, and there was no effect like before. Although the invincible golden body was personally forged by Venerable Buddha, it was naturally impregnable. However, it was precisely because of this that the invincible golden body required more spirit qi than before. Just now, Su Yan had used it once. Now that he used it again, his body was suddenly empty, and he could not move at all. Su Yan was shocked. He could only watch the huge snake head fall, but he could not do anything. He could only sit and wait for death. In the end, I can't beat it. Since he knew that he could not resist, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not feel sad and quietly waited for death to come. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from behind Su Yan. In the blood lake, a huge wave that was dozens of feet high suddenly attacked the snake-scaled beast like a water column. The huge body of the snake-scaled beast was submerged in an instant. Su Yan had already prepared himself for death, so he was not too shocked by the shocking scene below. However, when he saw the thing in front of him, his body could not help but tremble. In front of him was a giant dragon that was even bigger than the snake-scaled beast. Yes, it was a dragon, not any other monster beast. Dragon. Su Yan looked at the majestic aura emanating from its body, and his lips trembled slightly. Why would this mythical beast that only existed in legends appear here? The giant dragon was hundreds of feet long. It meandered here and there, and its body was actually everywhere. When the giant dragon swallowed the snake-scaled beast, it did not even look at Su Yan. It directly opened its bloody mouth and bit at Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked at first and hurriedly raised the Buddha sword to resist. However, when he thought about it, he could not even resist the snake-scaled beast. How could he resist this giant dragon? Fine. I was going to die at the hands of the snake-scaled beast. Now that I'm going to die in the mouth of this giant dragon, I have some dignity left. Su Yan comforted himself and understood. He did not struggle pointlessly and put down the Buddha sword in his hand. However, when the giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, its entire head was stunned. After a while, it suddenly let out a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, deafening Su Yan and causing the meridians in his body to tremble. Boom! However, Su Yan had already prepared himself for death, but the giant dragon did not open its mouth to attack Su Yan. The dragon jumped into the blood lake, and immediately, another wave of blood erupted. It splattered all over Su Yan's body. The clothes that covered his body were instantly corroded away. However, when it reached his body, it did not corrode. Chapter 70. This pain was even worse than the corrosion of Xiang Tianba's spiritual energy that Su Yan had suffered the other day. Even with Su Yan's astonishing willpower, he couldn't help but let out a low growl to vent the pain. As the splashing blood seeped into Su Yan's body, the pain gradually subsided. Why didn't the blood devour me? Su Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and raised his arm to look at himself. His eyes were filled with confusion. Plop! At this moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the blood lake. All the blood in the lake surged up, forming a huge wave of blood that rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan still had some lingering fear in his heart from the pain he had just experienced. Just now, it was only a few drops of blood that caused such pain. If the entire wave of blood surged forth, how could he endure it? Su Yan instinctively wanted to dodge, but the wave of blood was too fierce. Before Su Yan could react, his entire body was enveloped by the wave of blood. A strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils, followed by intense pain from every part of his body. Su Yan's face contorted as he let out a blood-curdling scream. His forehead was drenched in sweat, but the pain didn't disappear because of this. Instead, it intensified. Stupa sect disciple, if you can't even endure this pain, how can you become a disciple of the Stupa sect? Under the torment of intense pain, Su Yan tried several times to end his life. Just as he was about to sever his own heart meridian, a lingering thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Among the lingering thoughts, there was clearly a dragon's roar. Su Yan was stunned. Then, a bright light condensed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain. If I can't even endure this kind of pain, how can I stand above the 9 heavens? The more he gritted his teeth, the more his muscles trembled from the intense pain. However, Su Yan didn't make a sound, nor did he have any thoughts of suicide. There was a lot of blood in the blood lake, and it continuously drilled into Su Yan's body, emitting a sizzling sound. It was as if his flesh was being cut off one by one, or as if all his bones were being broken at this moment. How could an ordinary person endure this? However, Su Yan endured it. After several hours, the blood finally flowed completely into Su Yan's body. The pain also disappeared. Su Yan's tightly clenched teeth relaxed. His entire body collapsed to the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. This pain is worse than death. After enduring it, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. However, before he could recover, suddenly, a bright light flashed, and the huge dragon that had appeared just now suddenly appeared again. Su Yan was shocked. He had been suspicious about the dragon's departure, so why did it appear here again? If Su Yan had seen the dragon earlier, he definitely wouldn't have had any thoughts of resisting. However, after suffering the intense pain of being eroded by the blood, Su Yan's heart was like a boulder. How could he have any thoughts of suicide? So what if it was a dragon? Even if I can't defeat it, I still have to fight it. Su Yan gritted his teeth and stood up. He gripped the Buddha sword and pointed it straight at the dragon. His eyes were focused, and there was no fear. The dragon was still arrogant. It didn't even look at Su Yan. Suddenly, the dragon split into two and flew into Su Yan's eyes. This is... Su Yan was shocked. He wanted to raise his sword to block, but how could he block the dragon's speed with his current cultivation? The two dragons directly entered Su Yan's eyes. Once again, there was an intense pain. This time, the pain was even more intense than before. Su Yan's face was twisted, and his entire body trembled. However, he didn't let out a howl, and the Buddha's sword never left his hand. However, the pain this time wasn't as long as the blood. In just a few breaths, the two dragons had completely entered Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan was puzzled. Why was this happening? Disciple of the Stupa sect. The two dragons were originally the sacred beasts of the Stupa sect. Unexpectedly, I was lost here 100 years ago. I left behind this remnant soul to find a disciple of the Stupa sect. Since you have the Buddha sword, you are a disciple of the Stupa sect. Now, my remnant soul will enter your eyes and create the blood dragon pupil for you. I hope you will practice more in the future and restore the glory of the Stupa sect. After this remnant soul fell, there was no more sound. Blood dragon pupil. Su Yan was confused. He didn't know what was going on, but he understood why the giant dragon didn't devour him. It was because it saw the Buddha sword in his hand that it didn't devour him. It even used his remnant soul to create the blood dragon pupil for him. What is this Stupa sect? Why is it that since I stepped into the sect, everything seems to be related to the Stupa sect? Although Su Yan was a disciple of the Stupa sect, he didn't know anything about the Stupa sect. When he met the venerable Stupa in the Stupa pagoda, Su Yan knew that the Stupa sect was naturally a powerful sect. However, just how powerful was it? Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about the words left behind by the giant dragon, he was shocked. The Stupa sect. Even the giant dragon's sacred beast is the sacred beast of the sect. How big is that sect? Su Yan couldn't help but yearn for the Stupa sect. Now that the snake-scaled beast was devoured by the giant dragon's remnant soul and the blood lake disappeared, the crisis was resolved. However, Su Yan couldn't feel happy. Looking at the empty blood lake, he felt sad. He cupped his hands and bowed to the blood lake. Fatty, the snake-scaled beast is dead. Although it wasn't by my hand, your revenge has been avenged. Rest in peace. After he finished speaking, Su Yan didn't linger on this place. After all, this was the place where Lu Fei died. Staying for a moment longer would only increase his sadness. He also wasted a lot of time here. He didn't know how long it would be before the Well of Swords opened. The most important thing now was to find Mu Zijian's grave and his obsession. As for the heaven-destroying divine sword, he would get it if he was fated. Because of this, Su Yan didn't just experience the separation of life and death. He also suffered the torture of the blood lake and the two dragons entering his eyes. His mentality changed a lot. Faintly, the path of life and path of soul in his body seemed to tremble a little. It was very different from the path that he had comprehended previously. However, he had lost the path of life and path of soul after all. Although he had comprehended it now, he didn't condense it again. Su Yan didn't notice it. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't think too much about it and walked away. Boom! At this moment, there was another loud bang behind him, accompanied by a wave of earth shaking. After encountering the snake-scaled beast and the giant dragon storm, Su Yan naturally knew that the sword well was definitely not a peaceful place, and that strange situations were endless. When he heard the loud bang, he was no longer afraid. Instead, he activated his cultivation technique and looked back with his sword in hand. When he saw the situation in front of him, he suddenly trembled again. Even though he knew that there were endless strange situations in this place and that it was possible to encounter anything. However, the situation now was really frightening. At the place where the blood lake had disappeared, a huge grave had condensed. This huge grave was made of black stone and there was a faint black fog lingering around it. Beside the grave, there were countless white bones, giving off a gloomy feeling. There was no tombstone in front of the grave, so it was impossible to see whose grave it was. The Well of Swords is indeed an uneven place. Su Yan stared at it for a long time and didn't see anything strange. He muttered and heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that he felt strange about the grave that appeared after a breakthrough. However, when he thought about the strange situations in the Well of Swords, he understood. Although he didn't know what was hidden in the grave, Su Yan didn't plan to dig it up. Not to mention that he didn't know what was in the grave, even if there were treasures. Su Yan would definitely not do such a lowly thing and disturb the owner of the grave. At this point, Su Yan planned to leave. Thinking about how the two of them came here and now he was the only one out, he couldn't let go of Lu Fei's worry. His eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He turned back to look at the huge grave and his eyes suddenly condensed into a ray of light. The fatty was swallowed by the blood and didn't leave anything behind. Now that this strange grave has appeared, why don't I use this grave to erect a tombstone? If there is a chance in the future, or if someone comes here, it can be considered a memorial to the fatty. Su Yan thought and no longer hesitated. He took out the Buddha sword and used his qi to cut off a stone from the side of the stone room. He then used his qi to cut off a stone and used the Buddha sword to carve it into the shape of a tombstone. He carved the words, "Grave of Inner Disciple Lu Fei." Although the Buddha sword was sharp and had the power to cut through iron like mud, Su Yan was still weak. It took him 2 hours to finish this. However, Su Yan didn't feel that it was a waste. After looking at it carefully, he felt that it was a little lacking. After thinking for a while, he added a few small words under the tombstone, erected by junior brother Su Yan. Only then was the work done. Returning to the grave, he used his sword to cut a hole in front of the grave. Only then did he take out the tombstone. He used his qi to insert it and looked at it carefully. He also took out some dry rations from his storage bag and placed them in front of the tombstone. Just as he was about to start praying, the tombstone suddenly exploded. Su Yan's pupils shrank and a red light shot out of his eyes. A wave of anger surged out of his body. He had spent a lot of time and effort to complete this tombstone. Now that it had exploded, how could Su Yan not be angry? What is it? Hurry up and come out. Su Yan roared. He knew that there must be something evil here. Otherwise, why would his tombstone explode as soon as it was erected? Damn it, it hurts, it hurts. At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out. A red shadow floated out of the hole that Su Yan had dug. Fatty! Su Yan saw the red shadow clearly and was both shocked and relieved. That's right, this person was Lu Fei who had fallen into the blood lake. Seeing that he was still alive, how could Su Yan not be happy? Fatty, are you all right? Su Yan asked again. Unfortunately, the red shadow ignored Su Yan and continued to shout, "It hurts, it hurts." Chapter 71. Right now, even though Lu Fei's body didn't change and was still as fat as usual, his skin was completely red like the blood in the blood lake just now. His hair was loose and his eyes were dim. When he appeared, he did not even look at Su Yan. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Su Yan looked at his strange appearance and was worried. He hurriedly went forward to check his meridians to see if there was any damage. Bang! Before Su Yan could reach out, Lu Fei suddenly attacked Su Yan with a palm. This palm was fierce and Su Yan was not on guard against Lu Fei. It was also unexpected and he could not dodge in time. His shoulder was heavily hit by Lu Fei's palm. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body and he could not help but stagger a few steps. Such strong spiritual energy. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei and was secretly shocked. Although this palm did not harm Su Yan's life, it was not good. Su Yan also knew that with Lu Fei's strength of the 5th layer of spirit realm, he could not send out such a strong palm. Could it be that this Lu Fei is not a fatty? Su Yan saw Lu Fei's ferocious face and his eyes looking at him with killing intent. He could not help but suspect Lu Fei's identity. But if this person is not a fatty, then who is he? As a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan naturally knew that there were disguises in this world. But Lu Fei was the #1 fatty of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Even if someone used a disguise to imitate his appearance, who could imitate his fat body? Su Yan asked himself whether it was in his previous life or this life. Lu Fei was the fattest person he had ever met. Even if he searched the entire Gan territory, he could not find a fatty like him, who would run into the sword well to imitate Lu Fei's appearance. Since this was the case, then this person must be Lu Fei. Since it was Lu Fei, why did he not recognize him? Could it be that Lu Fei fell into the blood water and was demonized by the blood water? Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Just now, Su Yan had erected a monument for Lu Fei. From this, one could see the relationship between the two. If Lu Fei was demonized, Su Yan would definitely not be able to kill him. It's you, isn't it? While Su Yan was thinking, Lu Fei looked at Su Yan and shouted coldly. Suddenly, he sent another palm towards Su Yan. This palm was even more powerful than the previous one. Lu Fei was originally only at the 5th level of the spirit realm, but this time, his palm was extremely powerful. The wind from his palm was like a hurricane. Although Su Yan was unable to discern Lu Fei's current strength was still unfathomable. However, judging from this palm strike, it was rare for someone in the life-soul realm to produce such a palm strike. Su Yan was caught off guard earlier and was hit by the palm. Now that he was on guard, he naturally wouldn't be hit. With a light shout, he suddenly leaped up and took a few steps back to avoid Lu Fei's attack. Lu Fei's entire body was crimson red like a monster. Seeing that his palm had missed Su Yan, he roared loudly. His entire body seemed to turn even redder. His fat body surged forward, charging straight at Su Yan. His momentum was turbulent. That one step caused the ground to tremble. He attacked left and right, his left hand forming a fist and his right hand forming a palm. His speed was extremely fast, one step faster than before. "Fatty, wake up." Su Yan saw Lu Fei's ferocious momentum and his heart was suddenly shocked. His face no longer had the calm expression from before. Although Lu Fei was fat, his speed wasn't slow. Dodging this time was impossible. Do I really have to fight? Since he couldn't retreat, then Lu Fei could only fight head-on. This time, Lu Fei was clearly using all his strength, attacking left and right. If Su Yan didn't use all his strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to take this palm strike. If he used all his strength to take this attack, then if he used too much strength, he would injure the fatty. If he used too little strength, then he probably wouldn't be able to take Lu Fei's attack. In just a breath's time, Su Yan was in a dilemma. In just a breath's time, Lu Fei's palm was already in front of him. Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent. With a cold shout, the great sun-colored glass swordwell in his body began to circulate. In an instant, spiritual energy rushed into his arms. With a loud bang, the left and right palms collided. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan and Lu Fei's faces revealed a look of horror. After exchanging one move, both of them slid back several steps before coming to a stop. Blood spurted out from both of their mouths. What a powerful attack! Su Yan licked his lips as he looked at Lu Fei. His heart was filled with shock and confusion. How did Lu Fei become like this? Not only did Lu Fei not recognize him, but he also gained such a powerful strength in just a few hours. When he looked at Lu Fei again, his face was still as ferocious as before. His small eyes constantly emitted killing intent, and at this moment, a faint red light surged from his body. As this red light approached, Su Yan actually felt a sense of oppression. This oppression didn't come from spiritual energy, but from the feeling of his bloodline being restricted. It was this feeling that Lu Fei's strength was constantly increasing. Su Yan was secretly shocked. In the confrontation just now, although neither of them had the upper hand, Su Yan knew that if they were to fight again, he wouldn't be able to block Lu Fei's attack without using a martial skill. Do I have to use the invincible golden body? Su Yan frowned, but then felt that it was inappropriate. The invincible golden body could block Lu Fei's attack. However, the invincible golden body was only a defensive skill. Moreover, with his current strength, the invincible golden body could only be used once. After using it once, his spiritual energy would definitely be exhausted. At that time, how could he block Lu Fei's attack? Do I have to use a sword? Su Yan thought. He looked at Lu Fei and couldn't bear to do so. If he used a sword, Su Yan believed that he naturally had the strength to fight against him with his speed. However, swords had no eyes. At that time, he would definitely hurt his opponent. No matter what, Su Yan didn't want to hurt Lu Fei, so he definitely couldn't use a sword. If he couldn't block Lu Fei's attack without using a sword, then what should he do? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei with a complicated feeling in his heart. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, at this moment, Lu Fei's ferocious face trembled. He screamed and fainted. But his huge body fell to the ground, and the ground suddenly trembled. Fatty? Su Yan was shocked. The problem in his heart was solved. He rushed forward and came to Lu Fei's side. He bent down to check his injuries. At this moment, Lu Fei's red body slowly retreated and turned back to his original appearance. Su Yan checked the condition of Lu Fei's body. He also found that the fluctuation of spirit qi in Lu Fei's body and the pressure from the bloodline had disappeared. It's really strange. Judging from this, there's nothing wrong with the fatty. Then what was that scene just now? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, his face filled with countless questions. At this moment, Lu Fei let out another scream and slowly opened his eyes. Without waiting for Su Yan to call out to him, he excitedly shouted, "Junior brother Su, is that you? Is it really you?" "It's me." When Su Yan saw that Lu Fei had recognized him, he felt gratified in his heart. He was really afraid that Lu Fei would wake up and attack him like before. "That's great. Junior brother Su, I finally see you again. I was afraid that I would never see you again." Lu Fei was so happy that he cried and laughed when he heard Su Yan's reply. This made Su Yan feel helpless. However, when he thought about the separation of life and death, he understood. He smiled and asked, "Fatty, what happened when you fell into the blood lake?" "What happened?" Lu Fei frowned and thought for a while. Then he said, "I don't know. I was hit by the snake scale beast and fell into a hole. After that, I felt that something flowed into my body and there was a sharp pain. Then I don't know anything." "Something flowed into your body?" Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that the blood that entered my body earlier also entered Lu Fei's body, resulting in the fatty's strange appearance just now? But when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Lu Fei had absorbed a lot more blood than Lu Fei, but he didn't see anything strange. "Junior brother Su, what happened?" Lu Fei asked when he saw Su Yan frowning. "Oh, it's nothing." Su Yan shook his head and looked at the huge tomb in front of him. Could it be the tomb's doing? After all, Lu Fei just climbed out of it. He wanted to ask Lu Fei how he got out, but seeing that Lu Fei was even more confused than him, Lu Fei might not know even if he asked. Instead, it would make him worry. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Since Lu Fei was fine, it was naturally a happy ending. "Let's go, fatty." Su Yan stood up and said to Lu Fei. "Oh." Lu Fei nodded and didn't hesitate. He followed Su Yan and asked, "Junior brother Su, what happened? What about the blood? What about the snake scale beast? And what's going on with the tomb?" Su Yan smiled and didn't answer. He walked straight ahead. His mood was very different from when he was about to leave. Just now, he was worried about Lu Fei's death. Now that Lu Fei was fine and he had the blood dragon pupil, he was naturally happy. As for Lu Fei's question, Su Yan didn't answer. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to tell him, but he was afraid of trouble. Su Yan didn't understand Lu Fei's strange personality. In short, Su Yan knew that it would be troublesome to tell him these things. Since it was troublesome, what was the use of talking about it? The two of them walked together and unknowingly spent another day in the Sword Well. During this day, they didn't find any danger. Except for occasionally encountering some monsters, it was peaceful. And during this day, Su Yan and Lu Fei also walked through countless places in the Sword Well, but they didn't find Mu Zijian's tomb or the heaven-punishing divine weapon. And during this day, it wasn't that they didn't find anything. At least, Su Yan knew the general situation of the Sword Well. Rather than calling it the Sword Well, it was better to call it a small world. The reason for that was because the places that the two of them walked through were filled with mountains and rivers. Chapter 72. Su Yan and Lu Fei walking together could be considered a strange pair of companions. Lu Fei was someone who couldn't stay still for a moment. He kept talking along the way. Su Na was the complete opposite. Along the way, other than killing monsters, no matter how Lu Fei asked or teased him, he didn't say a word. Lu Fei didn't care how Su Yan didn't say anything. His mouth never stopped. Lu Fei finally stopped his nagging and looked at the huge volcano in front of him when he felt the hot and stuffy sensation. The mountain was 100 feet tall, even bigger than the top peak of the sword burial mound. It was red all over and looked very grand. Now, Su Yan and Lu Fei were still a few hundred feet away from the volcano, but they could still feel the heat. Su. Junior Su, let's go back. Lu Fei looked for a while, wiped the sweat on his forehead and said to Su Yan. The fatty was afraid of heat, not to mention that the entire area was shrouded in heat. Just standing there for a while made Lu Fei sweat. His clothes were soaked in an instant and stuck to his body. It was very uncomfortable. Lu Fei didn't want to stay in this place for a second longer. Junior Su, let's go. Lu Fei wanted Su Yan to leave quickly with him, but when he turned around he didn't see Su Yan. He was slightly stunned and looked back. He saw that Su Yan had already walked towards the volcano. Hey, Junior Su, what are you doing? Lu Fei called out a few times from behind, but Su Yan ignored him. F*C, so be it if I die. Lu Fei cursed in his heart. He endured the heat that kept coming and chased after Su Yan. Su Yan kept walking towards the volcano. It wasn't because he felt hot, but because he also felt like he was in a furnace. With every step he took, the heat on his body increased. However, Su Yan did not stop. Looking at the volcano, a bright light shone in his eyes. The light expanded in all directions, carrying a look of determination. Volcano. Even though he didn't know its name, Su Yan felt a power calling out to him the moment he stepped into it. This power wasn't a call from his bloodline. However, it tugged at one's heart. It constantly called out to him in his mind. With every step he took, the call became more and more obvious. Although he could control it, Su Yan knew that if he did not go, he would definitely regret it. Su Yan did not understand why he had such a feeling. It was also because he didn't know why he had such a feeling that Su Yan was so determined. As for Lu Fei, he didn't feel that at all. He only felt hot, very hot. Even though he used his chi to block it, he still felt like his body was burning with fire with every step he took. He complained at the side, Junior brother Su, this volcano is so hot, why are you going there? What kind of treasures could there be in a volcano like this? Even if there were treasures, they would have all been burned away. Let's go. No matter how much Lu Fei complained or tried to persuade him, he still couldn't stop Su Yan. Instead, he walked faster and faster. Even though there was a distance of a few hundred feet, it took less than 2 hours. The two of them arrived at the foot of the volcano. Previously, they were too far away to see the volcano in detail. Now that they were closer, the volcano's appearance was presented to them. There was nothing on the volcano, only strange rocks that were red all over. Surtum. At the foot of the volcano, on a piece of red flat rock, 2 golden words could be clearly seen, Sword Tomb. That's right, it was the Sword Tomb. Lu Fei was already irritated by the heat. When he saw the 2 words, Sword Tomb, he couldn't help but curse, Sword Tomb, what kind of sword tomb is this? With such high temperature, any sword placed here would be burned away. Plop. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly exploded from the peak of the volcano. A stream of magma shot out, and the temperature instantly soared. Be careful. Su Yan was shocked. If such a high temperature landed on his body, his flesh and blood would definitely be burned to ashes. He hurriedly retreated. Was so hot, so hot. Lu Fei's body was like a roasted pig as he cried out loudly. However, the magma didn't invade the foot of the mountain. Instead, it shot up from the void and scattered in all directions like fireworks. At this moment, a powerful sword intent approached. This is... Su Yan felt the sword intent. Looking at the magma shooting out, his eyes flickered. He was puzzled. Why would there be such a powerful sword intent when the volcano erupted? Upon closer inspection, Su Yan realized that when the magma shot into the void, it instantly condensed into spiritual swords that flew in all directions. The sword light and flames leaped like fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Seeing this scene, Su Yan finally understood why there were so many spiritual swords in the sword well. It turned out that they were all erupting from the volcano. This time, the eruption was fierce and fast. In just a few breaths of time, it had already been extinguished. The heat also lessened a little. However, it was only a little. It was still unbearably hot. I can't take it, I can't take it. At this moment, Lu Fei's entire body was scarlet red like a roasted pig. He cried out loudly, and even if there was sweat, it would evaporate in an instant. On the other hand, Su Yan wasn't any better. However, after experiencing the pain of the corrosion of the blood, the pain of the two dragons entering his eyes, and this kind of heat, Su Yan was naturally able to endure it. When the volcano erupted and the spirit sword flew out, Su Yan concluded that there was definitely something wrong with this volcano. Coupled with the increasingly strong summons coming from his body, Su Yan had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to make a trip here. However, Su Yan didn't pay much attention to Lu Fei along the way. Now that he saw him like a roasted pig, he was naturally worried. Junior brother Su, don't look. Don't think that I'll go up the volcano with you. When Lu Fei saw Su Yan looking at him, he thought that Su Yan wanted him to go up the volcano with him. He was shocked and immediately retreated a few steps. Su Yan was originally worried that Lu Fei would be in danger if he went up the volcano. Hearing Lu Fei's words, his worries were relieved. He nodded slightly and said, "Fatty, it's good that you don't want to go. Just wait for me here." "Wait my ass. I'll wait at the entrance where we came in." Lu Fei was obviously upset by the heat. Naturally, his words were a little more fierce. Su Yan smiled and didn't argue with him. He nodded and walked towards the peak of the volcano without hesitation. Although Su Yan did not know what was inside the volcano and why it was called the Sword Tomb, he knew that the summoning power came from the summit of the volcano based on the summoning power in his body. Now that Su Yan was alone, it was a lot more convenient. Although the peak of the volcano was a few hundred feet away, it only took him half an hour to reach it. Arriving at the peak, Su Yan was also fully focused. From what he saw just now, he could see that this was an active volcano that could erupt at any time. With such a high temperature, not to mention his own strength of the 9th level of Spirit Realm, even those in the Celestial Realm might not be able to withstand it. Su Yan didn't want to give up his life here. Circulating the qi in his body, he protected his body. While resisting the heat, he was also guarding against the strange movements around him. His eyes flashed as he constantly observed the situation around him. At the peak of the volcano, although there was an abyss, nothing could be found. However, Su Yan could feel that the summoning force in his body came from there. "Do I have to go down from here?" Su Yan looked at the abyss in front of him. It was obviously the mouth of the magma just now. At this moment, magma was still faintly flowing. Red, hot, and bubbling. With such a high temperature, if he went down from here, he would definitely be turned into nothingness in an instant. Su Yan shook his head and rejected this idea. He looked around again, but still didn't find anything. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do and was about to leave. Su Yan's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw that at the mouth of the abyss, there was a crack. Although the crack wasn't big, it was enough for a person to pass through. "Do I enter from here?" Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, he no longer hesitated. Stepping on the sword dragon, he directly charged into the crack. Speaking of which, it was strange. This crack was at the peak of the volcano, the mouth of the magma erupting. However, the moment Su Yan entered the crack, he immediately felt a cold sensation. Even though Su Yan could endure the heat, he could only endure it. Now that the cold sensation came, Su Yan felt comfortable all over and couldn't help but groan. The sword dragon under his feet also moved faster and faster. The faint summoning force in his body also disappeared. The reason Su Yan came to the peak of the volcano was for the summoning force. Now that the summoning force disappeared, Su Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. "Did I go the wrong way?" Su Yan murmured. However, before he could think, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from underground. The deterrence of spiritual qi came straight at him. A saint bloodline expert. From the fluctuation of spiritual qi, Su Yan quickly realized that only a saint bloodline expert could emit such a powerful spiritual qi. However, in the entire sword collection tomb, there were only 3 saint bloodline experts who had entered the sword well. The three Saint Bloodline disciples, Lin Hualu and Qin Hao, had already left when Xiang Tianba formed the heavenly form. Now, only Xiang Tianba was left in the sword well. It seems that Xiang Tianba is also here. The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that Xiang Tianba must have recovered his strength by now. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. He still stepped forward. At this moment, the spiritual qi came again. At the same time, it was the strength of a Saint Bloodline expert. However, it was different from the spiritual qi just now. Obviously, it was not the same spiritual qi. Feeling that there were at least 3 Saint Bloodline experts at the end of the sword collection tomb, Su Yan's eyes became confused again. Did senior sister Lin and senior brother Qin not leave? Su Yan's confusion dissipated quickly. He smiled and said, "It's good that senior sister Lin and Qin Hao did not leave. At least that day, Xiang Tianba treated senior sister Lin like that. Perhaps I can borrow senior sister Lin's strength to suppress Xiang Tianba." Chapter 73. The crack was just big enough for one person to pass through. It was winding like a winding corridor, but it wasn't very long. With every step Su Yan took, he could feel that the spiritual energy was getting thicker and thicker. The sounds of fighting were getting more and more obvious. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seems that Xiang Tianba, senior sister Lin, and senior brother Qin Hao have already started fighting. Su Yan had already determined that the only Saint Bloodline experts at the end of the crack were senior sister Lin, Qin Hao, and Xiang Tianba. After all, they were the only Saint Bloodline experts who had reached the sword well in the hidden sword tomb this time. Even though he was the strongest person in the inner sect, Jing Yi was only at the peak of the life-soul realm. Since the 3 of them are fighting, it's to my advantage. Su Yan was secretly delighted. He quickened his pace and soon saw a ray of light through the crack. When the first ray of light came, Su Yan's body shook. A huge ancient sword was reflected in front of him. This ancient sword was dozens of feet tall and stood in the center of the secret room. There were many thick iron chains wrapped around the sword hilt. The other end of the iron chains was inserted into a crack in the stone beside the secret room. There were many runes on the iron chains that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It was as if they were sealing the ancient sword. There were countless spiritual swords around the ancient sword. For a moment, the sword intent was so oppressive that Su Yan's heart seemed to tremble. This sword must be a divine sword. Su Yan looked at the huge ancient sword and fell into deep thought. He couldn't take his eyes off it. After a long time, suddenly, a low roar sounded, "Xiang Tianba, die." Su Yan woke up from his daze. Thinking of the scene just now, he couldn't help but be shocked. This ancient sword could take his mind everywhere. Su Yan was shocked and didn't dare to look at Gu Jian again. Instead, he looked in another direction. When he saw the dozens of people fighting in the stone room and the colorful clothes, his heart trembled again. Why are the disciples of the Lightning Sect, Purple Cloud Sect, Sky Sword Sect, and Alchemy School here? When Su Yan saw the clothes of the 4 major sects, he quickly recognized that they were the other 4 major sects of Jingzhou City. The Jingzhou City was vast and there were many sections. However, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the most powerful sect in the Jingzhou City, followed by the other 4 sections. They were known as the 5 sects of the Jingzhou City. Before Su Yan entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, he already knew about the 5 major powers in Jing State City. Although the other 4 sects were equally famous as the Hidden Sword Tomb, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the number 1 power in Jing State City. Even if the 4 sects joined forces, they might not be able to shake the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Well of Swords belonged to the Hidden Sword Tomb, so why would the disciples of the 4 great sects appear here? What happened to the sect? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He hadn't been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for long. It had only been a year, but Su Yan had already regarded himself as a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb since the first day he entered the sect. The glory and disgrace of the sect were related to him. Now that the Well of Swords had been broken into by outsiders, how could Su Yan not be worried? Could something have happened to the sect? Thinking of this, Su Yan was suddenly shocked. Xiang Tianba die. At this moment, a low roar came from below. Su Yan's eyes suddenly trembled as he looked down. He saw the disciples of the Lightning Sect and the Sky Sword Sect besieging Xiang Tianba. Xiang Tianba was the #1 disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was the embodiment of the arrogance of heaven and earth. Facing the two of them, his face was cold, and the ghost howl sword in his hand was flying. He also displayed the strength of a peak saint bloodline in an instant, and every move was mixed with a strong deterrence. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. Although he wasn't afraid of Xiang Tianba, he couldn't help but admire Xiang Tianba's strength. It was Su Yan's first time seeing Xiang Tianba really fight. Looking at Xiang Tianba's performance now, he couldn't help but praise. Xiang Tianba is indeed the #1 disciple of our sect. With such strength, who can stop him in the Hidden Sword Tomb? However, the two people Xiang Tianba was facing weren't weak either. They were both geniuses of the Lightning Sect and the Sky Sword Sect. Although their strength wasn't as strong as Xiang Tianba's, they were still strong. However, when the two of them joined forces and attacked with their magic treasures and swords, it was difficult to tell who would win against Xiang Tianba. Several times, Xiang Tianba was even almost hit by the magic treasures of the Lightning Sect. The Lightning Sect wasn't a sword sect, but they cultivated some strange magic treasures. Every time they threw out a magic treasure, it would create a power of its own. And when the magic treasure was unexpected, it would often receive some unexpected effects. The Sky Sword Sect was similar to the Hidden Sword Tomb. They were both sword cultivators, but their cultivation methods were different. The spiritual energy they cultivated was different, and the sword momentum they condensed wasn't as strong as in the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, they also had their own sword momentum and sword Dao. This time, they complemented each other with the magic treasures of the Lightning Sect. Each sword move was powerful and majestic. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Xiang Tianba was the #1 disciple of the Hidden Sword Sect, the #1 sect in Jing State City. He was fighting two people who were weaker than him, so he could naturally resist. The terrifying thing was that besides the Lightning Sect and the Sky Sword Sect, there were also the disciples of the Purple Cloud Sect and the Alchemy School. On the side of the Hidden Sword Tomb, there were also the #1 Inner Sect disciple, Jing Yi, and the former #1 Outer Sect disciple, Ouyang Tiancheng. Other than the two of them, there was no one else. Jing Yi and Ouyang Tiancheng were also fighting against the disciples of the 4 sections. Both of them were the pride of the sects in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although they couldn't win against the other disciples of the sects, they were in an invincible position. The strength they displayed was also secretly shocking. Su Yan's heart kept twitching as he watched. Only now did he know what it meant by there was always someone better than you. At this moment, an alchemy school disciple who was standing motionless in the corner saw that Xiang Tianba was defeated by the Lightning Sect and the Sky Sword Sect in one move. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he took out a poisonous needle and directly attacked Xiang Tianba. The poisonous needle was as thick as an embroidery needle. Coupled with the chi of the alchemy school disciple, it was naturally very fast. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, passing through the void. Because it was thin, it didn't make a sound. Xiang Tianba and the other two sects were fighting fiercely, so how could they notice this silent needle? However, Su Yan, who was in the crack, saw it clearly. When he saw this scene, he was suddenly shocked. The past grudges with Xiang Tianba were also thrown to the back of his mind. He shouted, "Be careful!" Immediately, his pupils shrank, and a scarlet light instantly condensed. When he looked at the poisonous needle, it was originally like an arrow leaving the bow. Now, under the red light of Su Yan's pupils, it became abnormally slow. It floated in the air, motionless. When Su Yan saw this scene, he was secretly surprised. In the past, his pupil light had such a magical effect, but it should never have such an effect. It seems that the 2 dragons in eyes has strengthened the effect of my pupil power. The blood dragon pupil really deserves its reputation. Su Yan quickly found the reason. He knew that this was the magical effect of the 2 dragons in eyes. Without hesitation, he patted his storage bag. The Buddha sword flashed and directly blocked in front of Xiang Tianba. Clang! The poisonous needle collided with the Buddha sword and immediately fell to the ground. When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's warning and turned around, he also noticed the poison needles flying towards him. Unfortunately, the poison needles were too ferocious. Even though he had the strength of a saint bloodline, he couldn't block this sneak attack. Although the alchemy school was called the alchemy school, it could be said to be the biggest alchemy sect in Jingzhou City. However, more people knew about the alchemy school. It wasn't its pills that made it one of the 5 biggest sects in Jingzhou City. It was poison pills. Poison. The alchemy school disciple had been standing motionless. Obviously, he was waiting for an opportunity to launch a poison array at Xiang Tianba. Since he was so well prepared, it was obvious that this poisonous needle had a certain special effect. If Xiang Tianba had been hit by this poisonous needle and faced such a strong enemy, it would have been difficult for him to escape death today. Xiang Tianba's heart was filled with endless hatred just now. However, he was saved by someone. The person who saved him was Su Yan, who he wished he could pull out his tendons and peel off his skin. "It's you!" Xiang Tianba had recovered his strength. The majesty exuding from his body was naturally incomparable to that of when he couldn't use his strength in the outer sword well. In the blink of an eye, he looked at Su Yan and coldly said, "It's you." These 2 words were enough to exude boundless majesty. Coupled with his cold expression, there was naturally a sense of majesty. Although Su Yan wasn't afraid of him, after all, the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he looked at Xiang Tianba. However, his expression didn't change. He looked straight at Xiang Tianba and a burst of bright light condensed in his eyes. He faintly smiled and said, "It's me." When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's words, he looked at Su Yan. His eyes slowly turned cold and a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. "This child has ruined the heaven-sealing ceremony that I have been preparing for 3 years and failed. I must kill him." However, at this moment, facing the invasion of the outer sect, this child saved my life. If I kill him, I will obviously be ridiculed by the people of the outer sect. As Xiang Tianba thought about it, the killing intent in his eyes slowly dimmed. He coldly said, "First, I will expel these people from the outer sect, then I will deal with you." When Su Yan heard Xiang Tianba's words, he smiled and didn't say anything. He turned around and looked at the disciples of the 4 sects. The disciples of the 4 sects had long calculated that the 2 from the Lightning sect and the Sky Sword sect would first fight with Xiang Tianba. However, the Alchemy sect's disciples would secretly shoot arrows from the side. Then they would defeat Xiang Tianba effortlessly. Originally, it was a flawless plan, but now it was ruined by Su Yan. And Su Yan's ferocious attack just now had really frightened them. They didn't know what kind of expert had come from the hidden sword tomb. The disciples of the 4 sects all gathered together as they talked. At this moment, Jingyi and Ouyang Tiancheng also stood beside Xiang Tianba and Su Yan. At this moment, the few of them leaned together to resist the invaders. Among the 4 sects, the Lightning sect was the leader. The Lightning sect's disciple, Lei Yi, had been frightened by the sudden appearance of Su Yan. Now that he had calmed down, he looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, could it be that there is no one in the hidden sword tomb? Even a 9th-layer spirit realm cultivator is qualified to enter the sword well. P.S. There will be an additional chapter tomorrow. Group number 4552122786. Chapter 74. Under the Well of Swords, everyone was a genius of the sect. Naturally, they weren't weak. The weakest of the 4 great sects was at the 5th level of Fate Soul. In the hidden sword tomb, Xiang Tianba was the strongest, at the peak of the Saint bloodline. Jingyi was at the peak of the Fate Soul realm, and Ouyang Tiancheng was at the 4th level of the Fate Soul realm. Only Su Yan was the most pitiful, as he was only at the spirit realm. Lei Yi's ridicule of Su Yan wasn't excessive, but the hidden sword tomb didn't take it to heart. Indeed, Su Yan was only at the 9th level of the spirit realm, but was he really only at the 9th level of the spirit realm? Ever since Su Yan entered the sect, his reputation had never stopped. On the first day, he shone brightly in the 5 breaths 5-colored boulder test, shaking the entire sect. He became the first person in the 5 breaths 5-colored boulder test. After that, he defeated the third strongest person in the outer sect, Qinyang, with his 5th level of spirit realm cultivation. At the Sacred Beast Mountain, he defeated the inner sect disciple, Hao Feng, who was at the Fate Soul realm. He also won against the number 1 outer sect disciple, Ouyang Tiancheng. Finally, at the inner sect trial grounds, the monsters that even the sect feared were defeated by Su Yan. The Hidden Sword Tomb's headmaster personally selected him to enter the inner sect. He became the first spirit realm disciple to enter the inner sect since the Hidden Sword Tomb's founding. With what Su Yan had done in the Hidden Sword Tomb, who in the Hidden Sword Tomb would treat Su Yan as a spirit realm disciple. Even now, in the inner sect, some Fate Soul realm disciples couldn't help but take a detour when they saw Su Yan. At this moment, Lei Yidi looked down on Su Yan, but the people of the Hidden Sword Tomb naturally didn't care. They were even secretly happy. Underestimating the enemy was a taboo in battle. Xiang Tianba had dealt with Su Yan several times, so he knew Su Yan's strength better than anyone else. This child was only in the 9th level of the spirit realm, but he had repeatedly hit a wall. Because of this, Xiang Tianba would not underestimate Su Yan. At this moment, upon hearing the words of Lei Dao from the Thunder Sect, an imperceptible sneer appeared on his cold face. He raised the ghost howl in his hand and pointed at Lei Dao. It's not that our Hidden Sword Tomb doesn't have people. We are more than enough to kill you all. Xiang Tianba. Although this person was usually extremely overbearing in the sect, one had to admit that Xiang Tianba possessed such strength. At that moment, as he spoke, there was naturally a mighty aura that came from between his brows. The strength of the pinnacle of the sacred bloodline was instantly suppressed. The few people from the 4 sects who were in the sacred bloodline were slightly better off, but those who were in the life-soul realm were intimidated by Xiang Tianba. They couldn't help but stagger a few steps back before they could steady themselves. The Thunder Sect was second only to the Sword Burial Mound in Jingzhou City. In the past 100 years, the Hidden Sword Tomb had always been the number 1 sect in Jing State City, and the Thunder Sect had long been dissatisfied. As the number 1 disciple of the Thunder Sect, Lei Yidao was naturally the embodiment of the world's pride. Now that he heard Xiang Tianba's cold and arrogant words, he was naturally displeased. His eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Well said, we are more than enough. Today, our 4 sects will destroy the genius of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Let's see how you resist." As he spoke, Lei Dao's body surged forward violently. Because the Thunder Sect was a sect that cultivated magical treasures, it was naturally different from those who cultivated swords. Lei Dao did not hold a sword in his hand. Instead, he held a golden bowl shaped like an alms bowl. The moment Lei Dao took a step forward, the golden bowl shook at the same time. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a powerful spiritual energy was emitted in an instant. In the void, it quickly condensed into a huge ghost head. With its bloody mouth wide open, it pounced towards Xiang Tianba. The ghost head ferociously charged forward with spiritual energy swaying. As it was mighty, wherever it passed, one could vaguely hear the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Su Yan could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Lei Yidao was indeed extraordinary to be able to become the number 1 disciple of the Thunder Sect. The strength of the number 1 disciple of the Thunder Sect was not weak. The number 1 disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Xiang Tianba, was not an undeserved reputation. Seeing the ghost head pouncing towards him, Xiang Tianba's expression did not change. He still maintained his cold and arrogant expression. However, his eyes suddenly shrank, and the ghost howl in his hand suddenly let out a whistling sound. The ghost howl was also a ghost howl. It combined with the ghost chi formed by Lei Yidao's magical treasure. Suddenly, the entire secret room was filled with countless ghost howls. The mournful and eerie ghost howls were even frightening. Ghost Howl World. When the ghost chi formed by Lei Yidao approached, Xiang Tianba leaped up. The ghost howl in his hands swept down horizontally. It was the sword move that could be comprehended after entering the life-soul realm. The Ghost Howl World. Instantly, the black chi condensed. However, it did not turn into the same Ghost Howl World as Lei Yidao. Instead, it turned into a black light. This black light was invisible. It rushed forward and directly collided with the ghost chi. The ghost chi that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws a moment ago was struck by the black light and turned into nothingness. When Lei Dao saw that the ghost chi he condensed was broken by Xiang Tianba's sword, he did not panic. The alms bowl in his hand spun and 2 flying swords suddenly leaped out. The flying swords flew out and turned into a long rainbow that attacked Xiang Tianba. They were so fast that they arrived in front of Xiang Tianba in just a breath's time. When Xiang Tianba saw the flying swords, he sneered and waved the ghost howl in his hand. Clang! Instantly, the 2 flying swords were blocked by Xiang Tianba's ghost howl. Xiang Tianba's pupils suddenly shrank. Holding the sword in one hand, he waved it upwards. The 2 flying swords actually turned around and rushed towards Lei Dao. They were even faster than before. Lei Dao was shocked. However, he was after all the number 1 disciple of the lightning sect. He naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing the flying swords turn back, he waved his hands and muttered, "Divine black light screen." With a boom, a black light lit up in front of Lei Dao and blocked the 2 flying swords. Lei Dao was secretly happy and smiled. Xiang, however, before he could say anything, he was stunned when he looked in front of him. Xiang Tianba's figure was nowhere to be seen. Xiang Tianba had already leaped to an unknown place. Be careful. At this moment, the heavens chosen of the Sky Sword sect, He Zhilong, hurriedly reminded him. He leaped up and blocked Lei Dao's back. Clang! He blocked Xiang Tianba's attack on Lei Dao's back. Originally, it was a one-on-one fight. Just now, Xiang Tianba used the 2 flying swords of Ghost Howl as a cover to jump up and attack Lei Yi from behind. But at this moment, he was blocked by He Zhilong. Xiang Tianba immediately emitted a vicious aura from his forehead. When Lei Dao turned around, his back was already covered in cold sweat. If it wasn't for He Zhilong blocking just now, he would have already lost his life. Lei Dao nodded gratefully to He Zhilong. He Zhilong didn't say anything and nodded at the same time. He looked at Xiang Tianba and said, "Senior brother Lei, let's go together." Okay. Lei Dao knew that he wasn't Xiang Tianba's opponent. However, because of Xiang Tianba's words, he rashly attacked. How could he have known that in just 2 moves, he would almost lose his life? Under this situation, how could he dare to show off? He immediately joined forces with He Zhilong to attack Xiang Tianba. Good timing. Xiang Tianba faced the 2 without fear. He shouted and the ghost howl in his hand flew out. At this moment, the strength of the peak of the Saint bloodline was displayed. Between each sword and each move, there was a tremor. Do you think my sect has no one? When Jing Yi saw this, he also shouted coldly and raised his sword to attack. Jing Yi was the number 1 in the inner sect of the Hidden Sword sect. His strength was naturally not ordinary. In an instant, sword light leaped out from his sword. Your opponent is me. When the person standing on the side of the 4 great sects saw Jing Yi attack, he followed closely behind. The disciples of the 4 great sects today were more than those of the Hidden Sword Tomb. There were 2 from the Thunder sect, 1 from the Purple Cloud sect, 2 from the Sky Sword sect, and 1 from the Alchemy School. In total, there were 6 people, but the Hidden Sword Tomb only had 4. Of the 2 from the Thunder sect, Lei Dao had 6 saint bloodlines. The other was also at the peak of the Life-Soul realm. Although the one from the Purple Cloud sect did not have a saint bloodline cultivator, he was also at the peak of the Life-Soul realm. The one who jumped up and stopped Jing Yi was the Purple Cloud sect's cultivator at the peak of the Life-Soul realm. Of the 2 from the Sky Sword sect, He Zhilong had 5 saint bloodlines, and the other was at the 5th level of the Life-Soul realm. The one from the Alchemy School was also at the peak of the Life-Soul realm. When Jing Yi moved forward, Ouyang Tiancheng also raised his sword and was blocked by the Thunder sect's cultivator at the Life-Soul realm. In an instant, the secret room fell into another battle. Xiang Tianba alone took on 2 saint bloodline cultivators from the Sky Sword sect and the Thunder sect. Jing Yi fought with the cultivator from the Purple Cloud sect. The Purple Cloud sect was slightly similar to the Thunder sect. They were both sects that cultivated magic treasures. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Although Ouyang Tiancheng was only at the 4th level of the life-soul realm, he was the number 1 in the outer sect. At this moment, he was fighting with the Thunder Sect's cultivator at the peak of the life-soul realm. However, Ouyang Tiancheng relied on his speed and the might of the dragon roar sword in his hand. He was not at a disadvantage. The remaining 2 from the 4 great sects were the Sky Sword Sect's cultivators at the 5th level of the life-soul realm, and the other was the Alchemy School's cultivator at the peak of the life-soul realm. The 2 of them did not even look at Su Yan because they felt that the spirit realm was nothing to be afraid of. In other words, they did not put Su Yan in their hearts at all. Because Su Yan was watching the battle between the experts, he forgot to make a move. He only saw Xiang Tianba, Jingyi, and Ouyang Tiancheng's strange moves and sword moves. He secretly admired them. At the same time as they fought, the bloodthirsty blood in his body began to boil. Xiao! He slapped his storage bag and the Buddha sword fell into his hand. The moment the Buddha sword appeared, it shone with a golden light. It was more dazzling than Xiang Tianba's ghost roar, Ouyang Tiancheng's dragon roar, and Jing Yi's bloodthirst. The sound of the sword rang out, and the sword light was resplendent. It suddenly attracted the attention of the Sky Sword Sect's cultivator at the 5th level of the life-soul realm. The Sky Sword Sect was also a sword sect. Their desire for the sword was not inferior to the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Chapter 75. This youth from the Heavenly Sword Sect who was at the 5th level Fate Soul Realm was chosen by the sect to enter the Well of Swords, so he definitely had his own strengths. When the youth looked at Xiang Tianba, a Saint Bloodline Realm expert, he didn't have much arrogance. After all, Xiang Tianba's strength was too strong. Just the pressure from his spirit chi was enough to suppress his spirit chi, so how could he be arrogant? Now that he looked at Su Yan, who was only at the spirit realm, a cold smile appeared on his not-so-handsome face, and his eyes were filled with disdain. His gaze fell on the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, and he already viewed it as his own. Su Yan looked at the youth who was at the 5th level Fate Soul Realm and was secretly delighted. The more this youth looked down on him, the more advantageous it would be for him. Su Yan, on the other hand, had gone through the baptism of blood and the pain of having 2 dragons enter his eyes. His mind was already far beyond that of a normal person, so he wasn't moved at all by the youth's words. Only his eyes revealed a light as he coldly looked at the youth with the 5th level Fate Soul Realm. Arrogant bastard. When the youth saw that Su Yan, a mere spirit realm cultivator, dared to ignore him, a wave of anger surged in his heart. With a shout, he pulled out his sword. Although his sword was not an ordinary item and also flashed with light, compared to the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, it naturally paled in comparison. Accept your death. When the youth saw that the difference between his sword and Su Yan's sword was so great, he became even more enraged and his desire to steal the sword became even stronger. With a cold shout, he immediately raised his sword and charged forward. Of course, he looked down on Su Yan because he was only at the spirit realm. He didn't use his full strength, but it didn't lose its power. When the sword passed by, it was like a dragon coming out of the sea, causing a wave to form. Arrogant bastard, I'll let you see what true sword arts are. The youth originally didn't plan on using such a fast and violent move. However, he wanted to make it clear to Su Yan that in front of him, he, Su Yan, a mere 9th level spirit realm cultivator, was nothing more than an ant. When Su Yan heard his words, there was still no change in his expression. He only looked coldly at the momentum of the young man. When he saw that the young man had not used his full strength, he instantly smiled. His body did not move at all, and he just stood there quietly. Seeing this, the young man's heart was filled with joy. He assumed that the young man thought that a 9th level spirit realm cultivator would not be able to dodge his attack. If it was an ordinary person, it would indeed be impossible for them to dodge such a fast sword. However, Su Yan was no ordinary person. He was the first person to take the test on the 5-colored boulder in 5 breaths. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was the only person to enter the inner sect at the 9th level of spirit realm since the founding of the sect. As the smile on the young man's face grew wider and the sword was only a few inches away from his neck, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank and a bloody light flashed. Su Yan moved. His feet stomped on the ground and he suddenly moved. What? How could he dodge it? The young man thought that this attack would definitely kill Su Yan. However, seeing that Su Yan had actually dodged it, his heart was filled with shock. However, before he could calm down from the shock in his heart, suddenly he saw Su Yan jump up and the Buddha sword suddenly strike out. Although he only had the strength of a 9th-level spirit realm cultivator, the Buddha sword was filled with spirit energy. Suddenly, light flashed in all directions and the sound of the sword rang out. The Buddha sword that was as black as ink suddenly exploded with thousands of auras. The long sword swept through the sky, bursting with endless light. Even the surrounding area was filled with the sound of the long sword sweeping through the sky. The sword's aura was like a violent storm as it instantly attacked. Su Yan's long hair began to dance in the wind, and the aura on his body was incomparably fierce. If the young man's attack was like a dragon coming out of the sea, then Su Yan's attack was like a giant dragon roaring. The sword slashed down and the sword passed through the void, as if it could overturn mountains and seas. Countless sword intents burst out from Su Yan's sword. The endless sword glow shined brightly and the long sword was like a graceful swan hanging in the sky. The speed was so fast that the young man's attack could not compare to it. One sword to decide the universe. This was the strongest sword attack that Su Yan could unleash right now, which was what Lu Hong had suffered. The young man looked at Su Yan and wanted to dodge, but how could he make it in time? He could only see the tip of Su Yan's long sword enlarge in his eyes. Then, an endless killing intent began to boil. Poof! A sword directly pierced through his throat, and a malevolent expression immediately appeared on his cold and arrogant face. On that sinister face, he looked at Su Yan with eyes full of questions. He's only spirit. 9th level. The young man did not finish his words. As Su Yan withdrew his sword, he fell to the ground and died. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief, but it still became reality. Blood flowed out. A sword hole had appeared on the young man's throat, and blood began to flow out of the hole. Killed in one move. Yes, in just one move, Su Yan, who was only at the 9th level of Spirit Realm, defeated an expert at the 5th level of Fate Soul Realm. The people who were fighting looked at the fallen young man with shock in their eyes. The Spirit Realm was to train the body, and the Fate Soul Realm was to comprehend the path of fate and the path of soul. It was considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation and become a cultivator. Jumping from the Spirit Realm to the Fate Soul Realm was also the most difficult gap to cross. There was a saying that among the tens of thousands of cultivators in the world, there were as many Spirit Realm cultivators as there were dogs. Comprehend the path of fate and the path of soul to become a cultivator. Break the path of fate and merge it with the path of soul to create the Saint Veins. At the peak of the 9 Saint Veins, one would be able to establish the might of the world and form the aspect of heaven. This saying meant that only those in the Fate Soul Realm were true cultivators. Between the Fate Souls, they cultivated their own Tao. When the path of fate and the path of soul were complete, the two Daoists would merge and create the Saint Veins in the body. With 9 Saint Veins, one would reach the peak of the Saint Veins and form the aspect of heaven. Only then would one be able to roam the 9 heavens. The Spirit Realm and the Fate Soul Realm were 2 realms that could not be crossed. But now, the young man who was at the 5th level of Fate Soul had died at the hands of Su Yan, who was only at the 9th level of Spirit Realm. How could this not shock everyone? Although the people of the Hidden Sword Tomb were shocked, they had seen Su Yan's heaven-defying deeds. After a short moment of shock, they regained their composure. Only the people of the 4 sects looked at Su Yan. The shock in their eyes could not be calmed for a long time. When He Zhilong of the Sky Sword sect looked at Su Yan, his shock was even greater than the others. Now, he had come to the Well of Swords with this young man. Of course, the sect had its own plans. Although the young man was only at the 5th level of Fate Soul, the power he could release was stronger than a peak Fate Soul Realm cultivator. But now, he had been defeated at the hands of a 9th level Spirit Realm cultivator. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the young man had underestimated his opponent. But at this moment, who would pay attention to such details? Their faces were filled with shock. He Zhilong was shocked, but at the same time, anger surged in his heart. This young man was a member of his sect, and now he was killed by a 9th-level spirit realm cultivator. This was a humiliation for the Sky Sword sect. If this kid doesn't die, it will be a humiliation for my sect. He Zhilong looked at Su Yan with a murderous look in his eyes. He coldly shouted, "Die." He immediately jumped out. His body was like a dragon as he flew over. His speed was so fast that his Saint Bloodline realm strength was displayed to the extreme. In an instant he was in front of Su Yan. That powerful spirit chi deterred Su Yan. He immediately felt his spirit chi dry up, and he couldn't use his cultivation method. The Saint Bloodline realm is really strong. Su Yan felt such a powerful spirit chi and couldn't help but marvel at the disparity in strength. But Su Yan didn't give up. Seeing He Zhilong's attack, the blood dragon pupil moved. He bit his lip, and a huge pain came. Su Yan's cultivation method quickly circulated. Invincible golden body. With a loud shout, the spirit chi in his body surged out and spread to all parts of his body. In an instant, it condensed into a golden light that enveloped his body. Puff! He Zhilong's sword arrived in an instant. It was like a giant blade that could hold up the sky as it bombarded the golden light surrounding Su Yan's body. Countless rays of golden light surged out, and the sword was actually blocked on the outside. How is this possible? He Zhilong saw that his sword was blocked by Su Yan's golden light, and his face was suddenly filled with horror. He was a Saint Bloodline realm expert. Just now, he had used his full strength in his anger. How could a mere 9th-layer spirit realm cultivator block it? Not only him, but the other 3 sects, including Xiang Tianba, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Jingyi, were also shocked when they saw this scene. Although they knew that Su Yan was strong, they didn't expect that Su Yan could block the full-strength sword of a Saint Bloodline realm expert. Of course, while the 3 of them were shocked, they were even more relieved. Just now, when everyone was shocked that Su Yan had killed the 5th-level Life Soul Realm youth, no one expected that He Zhilong, who was fighting with Xiang Tianba, would suddenly attack Su Yan. Xiang Tianba was especially shocked when he saw this scene. He knew that with He Zhilong's sword, Su Yan would definitely die. Although he wanted to skin Su Yan alive, that was only limited to himself. Xiang Tianba didn't want Su Yan to die here under the invasion of the outer sect. When he saw Su Yan block He Zhilong's sword, he was shocked, but he quickly reacted. He shouted coldly and stepped on the roaming auspicious cloud. With a wave of the ghost howl, he immediately condensed spirit chi. 10,000 ghosts rise to the heavens. Xiang Tianba shouted coldly, and a whistling sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The condensed spirit chi came down like a monstrous wave, and endless pressure pressed forward. In an instant, the whole world was filled with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. Even behind Xiang Tianba, countless evil spirits boiled and surged forward. Wherever the 10,000 ghosts passed, an endless baleful aura instantly boiled over. He Zhilong was still surprised that Su Yan could block his attack, but when he saw Xiang Tianba's fierce sword move, he was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but his strength was inferior to Xiang Tianba's. How could he block Xiang Tianba's sharpest sword move? Bang! With a loud bang, He Zhilong was hit by Xiang Tianba's move, and his whole body flew backward. While his body was still in midair, Xiang Tianba took a step forward. His eyes burst out with fierce golden light, and then the sword in his hand blasted out. The long sword was like a thorn in the sky, instantly stirring up the sky, piercing through the void, and directly blasting on He Zhilong's body. With a bang, countless blood mists burst out from He Zhilong's body. Then his body fell to the ground, picking up countless dust. Puchi, in an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. He Zhilong struggled to stand up. However, his body trembled and he could no longer stand up. Before he could finish his sentence, He Zhilong spat out a mouthful of blood. He closed his eyes and fainted. However, when he closed his eyes, he was filled with the same unwillingness as the young man who was killed by Su Yan earlier. Xiang Tianba did not even look at He Zhilong. Instead, he looked back at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you really have the ability to challenge me." Su Yan looked at Xiang Tianba and smiled. He had used the invincible golden body to drain the spiritual energy in his body. Now that the spiritual energy in his body was lacking, he immediately felt dizzy and fainted. When the other disciples of the four major sects saw Su Yan faint, they woke up from their shock. However, one of their sacred bloodline experts had been killed by Xiang Tianba, and the other life soul expert had also been eliminated. Whether it was confidence or power, they had lost their momentum. Chapter 76. Although the hidden sword tomb had Xiang Tianba, who was at the peak of the Saint bloodline, there were two Saint bloodline experts on the side of the four great sections. In addition, they had more people than the hidden sword tomb. If this battle were to continue, the hidden sword tomb was destined to lose. However, all of this changed because of Su Yan. It was because of Su Yan's shocking attack that killed the life soul expert of the Sky Sword sect with a single sword strike. Thus, the situation that was originally destined to be defeated was reversed. Although Xiang Tianba was arrogant, he was the number one disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Naturally, he wasn't stupid. He was clear in his heart, clearer than anyone else present, that if it wasn't for Su Yan's shocking attack, although he might be in an invincible position when facing Master Sky Sword and Lightning Sect, he was also clear that it wouldn't be so easy for him to defeat these two people. After all, he was only at the Saint bloodline and hadn't reached the heavenly phase. At this moment, looking at the unconscious Su Yan, Xiang Tianba's heart was filled with mixed feelings. It was because of this kid that his many years of painstaking planning had turned into nothing. It was also because of this kid that he saved his life in that anxious moment. It was also because of this kid that he was able to stand here in the hidden sword tomb today. Xiang Tianba had always been swift and decisive in doing things. However, he couldn't help but hesitate at this moment. If it weren't for today's incident, Xiang Tianba would have torn Su Yan apart. However, the opportunity was now in front of him. If he wanted to kill Su Yan, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. However, he hesitated. Su Yan, the person who just stole from me, Xiang Tianba, will definitely not be able to escape. However, in consideration of your saving my life today, I'll give you a chance. Xiang Tianba hesitated for a long time before looking at Su Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm quickly fell and slapped towards Su Yan's head. What do you want? When Jing Yi and Ouyang Tiancheng saw that the people of the four great sects were all killed, their eyes never left Xiang Tianba. They were afraid that he would harm Su Yan. Looking at Xiang Tianba's actions, the two of them hurriedly raised their swords to meet him. If I want to kill him, do you think the two of you can stop me? Xiang Tianba coldly stared at the two of them when he saw them trying to stop him. Suddenly, a vicious aura surged in his eyes. When he raised his head, it was as if the air around him had solidified. Xiang Tianba, who had regained his strength, regained his arrogant appearance as the number one expert. The aura on his body surged. Countless rays of light spread out. When Xiang Tianba and Jing Yi saw this scene, they couldn't help but be startled. They wanted to stop Xiang Tianba's actions, but it was clearly too late. Xiang Tianba's palm landed on Su Yan's head, and a strong spiritual energy entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan originally fainted because of the lack of spiritual energy in his body. With the influx of spiritual energy from Xiang Tianba, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that Xiang Tianba was looking at him, Su Yan was startled. He quickly stood up and clenched the Buddha sword in his hand. Su Yan, I want to make a move on you. Do you think you have a chance to escape? Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan's actions and snorted coldly. Even if I can't, I will fight to the death. Su Yan gritted his teeth and gripped the pagoda sword even tighter. The cultivation method in his body quickly surged, and a wave of spirit qi faintly flowed out from his body. When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan's actions, he looked at Su Yan with disdain and said coldly, Su Yan, Xiang Tianba, do not owe anyone anything in my life. You saved me today, so I will spare your life. But don't think that I will let you go. 3 years. I will give you 3 years. After 3 years, no matter how strong you are, I will definitely take your life. 3 years. Su Yan frowned as he looked at Xiang Tianba. Although he was not afraid of Xiang Tianba, the difference in strength between the two of them was obvious. If they were to fight now, even if Su Yan had the ability to reach the heavens, he would definitely not be able to defeat an expert at the peak of the Saint Bloodline realm. Xiang Tianba has always been arrogant. I think he set the 3 years limit today to repay me for saving his life. Su Yan thought for a while and smiled inwardly. Gripping the Buddha sword in his hand, he looked at Xiang Tianba with a bright and determined light in his eyes. He pointed his sword at Xiang Tianba and said coldly, 3 years. Xiang Tianba, in 3 years Su Yan, will definitely surpass you. If it were anyone else who said that, breaking through from the 9th level of the spirit realm to the peak of the Saint Bloodline realm in 3 years would definitely become a joke in the entire Qian territory. However, when Su Yan said those words with an unquestionable tone, there was not the slightest trace of doubt. His words were not only for Xiang Tianba, but also for Su Yan himself. Strength. On the first day he stepped on this path, Su Yan understood that if he wanted to survive in this world, he had to be strong. Only by constantly strengthening himself could he be in an invincible position. Su Yan was very clear that even if he could defeat an expert at the life-soul realm, it would never be enough. Su Yan wanted to stand above the 9 heavens. Okay, I will wait for you. Xiang Tianba smiled coldly and no longer paid attention to Su Yan. He turned his head and looked at the huge ancient sword in the distance. Ouyang Tiancheng and Jing Yi were worried that Xiang Tianba would be ruthless to Su Yan. Seeing that Xiang Tianba and Su Yan had made a 3-year agreement, the two of them felt relieved. Although they were both heavens chosen from the Hidden Sword Tomb, they were still in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although they were both in the Hidden Sword sect, compared to Xiang Tianba's peak of the Saint Bloodline realm, they naturally paled in comparison. Su Yan, you really live up to my expectations. Seeing that he was no longer worried, Jing Yi walked forward and looked at Su Yan. Jing Yi was the #1 disciple of the inner sect. No matter how ignorant and inexperienced Su Yan was in the Hidden Sword sect, he could not recognize him. Hearing Jing Yi's words, he put away his arrogance and chuckled, Jing Yi Xixiang, why do you say that? Jing Yi smiled and didn't explain too much. Of course he couldn't say that day when he saw Su Yan take the test on the 5-colored rock, he purposely arranged Chen Yang and other disciples to find trouble with Su Yan. Seeing that Su Yan kept on staring at the huge ancient sword, he changed the topic. Su Yan, do you know where this place is? Sword sect. Although Su Yan doesn't know why Jing Yi suddenly asks him this question, but he still says the name that he wrote on the wall of the crater. That's right, this is Sword sect. But do you know why this place is called Sword sect? Jing Yi nodded in satisfaction and asked again after hearing Su Yan's answer. Why is it called Sword sect? Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Jing Yi and said modestly, Jing Yi Xixiang, why is this place called Sword sect? Shitty really don't know. Please explain. Although Su Yan didn't know who Jing Yi was, he didn't know whether he was friend or foe, but Su Yan always followed the principle of, I don't offend others, others don't offend me. Jing Yi had no enmity with him. He was also the #1 disciple of the inner sect. Hearing Jing Yi's words, it seems that he wanted to tell him about this place. Su Yan was confused about this place and the huge ancient sword. If Jing Yi could explain it to him, then of course Su Yan would be happy. Hearing Su Yan's polite words, Jing Yi couldn't help but praise him even more. He didn't keep him in suspense, he nodded and smiled. Tomb is tomb. Since this place is called Sword sect, then of course it's the tomb of the sword. There's a tomb for the sword? Su Yan asked again. Of course there's no ordinary sword, but what about a divine sword? Jing Yi said calmly. The time he looked at the huge ancient sword, his eyes couldn't help but to shine. Divine sword, Jutian. Hearing Jing Yi's words, Su Yan was startled. When he got the Qi Li sword case, he couldn't help but think of the words his father had left him. Rumble. At this moment, without waiting for Jing Yi to say anything, suddenly there was a loud sound. A deafening boom resounded through heaven and earth. It was like a muffled clap of thunder that was deafening. The hearts of the 4 people present couldn't help but tremble. The spiritual energy in his body burst forth at the same time, and at the same time, whoosh! Another sound rang out, and an intense burning sensation suddenly rushed over. Be careful! Jing Yi shouted. At the same time, another loud sound rang out, and a thick wall of fire suddenly appeared around the huge ancient sword. The fire burned fiercely, emitting a terrifying aura. This fire was not an ordinary fire. It was the fire of magma at the peak of a volcano. It was the fire of the earth. The moment the fierce wall of fire appeared, Xiang Tianba's reaction was the fastest. He took a step and retreated dozens of feet, followed by Jing Yi, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Su Yan. Here, although Su Yan was the weakest among the four, his speed was not slower than Jing Yi and Ouyang Tiancheng. As expected, Xiang Tianba retreated and shouted coldly. His body suddenly jumped toward the end of the iron chain that was wrapped around the ancient sword. Jing Yi also didn't fall behind Xiang Tianba. The moment Xiang Tianba jumped, he followed and flew to the other end of the iron chain. Su Yan didn't understand, so he didn't move. At this moment, Ouyang Tiancheng, who was standing beside him, said, "This is the sign of the divine sword being unearthed. With this power, it will definitely break the seal." After he finished speaking, Ouyang Tiancheng also jumped out, leaving behind Su Yan, who was at a loss, not knowing what he meant. "Su Yan, come and help strengthen the seal." Without waiting for Su Yan to react, he heard Jing Yi shout to Su Yan. Hearing Jing Yi's words, Su Yan looked at the iron chain that was tied to the huge ancient sword. There were exactly 4 of them. Now Ouyang Tiancheng, Jing Yi, and Xiang Tianba each held one end. Su Yan glanced at it and understood what it meant. He leaped and flew to the other side. When he just reached the other end, he heard Xiang Tianba coldly say, "If the 3 of you don't want to be buried here, then listen to my command." Chapter 77. Luring the Monster Beast. While Su Yan was puzzled, Xiang Tianba was about to explain. Rumble, another loud sound rang out. In an instant, the wall of fire surged forward, and the powerful heat assaulted everyone's body. Whether it was Xiang Tianba or Su Yan, they all felt an intense pain. "Quickly retreat." Xiang Tianba saw the abnormality and hurriedly shouted. At the same time, he leaped and retreated several feet away. Jing Yi, Xiang Tianba, and Su Yan were all geniuses in the sect. Although their strength was not as good as Xiang Tianba's, when they heard Xiang Tianba's reminder, they were not afraid at all. They leaped and retreated several feet away. The 4 of them stood together and looked at the huge wall of fire. Their faces were filled with surprise, horror, and worry. Only Su Yan was at a loss. Among the 4 of them, Su Yan had been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for the shortest time, and in the Hidden Sword Tomb sect, Su Yan had always wanted to enter the inner sect and enter the sword well. In order to obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect, Su Yan had been running around the sacred beast mountain all day long. He knew nothing about some of the events in the sect and some of the ancient books, except for the daily explanation by Lu Fei. At this moment, seeing this strange phenomenon, his face was at a loss. The 4 of them looked at the fierce wall of fire and were stunned for a long time before Xiang Tianba slowly said, "It seems that the formation has already trembled. It's too late to seal it." "It's too late to seal anything." Su Yan was already at a loss. Hearing Xiang Tianba's words, he was even more puzzled. Ignoring the gap between him and Xiang Tianba, he asked. When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's words, he looked at him with disdain and said coldly, "This kind of thing is not something that an ordinary disciple like you can understand." When Su Yan heard Xiang Tianba's words, he clenched his fists in anger. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate, and the spirit qi suddenly gushed out. He, Su Yan, was a grandmaster swordsman of a generation. How could he be treated so coldly? "Junior brother Su, calm down." Jing Yi saw that Su Yan was angry, so he hurriedly stopped him. Then he turned to Xiang Tianba and smiled. "Brother Xiang, this is not a secret. Why can't you explain it?" Xiang Tianba is still cold and indifferent. He doesn't even look at Su Yan and Jing Yi. He just looks at the ancient sword. His gaze is condensed and emits a profound light. When Jing Yi saw that Xiang Tianba didn't pay attention to him, he was expressionless and still smiled. He turned his head and said to Su Yan, "Junior brother Su, you have been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for a short time. There are some things that you don't understand." Jing Yi didn't wait for Su Yan's response and started to talk about the history of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Hidden Sword Tomb is named Hidden Sword Tomb because, as the name suggests, it is a place where swords are hidden. And the place where the swords are hidden is not the Sword Pavilion, but the Sword Well. The Sword Well is also called the Sword Tomb. That is to say, this is the real location of the Sword Well. The real location of the Sword Well is also the location of the Sword Well. When the Sword Well is unearthed, it causes a strange phenomenon in the world. Monsters from all directions move. And this huge ancient sword is the formation that seals the Sword Well. It was sealed by the unparalleled sword cultivator and the previous elder of the Hidden Sword sect. In order to wait for the day when the Sword Well is unearthed, it will be able to intimidate the strange phenomenon in the world. Now it seems that the formation has been loosened. The Sword Well has been loosened? Su Yan listened to Jing Yi's explanation. Although he still didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, but he knew a little bit. At least he knew why this huge ancient sword was emitting a strange aura. So this was the formation that sealed the Sword Well. Since it was the formation that sealed the Sword Well, it was strange. Xiang Tianba originally disdained to explain these things to Su Yan and the others. In his eyes, whether it was Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, or even Jing Yi, who was the number one in the inner sect, was just a piece of trash in his eyes. But now that he heard Jing Yi say these things, and now that the four of them were trapped in this place, he was unwilling to be lonely. His lips squirmed slightly and he slowly said, "On the day the Sword Well opens, the elders of the sect will use some means to support the sealing formation of the Sword Well. Now that the formation is loosened, it is obvious that something has happened in the sect. The elders of the sect are unable to support it, so the sealing formation is loosened. In fact, from the moment the people of the four major sects broke into the Sword Well, they knew that something must have happened in the sect. The reason why the Hidden Sword Tomb could be the leader of the 5 major sects in Jingzhou City was mostly because of the Sword Well. The Sword Well opened every other year. Since the establishment of the Hidden Sword Tomb, no one had obtained a divine weapon from the Sword Well. However, the Sword Well was filled with spirit swords and all kinds of treasures. Those who entered the Sword Well, whether it was the outer Sword Well, the inner Sword Well, or the lower Sword Tomb, the real Sword Well was located. Those who entered the Sword Well would definitely have a fortuitous encounter. This was also because of the location of the Sword Well that the Hidden Sword Tomb was the leader of the 5 major sections. The Sword Well was not a secret in the entire Jingzhou City. The 4 major sects all coveted the benefits of the Sword Well. For many years, the 4 major sects had been thinking about snatching the Sword Well. It was just that because of the name of the Hidden Sword Tomb, they didn't dare to make a move. For hundreds of years, only the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb could enter the Sword Well. Since someone from the outer sect had broken in, something big must have happened. Of course, the 4 of them were in the Sword Well, so they knew nothing about what had happened in the sect. They only knew that what had happened in the sect was definitely not a small matter. This formation is loose. Just now, I wanted to borrow the power of the 4 of us to reseal it. But just now, the strength of this formation is clearly not something that the 4 of us can seal. Xiang Tianba had always been arrogant in the sect, but when he said this, he also showed a bit of helplessness. He showed such an attitude, so it was obvious that it was impossible to support the sealing formation. Ouyang Tiancheng and Jing Yi were also quite helpless. On the contrary, Su Yan's expression still didn't change, and his eyes continued to condense a ray of light. Whether it was the Sword Well, the Sword Tomb, or the seal, Su Yan was more concerned about where the Zhu Tian sword was. Would the Zhu Tian sword be the divine sword that was about to be unearthed? The huge ancient sword was still standing there. The iron chain wrapped around it, and from time to time, it would tremble and let out a horrifying sound. The wall of fire around the ancient sword was getting stronger and stronger. The tongue of fire curled up and soared into the sky. In less than a moment, the wall of fire still surrounded the huge ancient sword. The wall of fire was also getting bigger and bigger, slowly expanding toward the 4 of them. Xiang Tianba, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Jing Yi were also getting farther and farther away. The cultivation technique in their bodies was constantly circulating to resist the intense heat, But the four of them didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. They just waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The four of them didn't move at all other than constantly retreating. In this place, there was no other sound except for the whistling of the flames. On the other hand, the hidden sword tomb was bustling with noise and excitement. Explosions and screams could be heard constantly. The hidden sword tomb was the #1 sect in Jing State City. Its status was extraordinary. For hundreds of years, there hadn't been any invaders. However, at this time, the peaks of the hidden sword tomb were filled with countless people. There were disciples of the hidden sword tomb, as well as disciples of the Thunder sect, the Purple Cloud sect, the Sky Sword sect, and the Alchemy School. When the disciples of the hidden sword tomb met the disciples of the 4 sects, they didn't say a word. They just held their swords and killed. Outer sect disciples fought with other outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples fought with inner sect disciples, true disciples fought with true disciples, and elders fought with elders. The constant fluctuations of spiritual energy and the constant screams could be said to be extremely tragic. While the entire hidden sword tomb was angrily killing the enemies, on top of a mountain full of strange rocks, iron chains, and black fog, 2 people stood motionless. One of them was wearing a green robe. There was a slight smile on his slightly weathered face. His deep eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a trace of mystery. The person standing in front of him had a bloated body and a fat face. There was no trace of expression on his face, and there was a sense of pressure between his broad eyebrows. These 2 people were the Sword Master Elder and Lu Hong, who had been standing here for a few months. The 2 of them stood there like boulders. They didn't move at all. Even if the hidden sword tomb kept screaming, it still couldn't shake their bodies. Regardless of whether it was the people of the 4 great sects or the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, no one dared to set foot on this mountain and disturb the 2 of them. The 2 of them stood there like that for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from where the 2 of them were standing. The 2 of them finally opened their eyes. Their eyes met, and at the same time, a sharp light shot out. Pudung. The 2 lights collided in the air in an instant, and there was a loud explosion. In an instant, powerful spiritual energy swept out like a hurricane, directly blowing away the surrounding black fog. The 2 of them took a step back at the same time. The Sword Master Elder stabilized his body and smiled. The guardian of the Stupa Gate is indeed extraordinary. Lu Hong heard the Sword Master Elder's words and smiled coldly. Compared to you, I'm still a far cry. Ha! The Sword Master Elder's smile became even more radiant when he heard Lu Hong's words. He laughed a few times before landing. He looked at Lu Hong and said slowly, "Venerable Lu, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? 100 years, a whole 100 years. A whole 100 years." When the Sword Master Elder said the last sentence, he almost shouted it out. His voice was mixed with spiritual energy, and it spread throughout the hidden sword tomb. A powerful sense of intimidation immediately entered the ears of the 4 great sects and the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. Many of the disciples trembled, as if the spiritual energy in their bodies had frozen together. Pucci, whether it was the outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, or the elders of the various sects, they all spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the mountain range. Their hearts were filled with fear. P.S. Begging for collection, begging for flowers, begging for book reviews, begging for monthly votes, begging for VIP. Chapter 78. Elder Tong Jian's words caused the entire sword collection tomb to tremble. However, Lu Hong, who stood in front of him, did not move at all. He did not even frown. Although his bloated body appeared to be lacking in elegance, it did not lose its pressure. There was a glint in his eyes, and at the same time, a powerful spirit chi suddenly surged from all over his body, heading straight for Tong Jian. "You brat, you really are behind this?" Lu Hong shouted coldly. As he stared at Elder Tong Jian, a bright light flashed in his eyes. There was also a hint of anger in them. "So what if it's me?" Elder Tong Jian laughed disdainfully. "Lu Hong, I've been preparing this plan for 100 years. Do you know 100 years? Now that the formation has been destroyed, do you think you have a way to stop it? Haha. As Elder Tong Jian spoke, he burst into loud laughter. When Lu Hong heard Elder Tong Jian's words, his face darkened like a volcano that was about to erupt. However, he did not say anything. His gaze towards Elder Tong Jian grew colder and colder. Elder Tong Jian became even more pleased with himself when he saw Lu Hong's ugly expression. He laughed out loud. Venerable Lu, the divine sword is about to be unearthed. It will immediately blow up this mountain and break out of the sword well. When that happens, the sword well will no longer exist in this world, and the divine artifact will belong to me. Do you think that's possible? Lu Hong looked at Elder Tong Jian and said with a dark expression. Powerful spiritual qi immediately condensed around him, turning into a streak of light that shot towards Elder Tong Jian. The spiritual qi condensed into a sharp blade. Although it seemed slow, it was actually very fast. In an instant, it had arrived before Elder Tong Jian. In front of him, Elder Tong Jian was shocked, and his smile suddenly disappeared. He shouted, Lu Hong, do you think you can stop me? His shout was like the roar of heaven and earth, echoing within 100 kilometers of the Sword Collection Tomb. The sound shocked all the sect disciples in the Sword Collection Tomb. The fear they felt when they looked up grew even stronger. In an instant, Elder Tong Jian leaped into the air. With a single thought, a long sword burst forth from his finger. The moment the sword appeared, the color of the world changed. The world rumbled. In an instant, all the swords in the Sword Collection Vault began to tremble. Wherever the tip of the swords pointed, they surged towards the Sword Master Elder's hand as if they were worshipping him. Slaying Dragon. Lu Hong was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. The moment he saw Elder Tong Jian raise his sword, he immediately recognized that it was a rare treasure sword, the dragon-slaying sword. The moment the dragon-slaying sword was unsheathed, the world changed color. Rumbling sounds rang out in all directions, accompanied by the roars of dragons. A huge bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and wrapped around the dragon-slaying sword. Dragon-slaying art, boundless lightning pool. When the lightning bolt struck, Elder Tong Jian moved and swung his sword. Instantly, lightning flashed and enveloped Lu Hong like an electric net. The rainbow formed by Lu Hong's spirit qi had long been reduced to nothingness. Wherever the electric net passed, the mountain peaks and boulders were sent flying. In an instant, the ground where the electric net came into contact with turned into a gust of thick smoke. At the same time, wherever the electric net passed, spirit qi surged, and a strong sense of majesty rushed forward. The various sect disciples and elders at the foot of the mountain looked at the electric net that enveloped the entire mountain range. They were all shocked and took a few steps back. What a boundless lightning pool! Lu Hong looked up and shouted coldly. His eyes narrowed, and without a trace of fear, he leaped up. A long sword followed. The sword emitted a bright golden light. The moment it was unsheathed, it did not attract the lightning like the dragon-slaying sword. However, the golden light enveloped it like the light of Buddha. It expanded in all directions and entangled with the bright light of the electric net. The entire mountain range, and even the entire Sword Collection Vault, was wrapped in this light. The powerful light seemed to compete with the blazing sun as it pressed forward. Buddha's sword! Lu Hong shouted. Suddenly, the spirit qi in his body surged out. The golden light roared, and endless sword light blasted forward. Not only that, but at the same time, the barrier that Jian Yao had set up immediately turned into a ray of Buddhist light that shot straight for the Sword Master Elder. Although the Buddhist light did not have the grandeur of the lightning net that the Sword Master Elder had turned into earlier, where the Buddhist light passed through, it was not as vast as the lightning net that the Sword Master Elder had turned into. However, it was so fast that the people at the foot of the mountain could not see it with their naked eyes. Only Elder Tong Jian frowned slightly, but he reacted quickly. With a shout, his body turned into a rainbow. He raised his sword. Bang! His spirit qi moved, and he directly slashed at the Buddha's light. The Buddha's light was instantly extinguished. However, Lu Hong was not satisfied. He raised his sword, and the Buddha's sword in his hand collided with Elder Tong Jian's dragon-slaying sword. In an instant, Light shone in all directions. The powerful spirit chi exploded, and a wave of pressure pressed forward, enveloping the entire sword catacomb. The two collided, and the two swords collided. Their bodies were suspended in the void, and they did not move. Only the spiritual light in their eyes flashed. Their consciousness was projected, and they tangled together in the void. When the people at the foot of the sword catacomb saw this scene, they were all shocked. This was especially so for the people from the lightning sect and the four great sects. Their faces were filled with fear. They had been longing for the sword well for a long time. This time, the opening of the sword well in the sword catacomb broke the seal of the sacred beast mountain and caused a disturbance in the world. When the four great sects saw this opportunity, they attacked the sword catacomb to seize the sword well. Originally, they thought that they would definitely win. However, when they looked at the peak of the mountain and saw the battle between Elder Tong Jian and Lu Hong, they were all shocked. At the main peak of the hidden sword tomb, a few people stood there. They were the elders and experts of the Lightning Sect, Purple Cloud Sect, Sky Sword Sect, and Alchemy School. When they saw this scene, they felt a lingering fear and were in a dilemma. At the Sacred Beast Mountain, Reverend Sky Sword led a few elders of his sect to continuously transmit spirit chi to the peak of the Sacred Beast Mountain. They were even forming hand seals from time to time, as if they were suppressing something. These people were all powerful figures in the sword catacomb, and their minds were naturally firm. However, when they saw the battle between Lu Hong and Elder Tong Jian at the peak of the mountain, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. When Elder Broadsword saw Reverend Sky Sword, he couldn't help but ask, "Senior Brother Sect Master, who is this Lu Hong? Why is he able to fight Elder Tong Jian?" "Don't be distracted," Reverend Sky Sword hurriedly reminded him when he heard his words. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pudong. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and the entire Sacred Beast Mountain surged. Roar. A roar rushed up. This roar penetrated the heavens and the earth, and the Sacred Beast Mountain also surged in an instant. That's right, the entire Sacred Beast Mountain was surging. The area of a few hundred miles was trembling at this moment, including the various peaks of the sword catacomb. When Reverend Sky Sword saw this, his face immediately turned pale. He wailed, "It's too late. It's too late." However, Reverend Sky Sword was indeed the sect master of the sword catacomb. When he saw the Sacred Beast Mountain surging, he was only stunned for a moment. He quickly reacted and shouted, "Return to the sect and guard the sword catacomb to the death." The elders were still stunned by this sudden change. When they heard Reverend Sky Sword's words, they quickly regained their senses. They knew that this was a serious matter, and didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. They all flew out. At this moment, bang, another loud bang rang out, and the entire Holy Beast Mountain seemed to come to life. It stood up and a large, multicolored beast appeared. When the beast attacked, its body trembled, and the grass, soil, and stones that covered its body fell off. The deep crater under its feet trembled, and countless tremors shook. Roar. With another loud roar, the powerful sound wave rushed out and spread throughout the sword catacomb and the entire Jing State City. Everyone standing in the sword catacomb immediately felt an invisible wave attacking them. Puchi. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of the weaker ones even fainted. This loud roar also attracted the attention of Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder, who were facing each other on the mountain peak. When they saw the huge multicolored beast appear, their hearts suddenly trembled. The king of beasts, the ancient giant beast, the raging bull. Sword Master Elder, you used this trick to lure the raging bull. I'd like to see how you deal with it. Lu Hong glanced at the raging bull, and his eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at the Sword Master Elder. It was the Sword Master Elder's interference that caused all his plans to go down the drain. On the day of the Sword Well's opening, the world had changed, and the outer sect had spied on it. For this reason, Lu Hong had created the 9 Black Sky Divination Formation as a cover. Then he had used the power of the sect elders to move the Sword Well's entrance to the 9 Black Sky Divination Formation on the day of the Sword Well's opening. He had wanted to hide it from everyone. This was so that the incident from 100 years ago would not happen again. However, all this was because of the Sword Master Elder's interference. Not only had he activated the Demon Sealing Seal on Sacred Beast Mountain, but he had also lured the monster into the Sword Well. He had also caused all his plans to go down the drain. The outer sect disciples had taken the opportunity to enter the Sword Well, and the disciples of the Sword Catacomb had also fallen into a bitter battle with the outer sect disciples. This scene was even more disastrous than the one from 100 years ago. Lu Hong could still vaguely remember that 100 years ago, when the Buddha sword had appeared, the Sword Well had opened. Hundreds of inner sect disciples had been unable to come out of the Sword Well. His sect's guardian sacred beast, the Twin Dragon, had also been annihilated by the Sword Well. Once again, the Buddha sword had appeared. Lu Hong had put in so much effort to prevent the incident from 100 years ago from happening again. But now, the ancient beast, the Raging Bull, had been unsealed, and the ancient sword's seal had been destroyed. Compared to 100 years ago, it was even more disastrous. 100 years ago, when the outer sect had attacked, the disciples of the sect had still been able to resist. The Sword Well had been sealed, and they had only lost the sect's prodigies. Now that the ancient beast had been unsealed, and the ancient sword's seal had been destroyed, what awaited them was the end of the world. The end of the Sword Catacomb, the end of the Buddha sect. All of this had been caused by Elder Sword Link's own selfish interests. Chapter 79. The ancient divine beast, the Yak beast, could cause the world to tremble with every move it made. The moment it appeared, the sacred beast mountain was destroyed. Red light flickered in its huge bell-like eyes. As the red light swept across the area, it released waves of icy cold energy. It was as if the surroundings were about to freeze. Roar. The bull let out another roar and immediately rushed forward like a storm. All the peaks of the hidden sword tomb began to tremble. The screams came from the mouths of the disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb and the disciples of the 4 sections. Krek. At this moment, the yak suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the mountain in front of it. That's right, it swallowed the mountain in one gulp. Everyone standing in the hidden sword tomb felt their hearts tremble when they saw this. Retreat, everyone retreat. Gather at the main peak and fight against this demonic beast together. Enlightened Master Sky Sword was shocked and immediately shouted. His voice spread throughout the Sword Collection Tomb. All the disciples, including the disciples of the 4 sects, retreated to the main peak of the Sword Collection Tomb. Tens of thousands of people surrounded the martial arts field on the main peak. Seeing this, Lu Hong's face darkened again. He shouted, "Tong Jian, let's see how you're going to clean up this mess." Compared to Lu Hong's gloomy face, Elder Tong Jian sneered, "Since I can release this beast, I naturally have a way to deal with it. However, Lu Hong, do you want to help me?" "Don't even think about it." Lu Hong immediately shouted. Elder Tong Jian had ruined all his plans. How could Lu Hong help him? "Don't even think about it?" Elder Tong Jian was not in a hurry. He looked at Lu Hong with a faint smile and said slowly, "Lu Hong, the yak has just awakened and is not angry yet. When it attacks later, no one in the Sword Collection Tomb will be able to escape." Lu Hong was so angry that his whole body started to tremble, but he had to admit that Tong Jian's words were true. Looking at the disciples of various sects on the main peak, and then looking at the Raging Bull, Lu Hong gritted his teeth with difficulty and said, "Tong Jian, what do you want? How can I help you?" "Ah, of course it's to break through the Sword Well and retrieve the sword. I've been waiting for this day for far, far too long." As the Sword Master Elder spoke, a resplendent light of greed immediately condensed in his eyes. "Retrieve the divine sword." Lu Hong immediately frowned. "Tong Jian, so you did all this for the sake of obtaining the divine sword. Do you know that the items within the Well of Swords cannot be obtained above the sky?" "So what?" The Sword Master Elder sneered. "When a divine artifact is unearthed, it will cause a phenomenon in the world and cause monsters to leap. Now that the Raging Bull has appeared, The divine artifact will definitely break out of the sword well when the divine artifact is unearthed. The raging bull will definitely leap and break out of the sword well, and the divine artifact will naturally surge out of the well. Lu Hong didn't understand why Elder Tong Jian was doing all this, but now that he heard Elder Tong Jian's explanation, he finally understood. It turned out that the Sword Master Elder had planned to snatch the divine sword himself from the very beginning. Not only that, but he had also predicted that on the day of the opening of the sword well, the appearance of the stupid disciples would definitely cause the divine artifact to resonate and break out of the ground. He first used the mysterious formation of the ninth heavens that he had laid down as bait, then broke through the seal of the sacred beast mountain, causing the raging bull to move out and lure the people from the other sects to come and snatch it. He stopped the elders of the sword catacomb from strengthening the seal of the ancient sword so that the divine artifact would break out of the ground. Then he used the raging bull's leap to destroy the sword well, and his divine artifact would naturally break out of the sword well. Without the seal of the sword well, not only would those above the sky not be able to obtain the divine artifact, but all the great beings in the world would be able to obtain the divine artifact. Tong Jian, it's a good plan indeed. Even I was fooled by you. Lu Hong understood Elder Tong Jian's plan, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. One could imagine the anger in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. Now that the raging bull had appeared, unless Lu Hong and Tong Jian worked together, there was no chance of stopping this doomsday from happening. The worse Elder Tong Jian looked at Lu Hong, the more complacent he became. His eyebrows trembled and he sneered, "Venerable Lu, everyone has their own ambitions. Others may not know, but how can I not know about you? Your life's goal is to restore the glory of the Stupa sect, but do you think that's possible? The Stupa sect is not tolerated in this world. When a disciple of the Stupa sect appears, there will be a great calamity. When a disciple of the Stupa sect appears, there will be a great calamity." When Lu Hong heard Elder Tong Jian's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He had to admit that Elder Tong Jian was right. Before every year, Mu Zijin received the Stupa glory and entered the Stupa sect, but he died in the sword well. Not only that, but hundreds of inner sect disciples in the sword catacomb also died. This time, Su Yen entered the Stupa sect and became a disciple of the Stupa sect. Lu Hong had forged the mysterious formation of the ninth heavens for him, allowing the formation to erase the Stupa chi on him. However, it still could not stop the calamity from happening. Was this the will of the heavens? Could the heavens and earth not tolerate the return of the Stupa sect's glory? As Lu Hong thought about it, a sense of resentment rose in his heart. His eyes shone with a gloomy light, but he quickly recovered. He looked at Elder Tong Jian and said, "Tong Jian, I don't care what your motive is. Today we will talk after we stop this yak." Good. Seeing that Lu Hong had given in, the Sword Master Elder was naturally happy. He laughed and said, "Lu Hong, you are the guardian of the Buddha Sword sect. You should know that the Buddha Divine Pagoda is in the sect, right?" The Stupa Divine Pagoda. When Lu Hong heard Elder Tong Jian's words, his eyes narrowed. He shouted, "Tong Jian, who are you? How do you know that the Stupa sect has the Stupa Divine Pagoda?" "I have my ways." The Sword Link Elder didn't care about Lu Hong's anger at all. A faint smile still hung on his weathered face as he said, "Lu Hong, not only do I know about the Buddha Divine Pagoda, if I'm not wrong, the Buddha Divine Pagoda is under the Well of Swords. That is the key." Elder Tong Jian smiled and said, "The Stupa Divine Pagoda is the supreme pagoda of all Buddhas. No demon dares to approach it. If you want to stop the yak, you must summon the Stupa Divine Pagoda. I believe that the only person in this world who can summon the Stupa Divine Pagoda is you, Lu Hong." "Kid, you have a lot of schemes." Lu Hong slowly looked at Elder Tong Jian. His eyes were filled with hostility, and a murderous intent radiated from his body. Elder Tong Jian was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and said, "Great Sovereign Lu, don't be angry. Not to mention that you may not be able to kill me. Even if you can, the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb will be buried with me, including the disciples of the four great sections." "You." When Lu Hong heard Elder Tong Jian's words, his domineering aura suddenly leaked out. He had to admit that even if he summoned the Stupa Divine Pagoda alone, he would not be able to stop the Stupa Divine Pagoda. Even if he could summon the Stupa Divine Pagoda, he would not be able to deal with the yak. After all, in this place, only Tong Jian and himself had reached the dragon realm. Other than the two of them, no one else could stop the yak. However, Lu Hong knew very well what it would mean if he summoned the Stupa Divine Pagoda. It would be fine if the Stupa Divine Pagoda did not appear in the world. If it did, it would be met with disaster. He had hidden in the Hidden Sword Tomb for hundreds of years and had never held any position. He had only been guarding the sword garret of the outer sect and looking for a successor for the Stupa sword sect. His purpose was to avoid Heaven's will and to avoid being killed by Heaven Realm experts. However, if he summoned the Stupa Divine Pagoda now, he would definitely be punished by Heaven. With his strength, he would not be able to escape death. However, if he did not die, the Hidden Sword Tomb's 1,000-year foundation would be destroyed. Although Lu Hong had worked for the Stupa Sword sect all his life, he had been hiding in the Hidden Sword Tomb for hundreds of years. His feelings for the Hidden Sword Tomb were no weaker than those of the Stupa Sword sect. Moreover, all the sword sects in the world were from the Stupa Sword sect. Lu Hong had long seen the Hidden Sword Tomb as a clone of the Stupa Sword sect. How could he bear to see the Hidden Sword Tomb be destroyed by a beast? Tong Jian, today I will summon the Stupa Divine Pagoda to help you. Lu Hong looked at the yak that was slowly awakening and finally made up his mind. He turned around and shouted at Elder Tong Jian. When Elder Tong Jian heard Lu Hong's words, he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Great Venerable Lu, then the two of us will act as clones. I will break the sword well and make the divine weapon emerge to attract the yak's attention. You summon the Stupa Divine Pagoda to suppress the yak." Lu Hong glanced coldly at Elder Tong Jian. He did not waste any more words and immediately leaped up. A powerful spiritual qi instantly erupted and surged towards the entrance of the sword well. When Elder Tong Jian saw Lu Hong move, he did not slow down. He jumped up and the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand flashed with golden light. At the peak of the mountain, the iron chain was broken. Upper. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the sword well. Xiang Tianba, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Jing Yi were all shocked. They hurriedly retreated a few steps away. Within these few days, the flames surrounding the huge ancient sword also became more and more turbulent. The powerful flames attacked and spewed out like tongues of fire. The four of them did not dare to get closer. Kacha. At this moment, the iron chain that was wrapped around the huge ancient sword also broke. Not good, the seal is going to be completely destroyed. If the divine sword emerges, it will definitely attract the demonic beasts. Jing Yi looked at the broken iron chain and couldn't help but be shocked. Xiang Tianba also frowned, and Ouyang Tiancheng's face was also not much better, with a trace of paleness. Although Su Yan's strength was the weakest here, Su Yan had endured the pain of blood entering his body and the pain of 2 dragons entering his eyes. His willpower was naturally astonishing. Now, he had a corresponding resistance to the raging flames. He was the weakest, but among the 4 of them, he had the strongest endurance. If the seal is completely undone, we can only leave this place as soon as possible. Jing Yi looked at the fire that was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the iron chain that was also breaking, and said aloud, "Leave." When Xiang Tianba heard Jing Yi's words, a disdainful expression immediately appeared on his face. You know that the divine weapon is unearthed, but you actually have the intention to retreat. What a joke. Chapter 80. Xiang Tianba smiles coldly and ignores Jing. For him, in the Hidden Sword Tomb, other than the 3 core disciples, everyone else is like an ant. Even some of the elders in the Hidden Sword Tomb are just trash to him. Only he, Xiang Tianba, is a true genius. Only he is qualified to have this sword. Looking at the broken chain, his expression becomes colder and colder. Jing Yi sees that Xiang Tianba is ignoring him. Although he is angry, he also knows that his strength is not as good as Xiang Tianba's. At this time, going against Xiang Tianba is obviously an irrational move. He, Jing Yi, has been in the Hidden Sword Tomb for several years. He is able to suppress many inner disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. In addition to strength, he relies more on wisdom. He knows how to endure. At this time, he can't defeat Xiang Tianba, but what about in the future? As long as he works harder, he will definitely surpass Xiang Tianba. At that time, he will be able to get back today's humiliation. Xiang Tianba, one day I will surpass you. Jing Yi clenches his fist. A trace of anger flashes across his face, but it quickly disappears. Looking at the broken chain, he suppresses his intention to leave. Doesn't Xiang Tianba want to take the sword? Then he will stay and see how he will take it. In the hidden sword tomb, except for Lu Fei, Su Yan doesn't have any good friends. He doesn't even count as Ouyang Tiancheng, let alone Jing Yi. So Su Yan didn't pay attention to the conversation between Jing Yi and Xiang Tianba. He just looks at the huge ancient sword with a solemn expression. Faintly, the sword that is about to be unearthed is related to him. Su Yan can even feel that the sword that is about to be unearthed is the Zhu Tian sword that his physical father talked about. Although Su Yan hasn't met his physical father, Su Yan can faintly feel that the sword that his father talked about is definitely not ordinary. And in this period of time, Su Yan and Lu Fei can be said to have walked all over the sword well, but they didn't find any trace of the Zhu Tian sword. Thinking about this, Su Yan looked at the huge ancient sword, and his eyes immediately shone brightly. His belief in the divine tool that was about to be unearthed became even more firm. Thump! Right at this moment, another inexplicable loud sound reverberated. All of a sudden, a thought surged out from Su Yan. Then he felt a familiar feeling blossoming in his heart. This is... Su Yan's eyes narrowed, but he quickly recalled this familiar smell. This is the Buddha Pagoda, the aura of the Buddha Pagoda. Su Yan was now the true successor of the Buddha sword sect, and he spent all his time with the Buddha sword. He was very familiar with the aura of the Buddha Pagoda. Is the Buddha Pagoda about to appear? When Su Yan entered the pagoda for the first time, he was only at the 5th level of the spirit realm, and that was when he entered the pagoda. Only Su Yan, who was only on the 5th floor, had obtained great benefits from Su Yan. Soul Amassing Elixir, the real Buddha sword, the flying magic treasure sword dragon, and the celestial fiend jade. Thinking about the celestial fiend jade, Su Yan frowned. At that time in the outer sword well, when he broke Xiang Tianba's heaven form, he threw out the celestial fiend jade and did not have time to retrieve it. Then he started fighting with Xiang Tianba. Then he entered the inner sword well. I wonder where the celestial fiend jade went. Su Yan sighed in his heart. The celestial fiend jade was passed down by Mu Zijian. It was a heaven-made spiritual weapon, and it was naturally not an ordinary item. If it was lost, wouldn't it be a pity? Bang! At this moment, there was another loud sound. The aura of the Buddha Pagoda became even thicker. Immediately, Su Yan was pulled back from the sadness of the celestial fiend jade. 5th floor. Su Yan had only passed the 5th floor of the pagoda, and he had obtained great benefits. What about the last 2 floors? What kind of treasures would there be? As Su Yan thought about it, he licked his lips. His eyes suddenly focused, and a ray of light shot out from them. However, when Su Yan looked at the huge ancient sword, he was lost again. At that moment, Su Yan felt that the divine sword that was about to be unearthed was the heaven-destroying sword that his father had mentioned. The heaven-destroying sword, the Buddha Pagoda. If he wanted to enter the Buddha Pagoda, he would obviously miss the opportunity to obtain the heaven-destroying divine weapon. If he wanted to snatch the divine weapon, he would definitely miss the opportunity to enter the Buddha Pagoda. Although Su Yan was a disciple of the Buddha sword sect, he was no different from an outsider to the sect. He did not understand the mysteries of the Buddha sword sect at all. Who knew if the Buddha Pagoda would suddenly disappear after appearing? How would Su Yan know that all of his worries were actually unnecessary? Yes, he had indeed felt the aura of the Buddha Pagoda. However, this pagoda was not the Buddha Pagoda. This was the Buddha Pagoda that Lu Hong had summoned outside the Well of Swords. This was the unique move of the Buddha sword sect's honorable protector. Lu Hong floated in the air, his bloated body filled with golden light. His hands were constantly moving. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and slammed his palms down on the peak of the mountain. Buddha Pagoda, rise! Following this shout, A pagoda rose from the ground at the peak of the mountain. The pagoda was dozens of feet tall and emitted a ray of golden light. It was very majestic. At the same time, Elder Tong Jian, who was standing not far from him, also moved his fingers and muttered a mysterious spell. The moment the pagoda rose, he slammed his palms down on the peak of the mountain. Instantly, the entire mountain, and even the entire hidden sword tomb, began to tremble. Inside the well of swords, the peak of the volcano also began to tremble, and there was a loud rumbling sound. What's going on? Xiang Tianba, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Jing Yi were all startled. Su Yan was still thinking about the Buddha pagoda and the divine weapon. When he heard such a loud sound, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly looked at the huge ancient sword. Crack! When he looked over, he heard a loud sound. The iron chains that were wrapped around the huge ancient sword were all broken. The moment the iron chains broke, a loud sound rang out. The moment the chains broke, the huge ancient sword, bang! With a loud sound, it shattered into pieces. Countless fragments flew out and melted when they touched the wall of fire. At the same time, before the four of them could react, there was another loud sound. This sound was louder than any of the previous ones. It was like a thunderclap, and it shook the four of them until they were dizzy. Then, within the wall of fire, where the huge ancient sword had been, a ray of intense light surged up. The light was so bright that it was like the sun shining down on them. The four of them immediately closed their eyes, not daring to look at this moment. Divine sword, the divine sword is about to be unearthed. The moment Jing Yi closed his eyes, he cried out excitedly. Hearing this word, the hearts of the four of them immediately surged up. At the same time, hua 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 hua, hua 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 hua, countless spirit swords surged out from all over the well of swords, and a powerful sword intent attacked. The countless spirit swords were like a rainstorm, breaking through the stone wall of the volcano's peak. They surrounded the light and trembled non-stop. The direction of the sword hilt was pointed at the light, as if they were worshipping it. The swords in the hands of Xiang Tianba, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Jing Yi also began to tremble. An invisible force was drawn out, and it was about to surge toward the light. The four of them hurriedly used their qi to block it. Only then did they stabilize the swords in their hands. However, although the swords were in their hands, they still trembled non-stop. Bang! At this moment, accompanied by a loud sound, an incomparably powerful sword intent came through the wall of fire. That sword intent was directly aimed at one's heart. Pucci! At the same time, the four of them spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword intent soared into the sky and directly broke through the volcano, creating a huge hole. The countless spirit swords within the wall of fire also followed closely behind. They surged out wildly, and the sword light flashed like a sword dragon. Not good, the divine sword broke out of the volcano. When Xiang Tianba saw this scene, he didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly rode the Ao Xiang Yun and chased after it. Su Yan wasn't slow either. When he saw that moment, he hurriedly summoned his sword dragon and followed closely behind. Ouyang Tiancheng and Jing Yi also followed closely behind. The four of them chased after it, but the sword light didn't stop. It soared into the sky and broke through the stone walls above the well of swords. The four of them didn't think too much and followed closely behind. At the same time, outside the well of swords, at the peak of the mountain, a strong vibration erupted. The entire hidden sword tomb trembled. On top of the sacred beast mountain, the raging bull beast let out a loud roar. Its huge body suddenly turned into a long rainbow and flew toward the peak of the mountain. Great Venerable Lu, the divine sword is about to be unearthed. Now is the time for your Buddha pagoda to show its might. When Elder Tong Jian saw the scene, he smiled and shouted to Lu Hong. Lu Hong glared at Elder Tong Jian, but didn't say anything. His body leaped and his hands moved. The Buddha pagoda in front of him emitted countless golden lights from the pagoda. Roar! When the raging bull beast flew over and felt the powerful golden light, it immediately roared miserably. Bang! At the same time, there was a loud sound. At the peak of the mountain, a ray of light shot out. An incomparably powerful sword intent invaded and covered the entire hidden sword tomb. The swords in the hidden sword tomb sword pavilion, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, and the swords in the hands of the disciples of the four major sects all trembled. Some of the disciples didn't hold their swords firmly and flew out. They turned into a sword dragon with the swords in the hidden sword tomb's sword pavilion and flew toward the ray of light. Suddenly, under the ray of light, another sword dragon flew up and intertwined with the sword dragon in the hidden sword tomb sect, turning into a sword dragon. At the same time, the color of the sky suddenly changed. But, with a loud sound, a bolt of lightning struck from the horizon and rushed directly toward the ray of light. At the same time, Xiang Tianba, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Jingyi also came out. The moment they came out, they saw the lightning attack. Chapter 81. Under the attack of the lightning, the light immediately dimmed. A dark green longsword floated in the air, surrounded by countless spirit swords that formed a sword dragon. Suddenly, it scattered in all directions. While they were trembling around the green sword as if they were worshipping it. Xiang Tianba, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Jingyi were stunned when they saw this scene. They were all disciples of the hidden sword tomb, so they naturally knew that this place was the hidden sword tomb. And before the four of them could react, the divine sword has finally been unearthed. Elder Tong Jian, who was standing beside them, saw this scene and muttered. The smile on his weathered face froze at this moment, and his eyes emitted a greedy light. His body moved and a powerful spirit energy surged out. The spirit energy exploded, and his entire body seemed to expand countless times. His huge palm directly grabbed the dark green longsword. Not good. When Lu Hong saw that Elder Tong Jian wanted to take the divine sword, his heart trembled. He wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, he was currently using the Buddha God Pagoda to fight with the raging bull. Bang! At this moment, a wall of fire suddenly erupted from the ground. The intense heat surged out, and the elder was alarmed. He hurriedly pulled back his hand that was about to reach for the sword. Elder Tong Jian withdrew his hand and looked at the wall of fire. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch into a cold smile. I didn't expect that the earth fire in the hidden sword tomb would follow. Interesting. If it wasn't for the earth fire's protection, perhaps Elder Tong Jian wouldn't believe that this was a divine weapon. But with the earth fire's protection, his heart was firm. When a divine weapon was unearthed, it would cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth, and demon beasts would leap. When the divine sword was unearthed, thunder roared in the sky, and the raging bull charged over. Now that the earth fire appeared, the signs of the divine weapon being unearthed could be considered complete. When the earth fire appeared, Xiang Tianba, Ouyang Tiancheng, Su Yan, and Jingyi couldn't help but take a step back. Only Elder Tong Jian still stood there without moving. Do you think a mere earth fire can stop me? The sword link elder smiled. Suddenly, his cultivation method began to circulate, and a beam of light radiated from his body. The brilliance was pale in color, and there was a faint, chilling intent surging out from it. No, I have to stop him. I have to stop him. Lu Hong muttered to himself as he watched Elder Tong Jian walk into the wall of fire. Unfortunately, he had to stop the raging bull. If he didn't suppress the beast, it would definitely go for the divine weapon and devour it. None of the people here today would be able to walk out of this place alive. The people from the four great sects were one thing. However, this was the hidden sword tomb, a place that Lu Hong had long regarded as another home. How could he bear to see his home destroyed by a beast? Elder Tong Jian had seen through Lu Hong's compassionate heart and used Lu Hong's Buddha divine pagoda to suppress the cheetahs, allowing him to seize the divine artifact without fear. As long as he obtained the god artifact, he would no longer need to fear Lu Hong. No, definitely not. Lu Hong watched as Elder Sword Link slowly approached the god artifact. Suddenly he let out a shout. His eyes shone with light. He quickly moved his fingers and shouted, "Buddha is Buddha. Buddha is good, and good is the foundation. I will use my bloodline to awaken the Buddha Sword Sect, Buddha Saint. Awaken, Buddha Saint, and seal away the evils of the world." As Lu Hong spoke, the flashing light within the Buddha Divine Pagoda became even more intense. It was like a blazing sun, and no one dared to look directly at it. At the same time, powerful spiritual energy surged out, causing the entire hidden sword tomb to tremble. All the disciples on the main peak looked up at the scene, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Everyone had seen the divine artifact unearthed and knew that there was a divine artifact on the mountain. However, when they saw the Sword Link Elder and Lu Hong standing on the mountain, no one dared to think of snatching the divine artifact. Looking at the Golden Buddha Divine Pagoda, they were even more shocked. Especially the people from the four great sects, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The four great sects were still thinking of destroying the hidden sword tomb, but now that they saw such a powerful being in the hidden sword tomb, they were filled with regret. Bang! At this moment, as the Buddha Divine Pagoda flashed with light, Lu Hong's entire body fused into the Buddha Divine Pagoda. With just a thought, the Raging Bull's enormous body was also sucked into the Buddha Divine Pagoda. Although the Sword Link Elder felt this strange phenomenon, it didn't stop his determination to snatch the divine artifact. He slowly passed through the wall of fire, and the smile on his weathered face became even more enchanting. One more step, just one more step, and I will be able to obtain this primordial divine artifact, the Sword Link Elder muttered to himself. Sword Link Elder. At that moment, a loud roar suddenly rang out beside his ear. The gigantic Buddha Divine Pagoda directly condensed towards him. A powerful suction force was emitted from the Buddha Divine Pagoda, forcing it towards the Sword Master Elder. Feeling this powerful suction force, the Sword Link Elder couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly circulated his chi to resist. It's useless. You want to use me to obtain this divine sword. Do you think it's possible? Lu Hong's majestic voice came from within the Buddha Divine Pagoda. However, if one listened carefully, they would be able to feel a sense of solemnity in his voice. No, that's impossible. Lu Hong, what good will this do for you? You're going to die too. Elder Tong's sword roared indignantly as he looked at the bright light coming from the Buddha Divine Pagoda. Benefits? Haha, Sword Link Elder, do you think everyone is like you? I, Lu Hong, have served the Buddha Sword sect for my entire life. Even if I die now, it will be worth it. Lu Hong laughed loudly. He knew that by sacrificing his bloodline to summon the Buddha saint, what awaited him would be death. However, this was all enough. No, Lu Hong, I hate you, the Sword Link Elder roared unwillingly. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, but it was useless in the face of the golden light from the Buddha Divine Pagoda. The Sword Link Elder's face grew paler and paler. His body was slowly sucked into the golden light, and he was sucked into the Buddha Divine Pagoda. In a short while, the Sword Link Elder's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a tragic voice that reverberated throughout the sword vault. Then, the Buddha Divine Pagoda slowly faded away. Only the Sword Link Elder and Lu Hong knew what had happened between them. The entire sword vault was dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Su Yen was also stunned when he saw the Buddha Divine Pagoda. He now understood why he had felt the aura of the Buddha Divine Pagoda in the sword vault. It turned out that the Buddha Divine Pagoda was summoned by Lu Hong. Who is this Lu Hong? Could he be a member of the Buddha Sword sect? Su Yen looked at the Buddha Divine Pagoda that was slowly disappearing, his face full of shock. At this moment, Lu Hong's voice suddenly exploded from within the Buddha Divine Pagoda. Su Yen, you are the only disciple of the Buddha Sword sect. I will now bestow upon you my lifelong cultivation. As he spoke, a strong wave of spiritual energy attacked Su Yan's body. Su Yen immediately felt intense pain all over his body. This pain was no less than the pain of blood entering his body. Su Yen couldn't help but groan. Su Yen, remember that you must restore the glory of the Buddha Sword sect. Also, help me take care of that damned fatty. And why are you so lifeless? Before Lu Hong could finish his sentence, the Buddha Divine Pagoda disappeared along with his voice. Master! Su Yen looked at the Buddha Divine Pagoda that was disappearing, his heart filled with emotions. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Lu Hong, at this very moment, Lu Hong had passed on his lifelong cultivation to him. This debt was as heavy as Mount Tai. How could Su Yan not feel sad when he saw Lu Hong fall just like that? When Xiang Tianba saw the Sword Link Elder die in the Buddha Pagoda, he wasn't sad at all. Instead, he was secretly happy that the Sword Link Elder hadn't died. If the Sword Link Elder hadn't died, then the divine sword would have probably belonged to the Sword Link Elder. Now that the Sword Link Elder was dead, Luo Yunyang had a glimmer of hope. Yes, Xiang Tianba didn't have the confidence he had at the bottom of the Well of Swords. If he had still been in the Well of Swords, then he would have been the strongest person in the entire Well of Swords. Now that the divine weapon had appeared in the hidden sword tomb, the elders of the other 4 great sects would definitely be tempted. If they all fought for it together, no one knew who would get the divine sword. That was indeed the case. The temptation of a divine weapon was definitely fatal. When the Buddha Divine Pagoda disappeared, the hearts of everyone gathered on the main peak of the hidden sword tomb started to beat wildly. Are they dead? Are the 2 Almighties dead? They're dead. The 2 Almighties fought and the raging bull beast died as well. Although everyone saw the disappearance of the Buddha Divine Pagoda with their own eyes, they still didn't dare to move because the shock that the 2 had brought to them was too great. Among the crowd, only one person wasn't tempted when he looked at the peak of the mountain. He was the sect master of the hidden sword tomb, Sage Heaven Sword. Looking at the Buddha Divine Pagoda that had disappeared on the peak of the mountain, a sad expression appeared on his old face. A teardrop fell from his eyes. At his age, his heart was almost as calm as still water. However, Sage Heaven Sword still couldn't control the sadness in his heart when he saw Lu Hong fall. Outsiders didn't know and didn't understand Lu Hong. However, Sage Heaven Sword knew very well that it was all because of Lu Hong that he was able to achieve his current status. Seeing Lu Hong fall, his heart was like dead ashes. However, when he saw Su Yan, Sage Heaven Sword's eyes flashed. Thinking of Lu Hong's words, he immediately became determined. Since Lu Hong was dead, he had to help him complete his obsession. The divine weapon couldn't fall into the hands of others. It could only fall into Su Yan's hands. Thinking of this, Reverend Heavenly Sword's sorrowful heart immediately became as firm as a boulder. He no longer felt a trace of sorrow. As for the radius power that he had been unable to comprehend after so long, he began to comprehend. Chapter 82. Spirit Drawing, absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth, tempering the body until it reached the 9th level, comprehending the path of life and path of soul, sinking into the core sea and reaching the Fate Soul realm. Only when the Fate Soul realm reached the 9th level would one condense the Saint Meridian. Each meridian had its own level, and the 9th meridian was the pinnacle of the realm, forming the Celestial Phenomenon realm. In the Celestial Phenomenon realm, the 9th meridian condensed in the Dantian, expanding the Dantian, turning it into a sea, and ascending to the Core Sea realm. In the Core Sea realm, the power of the Core Sea realm would condense and turn one's body into the Square Sphere realm. For a person to enter the Square Sphere realm, there was an inseparable relationship between the path of life and path of soul that they comprehended. Reverend Heaven Sword had been stuck at the peak of the spiritual sea realm for dozens of years, but he was still unable to comprehend the Square Sphere realm that belonged to him. Now that the Buddha Divine Pagoda had disappeared and Lu Hong had fallen, he thought of the obsession that Lu Hong had left behind and the Square Sphere realm that he was still unable to comprehend. At this moment, it was actually slowly surging. At this moment, there was also a commotion below. The divine sword was definitely fatal to a sword cultivator. The strength that Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder had displayed and the boundless spirit chi made them not dare to have thoughts of snatching the divine sword. However, at this moment, Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder had both fallen. Everyone's hearts immediately surged. Divine sword. Looking at the peak of the mountain, the eyes of thousands of people burst out with a greedy light at the same time. Everyone rushed towards the peak of the mountain where the divine sword was. The gathering of countless spirit chi and the trembling of countless footsteps caused a commotion in the entire sword catacomb. Only the sword catacomb's sect master, Reverend Heaven Sword, was undistracted. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated as he comprehended the Square Sphere realm. He narrowed his eyes, and the spirit chi around him spiraled up. A wave of power flowed from the meridians in his body into his core C, and was once again released. Suddenly, a powerful force gushed out. Although this powerful spiritual aura was not as powerful as the spiritual aura from Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder earlier, when this boundless power was emitted, regardless of whether they were walking or hesitating, everyone's hearts trembled. This is... The four great sects and the elders in the sword catacomb were all shocked. They were the deacons of the sects, so naturally, they knew more than the disciples. When they sensed this power, they immediately knew what kind of power this power belonged to. This was the power of perimeters. Everyone cast their gazes in the direction of Reverend Heavenly Sword. Right at this moment, Daoist Heaven Sword's eyes suddenly widened as he shouted, "Who dares to touch the divine sword?" Although his voice wasn't loud, when he circulated his spirit chi, it reverberated in everyone's ears like a thunderclap, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. Who dares to touch the divine sword? Reverend Heaven Sword slowly stood up and swept his gaze across all the cultivators in the hidden sword tomb sect. Whoever the cold light landed on would feel as though the spiritual energy in their body had been depleted in an instant. Before the Buddha Divine Pagoda disappeared, the eyes of all the cultivators in the Sword Collection Vault were focused on the peak of the mountain, on Lu Hong and the Elder of the Sword Collection Vault. However, both of them had perished. Daoist Heaven Sword comprehended the power of circumference and broke through the spiritual sea realm, reaching the circumference realm, becoming an almighty of a generation. At this moment, he became the focus of everyone. Everyone from the four great sects looked at Daoist Heaven Sword with fear in their eyes. Tian's sword actually comprehended the power of circumference. How is this possible? When the elders of the four great sects saw Daoist Heaven Sword slowly walking towards them, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lightning sects Lei Tiantong, Alchemy sects Qin Yu, Purple Cloud sects Daoist Purple Clothes, Heavenly Sword sects Daoist Ijin, the four of you, come out. When Daoist Heaven Sword walked towards the people from the four great sects, he suddenly leaped into the air and shouted. The names he was shouting were the four great sects' sect masters. Once his words left his mouth, four figures leaped out from the crowd and arrived before Daoist Heavenly Sword. They wore clothes of different colors and floated before Daoist Heaven Sword. Even when facing Daoist Heaven Sword's powerful spiritual aura, there was still a trace of arrogance on their faces. Among them was the Purple Cloud sect's Daoist Purple Cloth. He possessed the highest cultivation. When he appeared, he took a glance at Daoist Heaven Sword and said, "Heaven Sword, since this divine artifact broke out from the sword well, it no longer belongs to your sword collection vault. All the cultivators of our Jingzhou city naturally have the fate to fight over it. What do you mean by telling us not to touch the divine artifact?" Daoist Heaven Sword sneered. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk and a chilling light shot out from his eyes. That chilling light shot straight towards the purple-clothed Daoist. How could Daoist Purple-Clothed have expected that Daoist Heaven Sword would attack without saying a single word? Seeing the chilling light shooting towards him, Daoist Purple-Clothed Daoist was shocked. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He was the headmaster of the Purple Cloud sect. Naturally, he had some means. He slapped his storage pouch and a large flag suddenly flew out. That flag was red in color. The moment it appeared, the heavens and earth started to move and strong winds started to blow. Due to the existence of the Hidden Sword Tomb, the Lightning Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Alchemy School had always been on good terms with each other. When they saw the Purple Cloud Sect take out this red banner, they immediately reacted. When they saw the Purple Cloud Sect's 5 Tigers Purple Luck flag, the 3 headmasters immediately recognized that flag. As the Purple Luck 5 Tigers Purple Luck flag was taken out, Daoist Purple Clothes' aura suddenly soared. With a wave of the flag, he blocked the chilling light shot by Daoist Heaven Sword. Heaven Sword, although you've entered the sphere boundary, you're only one person. Even if we 4 headmasters work together, we might not be able to defeat you. Daoist Purple Clothed looked at Daoist Heaven Sword and shouted. Perhaps if it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't easily offend a sphere boundary expert that had appeared in the sword collection vault. However, now that the divine artifact had appeared, How could he be willing to back down? When the other three headmasters heard Daoist purple-clothed's words, their eyes lit up. That's right, they were all shocked by Daoist Heavensword's sphere boundary power. Now that they heard Daoist purple-clothed's words, they all came to a realization. No longer afraid, they took a step forward, and the spiritual energy in their bodies began to revolve. You overestimate yourselves. Daoist Heavensword coldly glanced at the four of them. Without saying another word, a chilling light flashed past, directly rushing towards Daoist purple-clothed. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning that suddenly fell from the horizon. Kacha. Daoist purple-clothed didn't even have time to wave the purple luck 5 tigers purple luck flag in his hand before he felt an intense pain in his throat. His pupils shrank and he looked at Daoist Heavensword with unwillingness. 5 tigers purple luck flag, not bad. I'll take it. Daoist Heavensword didn't even look at Daoist purple-clothed and directly snatched the purple luck 5 tigers purple luck flag from his hand. At this moment, Daoist Heavensword unwillingly fell to the ground. Bang. A loud sound rang out. This loud sound caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Daoist purple luck was an expert in the spiritual sea realm. Such an expert had been killed in one move. Everyone, especially the people from the 4 great sects, had seen Daoist purple luck 5 tigers purple luck flag. They had thought that their sects still had a chance to snatch the godly sword. Now it seemed that they had been foolish. The spiritual sea realm simply couldn't compare to the origin realm. This was the path of cultivation. Perhaps a spirit realm cultivator could kill a fate soul realm cultivator. However, the further one progressed, the more obvious the difference in strength became. When a spiritual sea realm cultivator stepped into the origin realm, there was an insurmountable gap. Once a origin realm cultivator stepped into the origin realm, he would become an almighty expert. How could a spiritual sea realm cultivator resist the might of an almighty expert? Seeing this scene, the 3 sect leaders were completely dumbfounded. They looked at Daoist Heavensword. Now, they no longer had the might of the 4 sect leaders. Their bodies were all trembling violently. Daoist Heavensword had wanted to kill them, but seeing their expressions, he lost interest. He said, I'll spare the 3 of you. Take your sect members and get out of the hidden sword tomb. Although Daoist Heavensword's face was expressionless, the pressure emitted from between his brows wasn't something they could resist. How could the 3 sect leaders dare to say no? Get out. Daoist Heavensword waved his hand. His pressure was naturally released, and the words, get out, were even more imposing. At his command, the 3 great sects, including the Purple Cloud sect that had lost its dragon head, hurriedly retreated into the hidden sword tomb. They didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Some of them even ran too quickly and didn't see the steps down the mountain clearly. They directly rolled down the mountain, causing the disciples of the hidden sword tomb to roar with laughter. The 4 great sects could be said to be in an extremely sorry state. They didn't have many powerful techniques, so they all retreated out of the hidden sword tomb. Congratulations to Senior Brother Sect Leader for ascending to the origin realm. After the people of the 4 great sects left, the sect leaders of the hidden sword tomb leaped out and congratulated Daoist Heavensword. Below them, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb also bowed and congratulated. Congratulations to sect leader for ascending to the origin realm and becoming a mighty figure of the generation. Reverend Tianjian nodded his head slightly but did not say anything. His eyes stared at the peak of the mountain where the jade-green divine sword was located. He looked at Su Yan's frail figure and hesitated for a long time before slowly opening his mouth to speak. It is my sect's honor that this divine sword has descended upon my hidden sword tomb. Now that the people of the 4 great sects have left, the divine sword naturally belongs to my sect. All disciples of the hidden sword tomb, regardless of whether they are outer, inner, or true disciples, can take it. Daoist Heavensword's words immediately caused an uproar. Countless disciples of the hidden sword tomb jumped with joy. Of course, there were those who were happy and those who were worried. Those who were happy were naturally the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, while those who were worried were the elders, instructors, and managers of the hidden sword tomb. A good sword was enough to be a fatal temptation to a sword cultivator, let alone a divine sword. To anyone, regardless of their cultivation level, it was full of temptation. With the people of the four great sects gone, the elders thought that they had a chance to obtain the divine sword. At this moment, Daoist Heaven Sword's words completely shattered their desire. Chapter 83. When Daoist Heaven Sword chased away the people of the four great sects, he thought of taking the divine sword himself and giving it to Su Yan. However, he was after all the sect master of the hidden sword tomb. If he did that, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the disciples of the sect. Only a fair competition could convince the disciples of the sect. As for whether Su Yan could obtain the divine sword or not, it would depend on his luck. The divine sword is mine. All of you step it. It's mine. What qualifications do you have? As the fight for the divine swords began, the entire hidden sword tomb was in an uproar. All the disciples whose swords had not been absorbed by the divine swords all took out their own swords and raised them against each other. A battle for the divine swords was about to begin. When Daoist Heaven Sword saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. He looked at Xiang Tianba, who was standing on the peak of the mountain, and looked at Su Yan's eyes that were glaring like a tiger. He immediately said, "The divine sword can only be obtained by the fated person. Disciples, you cannot kill each other." Not to mention that Daoist Heaven Sword had jumped into the realm of circumference. This was the realm of Almighty. Just the fact that Daoist Heaven Sword was the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb meant that no one in the Hidden Sword Tomb dared to disobey his words. After all, the two people who dared to disobey him were already dead. Hearing Daoist Heaven Sword's order, the disciples woke up one after another. They put away their swords and rushed toward the peak of the mountain. Xiang Tianba, Ouyang Tiancheng, Su Yan, and Jing Yi, who were originally on the peak of the mountain, also looked at each other and walked toward the fire wall around the divine sword. At this moment, just as Su Yan was about to circulate his spiritual energy, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to check the situation in his body. His entire face twisted together. His Tao of life and Tao of soul had long disappeared, and now, countless amounts of spirit qi had accumulated around him. That boundless spirit qi was unable to condense together, and instead, it was scattered all over Su Yan's meridians. When Su Yan circulated his qi, it immediately became chaotic. Su Yan was immersed in the sorrow of Lu Hong's death and did not notice it. Only then did he remember the words Lu Hong had said before he disappeared. He said that he would pass on his life's cultivation to him based on Lu Hong's strength when he was alive. Even if he couldn't absorb all of it, it would at least allow him to break through the spirit-drawing realm and reach the level of a natal spirit. But his Tao of life and Tao of soul had already disappeared. The spiritual energy that Lu Hong had imparted to him had accumulated in his body and was running amok, unable to condense into a single piece. Why is this happening? Su Yan watched as all the disciples walked towards the wall of fire. His heart burned with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. When he didn't use his spiritual energy, his whole body felt like it was being torn apart. The Tao of life, the Tao of soul. Don't tell me that I can only remain in the spirit realm for the rest of my life. Su Yan's face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. An unprecedented pain spread throughout his body. Puchi, as his spiritual energy moved, another mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the divine sword, and no one noticed Su Yan. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Master Heaven Sword. When Master Heaven Sword saw Su Yan's appearance, he couldn't help but frown. With a leap, he appeared beside Su Yan. Looking at the pained expression on Su Yan's face, he asked, "Su Yan, why don't you go and snatch the divine sword?" The divine sword. How could Su Yan not want to snatch the divine sword? But as soon as the spiritual energy in his body moved, he immediately felt an immense pain, making him unable to snatch it. And from what he had seen just now, Su Yan secretly felt that this divine sword was the heaven-punishing divine sword that his father had mentioned. Whether it was the last words his father had left behind, or the power of the divine sword, Su Yan was determined to obtain it. Now, even if he wanted to, he didn't have the strength to do so. Master Heavensword's words just so happened to provoke Su Yan. In a hurry, Su Yan forcefully moved his cultivation technique, and the majestic spiritual energy that Lu Hong had left behind in his body immediately rushed out. The intense pain was even more painful than when blood entered his body and 2 dragons entered his eyes. Even with Su Yan's willpower, he couldn't help but let out a low growl. His entire body started to tremble, and his meridians started to appear all over his body. His entire body turned red in an instant, and his eyes emitted a strange red light. Not good. When Master Heavensword saw Su Yan's appearance, he knew that it was a sign of qi deviation. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly moved his cultivation technique. A wisp of spirit qi floated out and passed into the top of Su Yan's head. In just a moment, his divine sense also wandered around Su Yan's body. Sensing the situation within Su Yan's body, the weathered face of Zhenren Tianjian instantly stiffened. What is going on? How can this child not have Fate Dao and Soul Dao? In order to enter the 9th layer of the spirit drawing realm, one must comprehend Fate Dao and Soul Dao to reach the 9th layer of the spirit drawing realm. Right now, Su Yan was clearly at the 9th layer of the spirit drawing realm, but he didn't see any Fate Dao or Soul Dao in his body. Could it be that the heavens really want to destroy the Fuda clan? Master Heavensword looked at Su Yan, whose body was completely red, and thought to himself. When he thought of Lu Hong's death, he immediately shook his head. No, this child is an obsession left behind by senior brother Lu Hong. I can't watch him die from qi deviation. As Master Heavensword spoke, he formed a seal with both hands and immediately slapped down on Su Yan's head. Feeling the majestic spiritual energy that was scattered all over Su Yan's body, he felt a wave of admiration in his heart. The spiritual energy that senior brother Lu Hong imparted to him in his lifetime is really powerful. Fortunately, I've entered the boundary of perimeter. Otherwise, this child would definitely die today. As Master Heavensword muttered, he didn't waste any more time. The cultivation method in his body continuously operated and poured into Su Yan's body. It intertwined with the ownerless spiritual energy that was wandering in Su Yan's meridians. The moment it intertwined, Master Heavensword quickly raised it up and pressed it into a ball, placing it in Su Yan's dantian. As the spiritual energy in Su Yan's meridians condensed, the ball also became bigger and bigger. After a few dozen breaths, Master Heavensword slowly withdrew his hand. The scarlet light that was emitted from Su Yan's body also began to slowly fall. The ball in his body had almost occupied his entire dantian. The tearing pain also slowly receded from Su Yan's body. When Reverend Heavenly Sword saw this scene, he felt relieved. He stroked the little beard on his chin and said with a smile, Su Yan, I have already restrained the spiritual qi in your body. Quickly go and snatch the divine sword. Divine sword. Hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh at himself. His eyes dimmed as he bitterly smiled. I no longer have the life Dao and the soul Dao. I'll never be able to step into the life-soul realm. What use do I have for the divine sword? Hearing Su Yan's words, Master Heavensword's heart couldn't help but tremble. That's right. Su Yan no longer had the life Dao and the soul Dao. He'll never be able to step into the life Dao and the soul Dao. What use does he have for the divine sword? Looking at Su Yan's lifeless eyes, Master Heavensword couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. Could it be that the heavens really want to destroy the Buddha sword sect? As Master Heavensword spoke, he looked at the crowd fighting over the divine sword. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, and he couldn't wait to go over and destroy the divine sword. But when he thought of this, he was still a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. How could he bear to do that? He turned around to look at the dejected Su Yan and shouted in grief and indignation, Heaven's will, oh heaven's will. He didn't care about this anymore and leaped away, disappearing from the peak of the mountain, never being able to step into the life-soul realm. To a cultivator, this was definitely a fatal pain. Forever being stuck in the spirit-channeling realm, to a cultivator, this was definitely a label of trash. Trash, Su Yan thought about the first day he came to this world. He was bullied by Sun Yan and Su Kuang. Wasn't he also a trash back then? At that time, he didn't give in. Could it be that he had to give in now? As Su Yan thought about it, his dim eyes suddenly shone with the resplendent light. He, Su Yan, was a peerless swordsman. How could he be trash? So what if he didn't have the life Dao or the soul Dao? Could it be that in this world, there was only the spirit channeling Dao, the soul Dao, and the soul Dao to enter the life-soul realm? Su Yan was as firm as a rock as he sat cross-legged. He didn't care about the people who were trying to steal the divine sword. The Virokana stained glass sword manual in his body quickly surged. He didn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but used the spiritual energy that Lu Hong had imparted to him. Lu Hong had wanted to use the spiritual energy that Lu Hong had imparted to directly help Su Yan break through the 9th level of the spirit channeling Dao and enter the life-soul realm. But how could he have known that Su Yan didn't have the life Dao or the soul Dao? The spiritual energy couldn't condense together, so it ran amok in Su Yan's body. It almost caused Su Yan to go berserk. Fortunately, the Heaven Sword Sage was of the square circle realm. He used his own spiritual energy to control the spiritual energy and pressed it under Su Yan's dantian. Su Yan used the Virokana stained glass sword manual and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy that Lu Hong had left behind. Lu Hong was of the dragon realm. The spiritual energy that he had accumulated throughout his life was condensed here, so it was naturally majestic. Su Yan continued to absorb. He didn't try to break through the life Dao or the soul Dao. Instead, he used the spirit channeling Dao to try to break through. If the first time didn't work, he would try twice. After all, Lu Hong had given him enough spiritual energy. If he failed, Su Yan would start all over again. The sun and moon alternated. In this time, a day and night had passed. In this day and night, Su Yan continuously tried to break through to the 10th level of the spirit channeling Dao. The fight for the divine sword had also reached its climax. Although some of the inner and outer disciples wanted to fight for the divine sword, they were not strong enough. Once they entered the wall of fire, they were immediately burned to ashes. Chapter 84. Every time the divine sword was unearthed, it would cause strange phenomena and beasts to appear. It was not an easy task to snatch the divine sword. If Lu Hong had not used his life to intimidate the yak, everyone in the sword collection tomb might not have survived. Even so, when the divine sword was unearthed, there was a wall of earthly fire. After a day, only one person was left standing outside of the flames. That person was the number 1 disciple, Xiang Tianba. Within a day, Xiang Tianba had also rushed into the flames countless times. Unfortunately, the flames were formed from earthly fire. Although it was not as powerful as the heavenly fire, it had the power to dissolve everything. Even the Sword Master Elder had to use his chi to resist the flames, let alone these ordinary disciples of the sword collection tomb. The most terrifying thing was that within a day, not only did the flames not weaken, but they burned even more fiercely. The flames were about to cover the entire peak of the mountain. The other disciples retreated further and further under the intense heat of the flames. Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as Xiang Tianba continued to snatch the divine sword. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the divine sword and ignored Su Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the flames. All they could see was Xiang Tianba. Xiang Tianba was also in a sorry state at the moment. His clothes were destroyed and he could only use his chi to protect his body from being exposed to the air. Xiang Tianba entered the flames again. The flames seemed to have a mind of their own. The moment Xiang Tianba stepped into the flames, they suddenly surged up and burned even more fiercely. Xiang Tianba gritted his teeth and quickly used his cultivation method to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to protect his body. Step by step, he walked towards the divine sword. However, with every step he took, the flames burned even more fiercely. In an instant, Xiang Tianba's entire body was wrapped in flames. The earthly fire burned fiercely and let out a crackling sound. The disciples watching from the side couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Brother Xiang is indeed worthy of being the number 1 disciple in our sect. It seems like the divine sword will definitely belong to Brother Xiang. That might not be the case. Didn't you see that every step Brother Xiang took made the earth fire burn more fiercely? Even so, I believe that Brother Xiang will be able to withstand it. Since the disciples of the hidden sword tomb knew that they could not enter the flames to seize the divine sword, they let go of the thoughts in their hearts and watched Xiang Tianba take one side. Some said that Xiang Tianba could obtain the divine sword, while others said that Xiang Tianba could not pass through the flames. As Xiang Tianba slowly stepped into the flames. It's the last step, Brother Xiang. Just one more step and we'll be able to get the divine sword. The hearts of the disciples also rose to their throats. Their eyes congealed with disappointment, anticipation, and excitement. It appeared on the faces of many disciples. Bang! At the same time, there was a sudden loud bang. The raging flames suddenly soared, forming a powerful fire snake that rushed towards Xiang Tianba. The fire snake was ferocious. The moment it surged, it seemed as if the surrounding air was burning as well. What's going on? The disciples were shocked when they saw this. They did not understand why a fire snake would suddenly surge out at this moment. They were all secretly shocked. Brother Xiang is finished this time. Yeah, Brother Xiang already had a hard time withstanding the flames just now. Now that he is attacked by this fire snake, he will definitely not be able to break through. Mysterious ice-cold shield. Just when everyone thought that Xiang Tianba would not be able to withstand the fire snake's attack, they suddenly saw Xiang Tianba within the flames let out a soft shout. Suddenly, a faint green light shrouded Xiang Tianba's head like a kasaya and directly wrapped around Xiang Tianba. The crowd below was once again in an uproar. Wow, as expected of Brother Xiang. He actually has such a treasure. Yeah, with the mysterious ice-cold shield, Brother Xiang will definitely have the divine sword. The mysterious ice-cold shield was a unique treasure refined from a 1,000-year-old mysterious ice stone. It was cold by nature and was the nemesis of the flames of heaven and earth. Now that Xiang Tianba used the mysterious ice-cold shield, his face that was distorted by the flames immediately relaxed. A cold and arrogant aura rose. He smiled and said, I knew that the flames here would not be so simple. Leave this mysterious ice-cold shield. Let's see what can stop me from taking the divine sword now. With the protection of the mysterious ice-cold shield, Xiang Tianba ignored the fire snake and directly passed through the flames. Looking at the divine sword that was getting closer and closer, his eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. Divine Sword Heaven Punisher, you are mine. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Xiang Tianba's hands that were about to reach for the divine sword could not help but stop. Suddenly, the sky suddenly darkened. A bolt of lightning flashed from the horizon. But it directly exploded beside Xiang Tianba. The mysterious ice-cold shield was made from the mysterious ice stone of heaven and earth. Although it was a unique treasure, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy to activate it. It was not something that an ordinary person could activate. Xiang Tianba had just activated the mysterious ice-cold shield and resisted the wall of earth fire for a long time. The spiritual energy in his body was depleted. Although he was attacked by the lightning, his body was still one step too slow and was directly hit by the lightning. But the mysterious ice-cold shield on his body suddenly exploded. Xiang Tianba's body also staggered a few steps back. Poochie, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. What the hell is going on? Everyone was taken aback by the sudden lightning. Bang! At this moment, another loud sound came from the sky. Several bolts of lightning struck down, exploding on the mountain peak. The power of the lightning caused the mountain peak to explode and the rocks to fly everywhere. Everyone took a few steps back. They were also stunned by this sudden phenomenon. However, there were also some sharp-eyed people who saw Su Yan sitting cross-legged on the other side of the flames. Look, it's Su Yan. Why is he there? What is he doing over there? In one day, everyone was focused on the divine sword and forgot about Su Yan. Some even thought that Su Yan was also swallowed by the wall of earth fire. After all, Su Yan was in the hidden sword tomb. No matter how powerful he was only in the 9th layer of spirit realm. There were as many ninth-layer spirit realm cultivators as there were dogs. Most of them here were in the Fate Soul realm. If even the Fate Soul realm cultivators could not pass through the wall of earth fire, then Su Yan, who was only in the ninth layer of spirit realm, was even more so. But, bang, at this moment, the lightning in the sky became more and more intense, continuously attacking the mountain peak. While everyone was shocked, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, those lightning bolts seem to be summoned by Su Yan." No one had said this before, so no one thought about it. Now that someone said it, everyone was shocked. The lightning bolts seemed to be surrounding Su Yan's body and exploding, but none of them hit Su Yan. Within the wall of earth fire, Xiang Tianba heard everyone's shouts. His gaze fell on Su Yan, and he suddenly felt a chill. How can this kid summon lightning? As Xiang Tianba muttered to himself, he looked at the lightning bolts that were constantly shooting down. He thought about how he was only one step away from the divine sword. But it was this lightning that destroyed it. His eyes suddenly filled with hostility. He glared at Su Yan, then his gaze returned to the divine sword. In an instant his eyes focused and he shouted, "The divine sword will definitely be mine, Xiang Tianba's. No one has the right to take it away. No one has the right to take it away." Xiang Tianba shouted, and a huge amount of spiritual energy suddenly exploded from his body. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting Su Yan's head. When the disciples saw this, their eyes widened. They knew that Su Yan was definitely going to die. However, just when they thought that Su Yan was definitely going to die, the power of the lightning struck Su Yan's head. Suddenly, a blood-red light rushed up and blocked it. Su Yan directly blocked the lightning energy. Suddenly, Su Yan's eyes widened as a red light was emitted from his pupils. "The divine sword is mine." Xiang Tianba ignored all of this. At this moment, only the divine sword was in his eyes. With a loud roar, he leaped forward and reached for the divine sword. When Su Yan heard the two words, "divine sword," his body suddenly trembled. He looked into the flames and saw that Xiang Tianba was about to reach for the divine sword. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The blood-red light rushed out, and Xiang Tianba's speed suddenly decreased. "The divine sword belongs to me," Su Yan shouted softly. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was activated rapidly. His body turned into a long rainbow and rushed out. His speed was even faster than the lightning that was about to strike. This speed and the spiritual energy that erupted from his body made the disciples who were watching from a distance tremble. How is this possible? So fast. This spiritual energy is just the aura of a spirit guide. No, it doesn't feel like it. A spirit guide is not a spirit guide. Why is this? Everyone was puzzled. They watched as Su Yan turned into a long rainbow and rushed into the wall of earth fire. When Su Yan stepped into the wall of earth fire, everyone was shocked. When Su Yan entered the wall of earth fire, his speed did not decrease. Instead, he sped up, completely ignoring the burning of the wall of earth fire. How is this possible? Yes, Su Yan is not afraid of the earth fire. How can he not be afraid? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Who knew how many disciples of the hidden sword tomb had been devoured by this earthen fire wall in a single day? In the end, only Xiang Tianba passed through the wall of earth fire. Even so, Xiang Tianba used a day's worth of effort and finally used the mysterious ice-cold shield to enter. But now, Su Yan's speed did not decrease at all. In the midst of the burning earth fire, he entered a place where there was no one. If not for the fact that everyone had personally experienced the fierceness of the wall of earth fire, they would have suspected that the wall of earth fire was just a decoration. Chapter 85. Xiang Tianba watched as Su Yan entered the wall of earth fire as if he had entered an uninhabited land. A look of astonishment rose on his face, but it was only for a moment. Su Yan's vigorous body had already arrived in front of him. Looking at the dark green divine sword, Su Yan did not hesitate and directly reached out to grab the divine sword. "This divine sword is mine." Seeing Su Yan grab the divine sword, Xiang Tianba suddenly came to his senses and roared, "The divine sword is mine." He hurriedly circulated his qi to snatch it. But how could it be too late? The divine sword fell into Su Yan's hands, and the spiritual swords surrounding him immediately surged up, brandishing countless spiritual swords. Like a whirlpool, they wrapped Su Yan's entire body in it. Xiang Tianba's arm that reached out to grab Su Yan was hit by the spiritual sword whirlpool. Immediately, a burst of blood mist burst out. That arm was instantly separated from Xiang Tianba's body and flew several zhang away. It entered the wall of earth fire and immediately turned into ashes. Xiang Tianba roared in pain. His entire body was also bounced out and fell outside the whirlpool. Looking at the whirlpool of spiritual swords, his eyes were filled with hostility and unwillingness. Why is it you again? Su Yan, why do you have to ruin my plans time and time again? I made a 3-year agreement not to kill you, but now you actually want to ruin my plans. I, Xiang Tianba, am a proud dragon, and you, Su Yan, are just an ant. How can you ruin my plans? Su Yan, I want you to be torn to pieces, torn to pieces. Xiang Tianba roared, completely ignoring the whirlpool of spiritual swords. The spiritual energy fluctuations on his body directly rushed toward the whirlpool of spiritual swords. Xiang Tianba, you can't. Seeing Xiang Tianba rush into the whirlpool of spiritual swords, the elder hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Xiang Tianba's body had already rushed into the whirlpool. This spirit sword vortex was formed by all the spirit swords in the sword well, the swords brought by the 4 great sects, and all the hidden swords in the hidden sword tomb. That power swept over, directly attacking the peak of the mountain range. Rubble flew everywhere, debris flying everywhere. Even though Xiang Tianba was at the peak of the Saint bloodline, he couldn't withstand it. Now that he had passed through the wall of earth flame, used the mystic ice shield, and lost one of his arms, how could he withstand the spiritual sword vortex? As he threw himself in, he was immediately entangled by the vortex of spiritual swords. A bloody mist burst out and was directly attacked by the vortex of spiritual swords, exploding into countless fragments that flew out. Blood splattered everywhere as countless rays of light exploded. Xiang Tianba, a genius of the Hidden Sword Tomb and the number 1 disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, died in the spiritual sword vortex. The disciples and elders who were standing in the distance all felt sad and astonished. For a long, long time, everyone looked at this scene and still couldn't recover for a long time. The spiritual sword vortex was still constantly destroying, like a sword dragon rushing up, breaking through the clouds, and the peak of the mountain range was also hit into a deep pit. This spiritual sword vortex seemed to be unable to stop, and it kept rotating. Sun and moon alternated 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Unknowingly, several days had passed. All the disciples and elders recovered from the shock of Xiang Tianba's death. They looked at the spirit sword vortex and the sword intent that was constantly invading them. Everyone spoke with assurance. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid the divine sword wants to swallow these spiritual swords. The divine sword is indeed a divine sword, able to make all the swords in the world revere it. Sigh, if these spiritual swords are swallowed by the divine sword, then our hidden sword tomb will have no more hidden swords. Yes, now that the well of swords has been lost, our hidden sword tomb will have no more hidden swords. We're really ashamed of the hidden sword tomb. While everyone was talking, they all thought that it was the divine sword that wanted to annex these spiritual swords. Only Su Yan, who was in the spiritual sword vortex, after a careful investigation, knew that this was not the case. The divine sword was the supreme in the world, worshipped by all swords, and showed the power of the divine sword in the world. Indeed, if it was a real divine sword, it would definitely be like this. But if it was a broken divine sword, how could it swallow all the swords and show the power of the world? Su Yan took out the green divine sword, and immediately, a strong sword intent spread all over his body, and at the same time, a surge of joy surged up. That joy could not be calmed down for a long time. Actually, how could it be calmed down? Putting aside the fact that he had obtained the divine sword, Su Yan's lifeless way, the way of the soul, could not enter the realm of life-soul. However, Su Yan had continuously worked hard to break through. Finally, at the last moment, when the lifetime of spiritual qi that Lu Hong had given him was about to be used up, he had attracted a vision of heaven and earth, and created a vision of heaven and earth, reaching the 10th level of spirit realm. That's right, now Su Yan was no longer in the 9th level of spirit realm, nor was he in the realm of life soul, but the 10th level of spirit realm. He had become the first person in the heaven realm to reach the 10th level of spirit realm. Now that he had obtained the divine sword, how could Su Yan not be happy? And this divine sword, as Su Yan had expected, was the heaven-destroying sword that his father had mentioned. The heaven-destroying sword was jade green in color. It was about 2 feet long and a few inches wide. Vaguely, a cold light radiated from it. Su Yan touched every part of the sword reluctantly. His joy was self-evident. But Su Yan quickly discovered that although the heaven-destroying sword emitted a cold light, it did not have a blade. How could a blade without a blade be called a divine sword? Su Yan looked at the heaven-destroying sword and immediately frowned. After examining it carefully, he felt that something was missing. Although the sword had the aura of a saint, it did not seem to be as good as his own Buddha sword. Could it be that this sword is not a divine sword? Su Yan could not help but wonder, but this thought was quickly rejected by Su Yan. The moment the heaven-destroying sword appeared, attracting a vision of heaven and earth, leaping beasts, and worshipping tens of thousands of swords was enough to prove that this sword was a true divine weapon. If that is the case, why does this sword not have a blade? And there seems to be something missing from the hilt as well. Su Yan was in the spiritual sword vortex, calm and composed as he muttered to himself. Although the spiritual sword vortex looked terrifying, it did not surround Su Yan, so Su Yan did not pay attention to it. Could it be that this heaven-destroying sword is not a complete divine sword, but an incomplete one? Su Yan once again muttered to himself, puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he still could not think of a reason. This time, he also noticed the whirlpool of spiritual swords that revolved around his body. This whirlpool of spiritual swords was emitting a sharp sound as it rotated. With such a formation, it was obviously not weak. At the beginning, Su Yan had expected this to be a sign that the divine sword was going to swallow up the tens of thousands of swords. But obviously, Su Yan knew that the divine sword was not a complete sword and could not swallow these spiritual swords. If it can't swallow the tens of thousands of swords, then how am I going to get out of this vortex? Su Yan looked at the spiritual sword vortex and frowned immediately. It was obviously impossible to force his way through, but the divine sword was an incomplete one. How was he going to swallow it up? Su Yan swung the heaven-destroying sword a few times. Although there was a sudden burst of cold light from the divine sword, he definitely did not unleash the true power of the divine sword. Moreover, when the divine sword was in his hand, the huge sword essence on the sword seemed to have been greatly suppressed. It was not as strong as his Buddha sword. Su Yan was afraid that he had sensed wrongly, so he patted his storage bag and wanted to take out the Buddha sword for comparison. However, the Buddha sword did not appear, even after patting his storage bag a few times. Su Yan was shocked and quickly used his divine sense to search the storage bag. He searched every corner of the storage bag but couldn't find any trace of the Buddha sword. What is going on? Although the Buddha sword could not be called a divine weapon, Su Yan knew that this sword was the biggest symbol of the Buddha sword sect. The Buddha sword sect, and the Buddha pagoda. Compared to the Buddha sword, Su Yan would rather not have the fairy-slaying sword than lose the Buddha sword. Where did it go? Su Yan searched a few more times but still could not find the Buddha sword. Just as anger welled up in his heart, he coincidentally saw the red separation sword casket in the storage bag. Su Yan knew that this red separation sword casket was something that his father had left behind. Although Su Yan had a vague feeling that something that his father had left behind was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Su Yan did not know what was so special about it. Now that he could not find the Buddha sword, Su Yan thought of the red separation sword casket. Since the red separation sword casket was a sword casket, then no matter how special it was definitely used to store swords. Was it used to store swords? Su Yan looked at the casket, which was only the size of a palm, and couldn't help but wonder, it can store the Buddha sword in such a small size? Although Su Yan had doubts in his heart, he thought that perhaps the Scarlet Fire Sword box had its own divine power. It might not be able to contain the Scarlet Fire Sword box, so he patted his storage bag and took it out. Last time in the sword well, Su Yan didn't take a closer look at the casket. Now that he took it out, he found that there was a faint spirit energy flowing within the casket. Su Yan looked at it for a while and was anxious to find the Buddha sword. He didn't think too much and slowly opened the casket. Just as the sword sheath was opened, whoosh! A bright light surged out from the sword sheath. That bright light shot into the sky and suddenly spread out. Under the illumination of that bright light, the spirit sword vortex that was constantly rotating instantly turned into a long dragon. Whoosh, 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 they all rushed into the scarlet parting sword case. This is... When Su Yan saw this scene, his heart was filled with shock. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out from the casket. Yan, you have already obtained the heaven-destroying sword. The heaven-destroying sword and the red separation sword casket are connected. It's just that the heaven-destroying sword was damaged in a fierce battle and can't display the power of a divine sword. Yan, since you have obtained the heaven-destroying sword, you must find the blade, sword spirit, and sword hilt of the heaven-destroying sword in the future. Only then can you display the power of a divine sword. Blade, sword spirit, sword hilt. When Su Yan heard this voice, he immediately recognized that it was his father's last words. He quickly understood why this divine weapon did not have the power of a divine weapon. It was because it lost the blade, sword spirit, and sword hilt. Chapter 86. As the voice faded away, a chant entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan read it and found that it was the chant to activate the scarlet parting sword box. After reciting it, Su Yan looked at the scarlet parting sword box with deep respect. When Su Yan first obtained the scarlet parting sword box, he did not know what was so mysterious about it. Now that he had the chant his father taught him, Su Yan understood that the scarlet parting sword box was also a treasure. Although the scarlet parting sword box was only the size of a palm, it could contain tens of thousands of swords. When the chant was used, the scarlet parting sword box could be used to activate the swords within the box to attack. Of course, if one wanted to activate the swords within the scarlet parting sword box, they had to reach a certain level of strength. Although Su Yan had broken through the 9th level of the spirit realm and reached the 10th level of the spirit realm, he still had not been able to activate the swords within the scarlet parting sword box. However, according to the chant, Su Yan thought that he could activate at most 5 of the spiritual swords within the scarlet parting sword box. Within a few breaths, the tens of thousands of spiritual swords were all absorbed into the scarlet parting sword box. Even the heaven-destroying sword in Su Yan's hand was absorbed into the scarlet parting sword. The entire mountain peak regained its calm. When the whirlpool fell, the disciples and elders of the hidden sword tomb all gathered around. Su Yan hurriedly put away the scarlet parting sword box. The scarlet parting sword box was no less shocking than the heaven-destroying godly sword. The heaven-destroying godly sword could not be concealed, but the scarlet parting sword box could not be revealed to others. In the eyes of the crowd, when the spiritual sword whirlpool entered the scarlet parting sword box, they only thought that it was the effect of the godly swords merging. No one knew that this was the effect of the scarlet parting sword box. All the disciples and elders came forward. Regardless of whether they knew Su Yan or not, they all congratulated Su Yan. What they said was nothing more than congratulatory words. Of course, there were also some female disciples who expressed their feelings of adoration. Su Yan rejected all of them and tactfully rejected all of them. There were some who were sincere, but of course, there were also some who were insincere. While everyone was congratulating, Su Yan also heard the news that Xiang Tianba had fallen in the spirit sword vortex. Su Yan was shocked at first, but in the end he smiled. In the past, he hated the pain caused by Xiang Tianba's spirit energy erosion. He wished he could kill Xiang Tianba one day. But now, he heard that Xiang Tianba, the dignified number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb, had died tragically in the spirit sword vortex. In addition to the pity, the humiliation brought by Xiang Tianba had also dissipated. After chatting with the crowd for a while, an elder leaped out and came before Su Yan. He said, Su Yen, under the orders of the Supreme Headmaster, you are the first to enter the 5 breaths of 5 breaths. You have also acquired the divine sword of execution. With your talent, you have surpassed all the other disciples in the house. You will be promoted to a successor disciple. When Spiritual Master Heavensword heard that Su Yen would never be able to cross the life-soul stage, his body and mind were destroyed, and he went into seclusion. Of course, even though he was in seclusion, Spiritual Master Heavensword was still aware of the matters in the sect. When he learned that Su Yen had obtained the divine sword, he was the happiest. Originally, the reason why he only allowed the disciples of the sect to snatch the divine sword was to give Su Yen a greater chance. Otherwise, the divine sword was a fatal temptation to any elder in the sect. The elders in the hidden sword tomb were at least at the celestial phenomenon realm. If a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator were to snatch the divine sword, would it still be the turn of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb? Furthermore, not only did Spiritual Master Heavensword know that Su Yen had obtained the divine sword of execution, he also knew that Su Yen had stepped into an unprecedented realm. He originally wanted to nurture Su Yen, but now that the successor disciple Xiang Tianba had died, and the elder in charge of the Immortal Sword Peak, Elder Tong Jian, had died, only Spiritual Master Heavensword was the strongest in the entire hidden sword tomb. Since he wanted to nurture Su Yen, he naturally wouldn't forget about this successor disciple position. Even though it was just a title, its position in the sect was definitely not ordinary. Of course, the successor disciples of the hidden sword tomb were all overseen by the successor peak, and the ones with the best qualifications would be chosen as the successor disciple. For hundreds of years, this had never changed. Those who could become the successor disciple were all favored by the heavens, and their strength was the strongest among the disciples of the sect. However, Su Yen was only at the spirit channeling realm. Becoming a successor disciple was definitely a historical first for the sect. Even though Su Yen didn't care about the successor disciple position, Su Yen knew the difference in spiritual qi between each peak in the hidden sword tomb. Because of this, Su Yen couldn't let go of this opportunity. Amidst the congratulations of the crowd, Su Yen left the peak of the mountain. He didn't return to the inner sect, but went directly to the Immortal Sword Peak. Upon arriving at the Immortal Sword Peak, Su Yen immediately felt a dense spiritual qi rush towards him. This spiritual qi was definitely the densest in the entire hidden sword tomb. Su Yen couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. Roar! While Su Yen was intoxicated, a loud roar suddenly rang out. A few sacred beasts pounced out, eyeing Su Yen covetously. Su Yen was shocked. He hurriedly patted his storage pouch and took out the shocking celestial sword. Su Yen didn't put this sword into the scarlet parting sword scabbard so that it would be easier to take out. Beast, don't be rude. At this moment, a loud roar rang out. The sacred beasts retreated and hid in the valley of the Immortal Sword Peak. As he walked over, his complexion was old, his hair was crimson and white, and there was a dignified aura on his face. Su Yen looked over and recognized that this person was the sect's elder, Elder Li Jian. He immediately cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Elder Li Jian." Elder Departing Sword looked at Su Yen approvingly. After a long time, he seemed to have thought of something and said sadly, "Su Yen, now that your mentor Lu Hong has fallen, I, Departing Sword, am temporarily in charge of the Immortal Sword Peak. Although I'm not as good as senior brother Lu Hong, I'm still older. In the future, if you don't know anything about cultivation, please call me." "Thank you, Elder Departing Sword." Su Yen cupped his hand slightly. He didn't acknowledge Elder Departing Sword as his mentor. His mentor was Lu Hong, and Lu Hong had fallen. Su Yen didn't want to acknowledge anyone else as his mentor. Elder Departing Sword didn't say anything. He pointed to a building in front and said, "I live in this building. The Immortal Sword Peak is big and there are many houses. You can choose one." With that, Elder Departing Sword didn't say anything else and left. Su Yen didn't say anything. He walked around the Immortal Sword Peak and chose a house. Thinking about what had happened in the past few days, he immediately thought of Lu Fei. Fatty is still in the Well of Swords. Su Yen jumped up as he thought about it. His eyes were filled with worry. Not to mention Lu Hong's final instructions before his death, he couldn't leave Lu Fei alone in the Well of Swords because of his relationship with Lu Fei. Just now, when everyone was congratulating and chatting, Su Yan already knew from the words of some of the sect's elders that the divine sword had broken out of the ground. The Well of Swords had been abandoned, but Lu Fei and the rest hadn't come out. The Well of Swords was a mysterious place, and the heaven-destroying divine sword had broken out of the Well of Swords. No one knew what would happen in the Well of Swords. Senior brother Mu's obsession is still in the Well of Swords. Su Yan originally wanted to enjoy the spiritual qi on the immortal sword peak. Thinking of Lu Fei's safety and Mu Zijian's obsession, Su Yan didn't want to stay for a moment longer. He got up and immediately rushed to the peak of the mountain. Following the deep hole that the divine sword had broken out of the ground, he rode on the sword dragon and leaped down. When he came to the Well of Swords again, the strong sword essence of the Well of Swords had completely disappeared. Only bones were left. The Well of Swords only existed in name. There was no longer such a mysterious place as the Well of Swords in the hidden sword tomb. And all the spiritual swords in the Well of Swords were all in Su Yan's red separation sword case. Su Yan didn't feel sad about this. He only hoped to find Lu Fei quickly and bring him out of the Well of Swords. This time, his mood was naturally different from the first time he came to the Well of Swords. First, Su Yan was very nervous and excited. But this time, his heart was as still as water. This was the second time he came to the Well of Swords, so he was very familiar with it. Su Yan still remembered that when he entered the Well of Swords with Lu Fei couldn't bear the heat of the volcano and retreated outside of it. When Su Yan came to the volcano, the heat had already dissipated. It was probably destroyed by the divine sword when it came out of the ground. Su Yan didn't think too much about it. He directly stepped forward and went to find the place he had agreed to meet with Lu Fei. This time, Su Yan was in the 10th layer of the spirit realm. He rode the sword dragon dozens of times faster than before. In one leap, he was already out of the range of the volcano and came to the place he had agreed to meet with Lu Fei. But there was not even half a figure of Lu Fei. He didn't even see a single thing. Other than the bones on the ground, there was nothing else. That damn fatty, where did he run off to? Su Yan frowned. He constantly searched for Lu Fei's figure, but there was no divine sword in the Well of Swords. The bottom of the Well of Swords was still vast. It was easier said than done to find a person. For the next few days, Su Yan searched all around the Well of Swords, but he didn't see any trace of Lu Fei. Where did that damn fatty run off to? After not seeing Lu Fei for a day, Su Yan became more and more worried. His flying speed also increased. Another 3 days passed. Bing! Suddenly, a loud sound came from a stone room. Fatty! Su Yan was overjoyed. He hurriedly pushed open the stone door and entered. But just as he entered the stone door, Su Yan was stunned on the spot. That graceful body stood there gracefully. The red clothes on her body were already in tatters. Her white and tender flesh could be vaguely seen. Her body was faintly discernible, incomparably alluring. On that cold and elegant face, seeing Su Yan's stunned gaze, a trace of shyness couldn't help but flash past. Immediately, a cold light flashed past her eyes as she shouted, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get out." Only then did Su Yan come to his senses and hurriedly retreat. Outside the stone room, he thought about the beautiful sight just now and couldn't forget it for a long time. At the same time, doubt welled up in his heart. Didn't senior sister Lin already leave the Well of Swords? Why would she appear here and be in such a sorry state? Su Yan thought back to the scene just now, and remembered that Lin Hualu seemed to have been restrained by something. Otherwise, with Lin Hualu's strength, how could she not even wear clothes? What's holding her back? Su Yan looked at the stone door and felt conflicted. If he pushed open the stone room and entered, he would definitely see something that he shouldn't see. If he didn't go in, could it be that he would see Lin Hualu trapped here? Chapter 87. Hearing Lin Hualu's heavenly voice, Su Yan hesitated. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart. He was full of anticipation for the stunning scene in the stone room. However, it was quickly suppressed by Su Yan. Su Yan, oh Su Yan. Fatty's life is unknown, senior brother Mu's obsession has not been found, senior sister Lin is trapped here, and you still have such dirty thoughts. Su Yan scolded himself in his heart. Only then did he push open the stone door and enter. Once he entered the stone door, he immediately saw Lin Hualo's enchanting and fair body. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he regretted it outside the stone door just now. Now, his heart was as clear as a mirror. There was no trace of distracting thoughts in his eyes. He walked straight to Lin Hualu and asked, "Senior sister Lin, how do you want me to help you?" Although Su Yan's heart was as clear as a mirror, Lin Hualo's clothes were untidy. Although Su Yan did not have any distracting thoughts, her cold face still flushed red. Help me untie the thin ropes on my body," Lin Hualu said shyly. Thin ropes. When Su Yan heard Lin Hualo's words, he noticed that there were a few thin ropes around Lin Hualo's delicate body. If it was someone else, Su Yan would not hesitate to bend down to untie it. However, when he saw Lin Hualu, Su Yan did not know why he hesitated. After all, the ropes were too thin. If he wanted to untie it, he would definitely touch Lin Hualo's body. Senior sister Lin. Su Yan looked at Lin Hualu and did not know what to do. Lin Hualu naturally knew what Su Yan meant. She blushed again and said softly, "Junior brother Su, just untie the ropes." "I don't blame you." When Su Yan heard Lin Hualo's words, he lowered his head to untie the rope. Looking at Lin Hualo's beautiful body, his hands started to tremble unconsciously. However, when he came into contact with the thin rope, the electric current struck him like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan was suddenly startled, and the distracting thoughts in his mind were expelled. He hurriedly circulated his spirit chi to resist. Lin Hualu looked at him and explained, "Junior brother Su, this is the ancient tomb silk unique to the sword well. It has the effect of suppressing a cultivator's spiritual chi. You have to be careful." Ancient tomb silk. After listening to Lin Hualo's explanation, Su Yan finally understood why Lin Hualu, a dignified true disciple, would be bound by a few thin ropes and unable to move. It turned out that the thin rope was made of ancient tomb silkworm silk, a kind of demonic beast, the ancient tomb black silkworm. Although the ancient tomb black silkworm was not very powerful, its silk was extremely domineering. Those who were bound by it would definitely have their spiritual chi suppressed and unable to move. Now that Su Yan knew that this was ancient tomb silk, he was a bit more careful. He didn't use his hands to remove it. Instead, he used his cultivation method to summon a surge of spirit chi that turned into a blade and slashed down. Although the ancient tomb silk had the miraculous effect of suppressing spiritual chi, it was cut quickly by spiritual chi. Before it could absorb spiritual chi, it had already been cut. Although there was a lot of ancient tomb silk wrapped around Lin Hualo's body, Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, it had already been cut. When the ancient tomb silk was cut, Lin Hualo's body suddenly jumped up. She patted her storage bag and put on a red dress, covering her exposed skin. However, the blush on her face did not lessen. She looked at Su Yan and thanked him softly, "Junior brother Su, it's all thanks to you today." "It's nothing." Su Yan waved his hand and laughed foolishly. He did not dare to look directly at Lin Hualu. He turned his head and asked, "Senior sister Lin, with your strength, why are you trapped here?" "It's a long story." Although Lin Hualu said that, she still patiently explained to Su Yan what had happened to her. It turned out that when Lin Hualu learned that Xiang Tianba was going to form the celestial body that day, she was afraid that Xiang Tianba would mess around, so she planned to use her magic treasure to leave. However, she remembered that she was also a direct disciple. She had not yet entered the inner sword well, so it would be a pity to leave now. Therefore, Lin Hualu did not leave that day. Instead, she used her magic treasure to travel through time and space, wanting to enter the inner sword well first. When Lin Hualu used her magic treasure to travel out, she encountered the ancient tomb black silkworms. At that time, because Lin Hualu had entered the inner sword well too early, the restriction outside the sword well had not been broken. She could not use spiritual chi in the sword well, so Lin Hualu used her own strength to kill many ancient tomb black silkworms. Unfortunately, There were too many ancient tomb black silkworms, and the entire stone room was filled with ancient tomb silk. Lin Hualu was accidentally entangled by the silk. At that time, she could not use spiritual qi, so when the ancient tomb silk was entangled, the power was not much different from ordinary silk, so Lin Hualu was not afraid. However, Lin Huatu had never thought that the spirit qi would suddenly recover. At that time, it was precisely because the restrictions within the sword well had been destroyed by the people of the four great sects, the Sword Master Elder, and the others. There were people from outside the sword well who had broken in. After the spiritual qi recovered, the spiritual qi fluctuated, and the power of the ancient tomb silk was suddenly unleashed. Lin Hualu was entangled here. That was why she fell into such a sorry state. Lin Hualu was usually cold. Although she admired Su Yan, she did not communicate much with him. Today, she saw that Su Yan had saved her, so she told Su Yan what had happened. Of course, other than the magic treasure that could travel out, she did not hide anything else. After speaking, Lin Hualu did not wait for Su Yan to come back to his senses. She said, "Junior brother Su, I was trapped here and saw the spiritual swords flying out. There must be a divine sword unearthed. We have been delayed for many days, and I don't know how it is. Let's hurry out and take a look." When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he was stunned and could not help but smile. "Senior sister Lin, don't go. The divine sword has been taken away." It has been taken away. When Lin Hualu heard this, she trembled. On her cold and elegant face, a ray of light immediately shot out from her pair of clear eyes. Was the divine sword obtained by Xiang Tianba? Even though Su Yan was in the 10th layer of the spirit realm and his cultivation had increased greatly, when he saw the ray of light that Lin Hualu shot at him, he could not help but tremble. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual qi to block it, then slowly opened his mouth to reply. It was not taken by Xiang Tianba. Xiang Tianba has already died. What? Xiang Tianba is already dead? Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan in astonishment. What kind of person was Xiang Tianba? He was the #1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb, a strong person at the peak of the holy bloodline. How could he die so easily? Su Yan looked at Lin Hualu's surprised expression and smiled faintly. He explained everything to Lin Hualu. Other than the scarlet parting sword case and the 10th level of the spirit channeling realm, he told Lin Hualu everything. When Lin Hualu heard Su Yan's story, she did not react for a long time. After a long while, she pursed her red lips and smiled. "Su Yan, you have lived up to our expectations. You have actually obtained the heaven-punishing divine weapon and even promoted to a true disciple." Hearing Lin Hualu's praise, Su Yan did not know why he felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He maintained a humble expression and said, "Senior sister Lin, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am still far from it." When Lin Hualu heard Su Yan's words, an extremely rare smile flashed across her cold and elegant face. She turned her head to look at Su Yan, before looking at the stone room outside and said, "Since the sword well has already been broken, there is no meaning in remaining in the sword well. I will leave this place first." Su Yan nodded and did not say anything. He stared at Lin Hualu's red robes for a long time before regaining his senses. Shaking his head, he said with a bitter smile, "Fatty and senior brother Mu's obsession have not been found, and I actually have the time to waste here." The sword well had existed in the hidden sword tomb for thousands of years. Other than the sealed divine swords, there were many other treasures here. However, after thousands of years of searching by the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, most of these treasures had been taken away. As for the remaining rare treasures, they were nothing more than some useless items or were buried so deeply that it was impossible to find them. This also caused the sword well to become a place in name only. Since there were no treasures, Su Yan was not distracted. He wholeheartedly searched for Lu Fei and Mu Zijian's obsession. However, Su Yan ran about in the sword well for several days. He had almost turned the entire sword well upside down. Not to mention not finding the obsession left behind by Mu Zijian, he did not even see Lu Fei's figure. Su Yan suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that Fatty has already died here? No, impossible. Even so, if he's alive, I have to see him. If he's dead, I have to see his corpse. Su Yan shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. He searched for a few more days, but he still did not see Lu Fei's figure. In the past half a month, I have searched everywhere in the sword well, but there was no sign of Fatty. I'm afraid that Fatty has already met with misfortune. Su Yan was stunned on the spot. A wave of sadness suddenly surged in his heart. He wanted to leave just like that. Not to mention Mu Zijian's obsession, he had not even seen Lu Fei's corpse. Su Yan was unwilling to leave just like that. As Su Yan thought about it, he suddenly thought of the place where Fatty had suddenly changed that day. That day, he had also suffered the pain of being corroded by the blood water. 2 dragons had entered his eyes, and he had obtained the blood dragon pupil. After that, he saw Fatty come out of the huge tomb. Ever since Fatty came out of the tomb, Fatty had fallen into a state of madness. Now that he hadn't seen Fatty, would Fatty go crazy again and run back into the tomb? Although Su Yan felt that this was a little far-fetched, at least there was a trace of hope in his heart. He did not think too much about it and stepped on the sword dragon, heading towards the blood lake that day. In less than half a day, he had already arrived at the ancient land. The blood lake had already disappeared, but the huge tomb was still standing there. On the ground, there were still the remains of the stone tablet that he had cast when he thought that Lu Fei had died. Su Yan went forward and carefully examined it. He saw that this huge tomb was no different from what he had seen that day. The only difference was that there was a deep pit in front of the tomb. This crater was created by the explosion when Lu Fei appeared that day. Could it be that there are still some secrets in this deep pit? Su Yan stood in front of the deep pit. Looking at the pitch-black pit, he could not see the bottom of the pit. He could not help but frown. No matter what, I have to investigate to the end. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, then a bright light immediately condensed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly jumped into the deep pit. Chapter 88. Just now, he couldn't sense any fluctuations above the huge tomb, but now he felt a rich spiritual energy the moment he entered the deep pit. Looks like this place is indeed unusual. Su Yan murmured and landed on the flat ground. His eyes lit up. There was indeed a different world here. Although there was no sun or moon, it was bright and vast, as if it was a world of its own. The sword well is indeed full of mysteries. Although Su Yan had entered the sword well twice, he couldn't help but admire the mystery of the sword well. The sword well was born 1,000 years ago. It could help the sword collection tomb become the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. Naturally, it wasn't because there were only spirit swords here. Instead, it was because of the mysteries hidden everywhere in the sword well that contained some natural treasures. However, after 100 years of investigation by the inner sect disciples of the sword collection tomb, all the natural treasures in the sword well had been taken away. However, how could the sword well be so large and mysterious? Su Yan had entered the sword well twice and had almost turned the entire sword well upside down. This time, he still encountered this unique place. There were no more corpses here like above the sword well, only lush weeds and ancient trees. Even though there was no sunlight shining down, it was still bright and bright. This was especially true for the jade-green lake nearby. It emitted a hazy mist that adorned the entire environment, making it seem like a paradise in the human world. To a cultivator, that dense spiritual energy could be compared to a celestial realm in the mortal world. Su Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The rich spiritual energy here, but he didn't sit down to cultivate. After all, his main goal today was to find Lu Fei and Fatty Lu. The appearance of this completely different world caused Su Yan, who had originally lost his confidence in searching for Lu Fei, to have his confidence reignited at this moment. If Su Yan's guess was right, Lu Fei should have left from here that day. After all, the deep pit led to here. After Lu Fei left, he immediately demonized. His entire body was red, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as if he had forgotten everything. If I want to find Lu Fei, I have to find out what happened to Lu Fei that day. Su Yan thought for a while and didn't stay any longer. He went straight to the lakeside. Just now, Su Yan had carefully observed for a while. This place was like a celestial realm in the mortal world, and there were no other strange phenomena. There was only this lake, and although this lake didn't seem to have any abnormalities, it didn't seem to be strange at all. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would notice many suspicious signs. The reason was that there was no sunlight in this place. When one first entered this place, it gave off a cool and refreshing feeling. Even in such an environment, the lake continued to surge with mist. When Su Yan walked into the lake, he immediately felt that the already dense spirit qi had become even denser. The density of the spirit qi here was more than 100 times that of the immortal sword peak. Could it be that all the spiritual energy in this place is coming from this lake? Su Yan looked at the calm lake before him and could not help but frown. Although there were suspicious signs in this lake. But now, in front of him, other than the dense spirit qi, there were no other strange phenomena. Below this place, other than Su Yan, there were no other creatures. Su Yan observed for a while more before leaping up on the sword dragon. After circling around this place once, he could be considered to have an idea of the size of this place. At first glance, this place was filled with lush vegetation and misty mist, as if there was no end in sight. In fact, this place was not very big. If one really wanted to compare it to the sword well, this place was at most the size of a stone room in the sword well. And this place was exactly the same. Su Yan leaped and immediately walked to the end. He found that the end was a stone wall, surrounded by stone walls. Even the sky was entwined with eggshell-like stone walls. Other than the deep pit that Su Yan had just fallen into, there was no other way out. After searching, Su Yan did not find anything strange. There was not even a monster or a mosquito, let alone Lu Fei's figure. If the fatty is not here, then where is he? Su Yan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and the worry in his heart grew. But he did not see the fatty's figure, nor did he see the fatty's corpse. How could Su Yan be satisfied? His eyes narrowed and he looked around. He put away the sword dragon and his body descended to the side of the lake. The method in his body quickly circulated, and the spirit qi immediately surged up, bursting out from his mouth. He shouted, "Fatty!" Su Yan was currently in the 10th layer of spirit channeling, and the qi and blood in his body were like dragons. No one knew what level of cultivation the 10th layer of spirit channeling was. But this 10th layer of spirit channeling was the result of Su Yan absorbing all the cultivation that Lu Hong had taught him in his life to break through. There was no need to talk about his strength. Just by looking at the spirit qi he was emitting, it was comparable to a strong practitioner in the middle stage of life soul. At this time, Su Yan shouted, and his spirit qi fluctuated. A huge sound wave spread out, and the surrounding vegetation began to tremble. In the calm lake in front of him, there were countless splashes of water. With just one shout, a loud and clear response continuously reverberated in the area. Wave after wave spread out, and only after a long time did it slowly fade away. After the echo faded away, the area returned to silence. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. "Fatty, where are you?" Su Yan muttered to himself. His heart was still unwilling to give up. He took a deep breath and shouted again, "Fatty?" The loud and clear voice once again spread out, but this time, before the echo faded away. Plop! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. In the lake behind him, a pillar of water several meters high suddenly erupted. "This is..." Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back. Looking at the surging pillar of water, he squinted his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light was emitted from his eyes. This lake is indeed not simple. Could it be that Fatty is in this lake? As Su Yan thought, he patted his storage bag and took out the Buddha sword from the red fire sword case. Today, Su Yan went down the sword well again to look for Lu Fei, and also to look for the obsession left behind by Mu Zijian. Now, Su Yan was not clear about the Buddha sword sect. However, he knew that the Buddha sword was the symbol of the Buddha sword sect. As such, Mu Zijian's obsession must have a trace of connection with the Buddha sword. Su Yan took out the Buddha sword this time because he wanted to use the Buddha sword as a guide to find the obsession left behind by Mu Zijian. Of course, other than that, Su Yan took out the Buddha sword because of its divine power. Although the Buddha sword was not considered a divine weapon, it could at least be considered a divine weapon. Even Xiang Tianba's ghost howl, Ouyang Tiancheng's dragon roar, and Lu Hong's Buddhist disciple could not compare. All the weapons in the world could not compare to it. Now that the lake was strange, no one knew what would happen. If he had the Buddha sword, he would at least be able to increase his strength. After searching for dozens of days, Su Yan's heart was burning with anxiety. Since there was a strange phenomenon in the lake, it meant that there was hope. Once Su Yan took out the Buddha sword, he did not hesitate and jumped into the lake. In an instant, the lake water was bone-chilling and attacked him like countless sharp blades. Su Yan's whole body trembled, and he hurriedly circulated his spiritual qi to resist. However, even with the protection of his spiritual qi, Su Yan still felt his whole body shivering. If the wall of earth fire in the godly sword was a raging fire, then this was the Xian ice-cold pond. In the cold of this lake, the bone-piercing pain was even worse than the burning of the earth fire. Su Yan only stayed for a breath of time before he felt the blood in his body freeze, and the spiritual qi in his body also condensed. A feeling of suffocation came in an instant. Su Yan's whole body twitched and wanted to rush out, but his 4 limbs were numb and he could not muster any strength. Su Yan's whole body was ice-cold and he could not move at all. He slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. In the next moment, the coldness of the lake water invaded Su Yan's body. His spiritual qi could not move, and even his thoughts seemed to be frozen. One breath. That's right, all of this happened in just one breath. Su Yan did not even have time to react, and it had already become like this. Su Yan slowly sank to the bottom of the valley. His eyes slightly opened, but there was not a trace of light. Xiao! At this moment, a green light suddenly flashed past Su Yan's body, and a warm feeling flowed around Su Yan's body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light surged out. His thoughts also began to recover. Thinking back to the bone-chilling cold just now, his whole body shivered. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and hurriedly used his spiritual qi to resist. However, he was only in the 10th layer of spirit realm, and his spiritual qi was frozen by the cold water. Am I going to die here? Su Yan continued to use the cultivation method in his body. His eyes suddenly turned, and a blood-red light surged out. When the blood-red light surged, a blood-red light immediately surged out from every part of Su Yan's body. The blood-red light covered Su Yan's entire body, and at the same time, a strong smell of blood bloomed in the cold water. The bone-piercing pain and coldness brought by the cold water just now also disappeared at this moment. Su Yan's 4 limbs also recovered their strength. His body turned, and he stood in the water. Looking at the blood mist that covered his entire body, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Without the bone-piercing coldness just now, Su Yan's thoughts also became active. His memory quickly returned to the day when he fought for the godly sword. That day, Su Yan only thought about fighting for the godly sword, and did not pay attention to how he passed through the wall of earth fire. Now that he carefully thought about it, Su Yan remembered that when he passed through the wall of earth fire that day, the blood mist also seemed to have surrounded his body. That day, it also appeared when he used the blood dragon pupil. Could it be that this blood mist appears because of the release of my blood dragon pupil? Su Yan looked at the blood mist around his body and frowned slightly. He could also determine that the reason for the blood mist to appear must have something to do with the blood water that entered his body that day. Earth fire is the hottest thing in the world. Although I don't know what the water in this lake is, based on its bone-piercing coldness, it is called the coldest thing in the world. This blood mist can block the hottest and coldest things in the world, but I don't know if it can block other attacks. Chapter 89. This blood mist can block the coldest and hottest things in the world. If it can block other attacks, wouldn't I be invincible? As Su Yan thought about it, a bright light suddenly condensed in his eyes. He condensed the qi in his palm and slammed it towards his chest. Bang! With one palm, there was a loud bang. Su Yan's entire body was slapped by himself and slid back several feet. There was also a huge pain coming from his chest. Su Yan couldn't help but bitterly smile. Although this blood mist can block the coldest and hottest things in the world, it can't even block a normal attack. It must be useless. Just now, Su Yan had condensed his qi with a single palm and removed the spirit qi defense from his entire body in order to test if this blood mist had the ability to defend against spirit qi attacks. After testing it, Su Yan was immediately disappointed. This blood mist had no effect on spirit qi attacks. He had only used one palm to condense qi attacks. If he had used a sword, he would have definitely died. His excitement from discovering the blood mist also cooled down, and what replaced it was a wave of disappointment. However, he quickly recovered. He looked at the blood mist and thought for a long time before muttering, although this blood mist can't defend against spiritual energy attacks, it can defend against the world's coldest and hottest temperatures. It can be considered a treasure. Since it's related to the blood dragon's eyes, I'll call it the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier. Su Yan gave the blood mist a name. Although he was disappointed that it couldn't block spirit qi attacks, at least he didn't have to be afraid of the cold in this icy land. With the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, Su Yan was like a fish swimming in water in this place. His previously frozen thoughts slowly became clear as he recalled that he had almost lost his life here. However, he heard a sound and felt a warm sensation, saving his life. Could it be that there are other experts here? Su Yan immediately determined that there were other experts in this ice land that saved his life and wanted to look for them. Just as he was about to search for them, he heard the sound of water rippling behind him. When he turned around, Su Yan's eyes lit up and he excitedly shouted, "Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade, why are you here?" Shio! 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 When the Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade saw Su Yan's excited appearance, it moved up and down like a naughty child. It seemed to be venting the joy in its heart. Su Yan couldn't help but smile when he saw its appearance. Thinking about the scene just now, his eyes were filled with shock. He asked, "Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade, you just saved me." After Su Yan asked this, he realized how unnecessary his question was. Although the Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade was a spirit treasure and perhaps had intelligence, how could it answer Su Yan's question? Wasn't asking these questions for nothing? Who would have thought that after Su Yan asked this question, the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial suddenly turned and revolved around Su Yan. Immediately, a warm feeling blossomed in the water. After a while, it floated in front of Su Yan. It didn't face Su Yan directly, but the side of Su Yan. It was as if it was arrogantly saying to Su Yan, "If I didn't save you, who do you think saved you?" When Su Yan saw its cute appearance, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Good, good, you saved me. Thank you, ancient jade, for saving my life." Su Yan was so happy that he forgot that he couldn't subdue this jade, so he didn't plan to catch it and put it in his storage bag. When the Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade heard Su Yan's words, it turned around and circled around Su Yan. It paused in front of Su Yan for a while, then it jumped forward. "Where are you going?" When Su Yan saw the celestial fiend jade leaping away, he suddenly woke up. This jade had a spiritual nature. Last time, in order to stop Xiang Tianba from forming the celestial fiend jade, Su Yan took out the celestial fiend jade. After that, it disappeared without a trace. When Su Yan thought about it, he was annoyed. Now that he saw the fiend celestial ancient jade, how could he let it escape so easily? He immediately used his cultivation method to chase after it. With the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, Su Yan was no longer afraid of the cold. He circulated his spirit qi and broke through the water. His speed was naturally very fast. His body emitted a faint blood-red light, as if he was a huge flood dragon. However, the Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade was not slow at all. Its body was only the size of an ordinary ancient jade, so it was naturally more convenient for it to swim. With a single leap, he crossed a distance of several hundred meters. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade, don't run." Seeing that the Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade ignored him, Su Yan did not shout anymore. He used his cultivation method to the extreme, and his spirit qi rushed out, increasing his speed. After a while, the two of them swam for God knows how long. Finally, the Fiend Celestial Ancient Jade stopped at a stone wall. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Let's see where you can run to now." He reached out to grab it, but the fiend celestial ancient jade jumped up and dodged Su Yan's attack. However, it did not run again. Instead, it floated up and down, as if it wanted to say something to Su Yan. "What did you say?" When Su Yan saw its strange behavior, he frowned. The fiend celestial ancient jade panicked and directly hit the reef at the bottom of the water. "Fiend celestial ancient jade, what are you doing?" When Su Yan saw its behavior, he was shocked. However, when he saw the fiend celestial ancient jade hit the reef, his eyes narrowed, and his mouth opened wide in disbelief. Spirit stones. Su Yan was dumbfounded. On the huge reef in front of him, there were countless spirit stones, like a mountain of spirit stones. Su Yan finally understood the meaning of the fiend celestial ancient jade. He looked at the fiend celestial ancient jade and said, "Fiend celestial ancient jade, you wanted to bring me to find these spirit stones." The fiend celestial ancient jade floated up and down, as if it was responding to Su Yan. "Thank you." Su Yan realized that he had misunderstood the meaning of the fiend celestial ancient jade. He smiled embarrassedly and turned to look at the Spirit Stone Mountain, his eyes shining brightly. "Spirit Stone Mountain, I actually found a Spirit Stone Mountain. I'm going to be rich this time." Su Yan chuckled. He did not care about anything else and immediately went to dig for the spirit stones. He put them into his storage bag one by one, and the smile on his face became even brighter. With Lu Hong's lesson, Su Yan now clearly knew the magical use of spirit stones. "So many spirit stones, now I have to sacrifice them to the Tao," Su Yan said and immediately smiled bitterly. He felt sad in his heart. Lu Hong is already dead, and Lu Fei is not found. What is there to be happy about? Su Yan shook his head. He was no longer as slow as before. He opened his storage bag and kept all the spirit stones. After keeping the spirit stones, the fiend celestial ancient jade jumped into Su Yan's storage bag by itself. Su Yan smiled and did not think much about it. Since he had already collected all the spirit stones, there was no need to stay any longer. After all, he had not found Lu Fei yet. Su Yan immediately wanted to leave. Just as he turned around, a ray of light flashed by. Su Yan was stunned and quickly turned around. He saw that there was a ray of light floating on the spirit stone reef that he had dug up. "This is..." Su Yan frowned slightly. He moved his body and slowly approached it. His eyes lit up as he saw a corpse on the reef. The corpse was already rotten, and no flesh could be seen. The clothes on the corpse were all gone, and only the head emitted a faint golden light. Could this corpse be senior brother Mu Zijin? This thought immediately appeared in Su Yan's mind. He did not hesitate and patted his storage bag. The pagoda sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment the pagoda sword appeared, the golden light on the corpse's head became even brighter. In an instant, it shone brightly. A familiar aura floated over. "Senior brother Mu." Su Yan immediately recognized that the corpse was Mu Zijian's. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Although he did not remove Mu Zijian, the teachings that Mu Zijian had given him in the pagoda would definitely be useful for Su Yan's future cultivation. Mu Zijian had already fallen. He was also a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb and a disciple of the pagoda sect. He was also Su Yan's senior brother. It was not excessive to kowtow 3 times to him. Mu Zijian was a publicly recognized genius in the Hidden Sword Tomb. His position in the Hidden Sword Tomb was even more resounding than the previous number 1 disciple of the sect, Xiang Tianba. It was a pity that the heavens were jealous of talents and caused Mu Zijian to be buried here. I wonder what caused senior brother Mu to fall here. Su Yan looked at Mu Zijian's corpse and the spirit qi in his body began to circulate. He looked around vigilantly and observed for a long time. Seeing that there was no movement, he was relieved. Although it was cold, it was still a good place. If Mu Zijian was buried here, no one would disturb his dream. Su Yan thought. He immediately used the pagoda sword to dig a hole in the tomb and went to retrieve Mu Zijian's corpse. When Su Yan touched Mu Zijian's corpse, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The light that was emitted from Mu Zijian's head immediately shot out and entered the pagoda sword. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out. A huge golden pagoda surged and a familiar aura floated out. Pagoda sword. It was not the first time that Su Yan had entered the pagoda. When he saw the pagoda reappear, he immediately recognized it. Then, before Su Yan could react, a ray of light appeared and Su Yan was sucked in. The 6th level of the pagoda. As soon as Su Yan entered the pagoda, he saw the familiar 6 words. The pagoda was originally level 7. Su Yan had already passed through level 5 in the abyss of the sacred beast mountain. It was normal for the 6th level to appear now. When Su Yan saw the 6th level, he was happy. However, he did not dare to be careless. From the experience of the previous 5 levels, Su Yan had suffered greatly. The 6th level was a brand new level. Who knew what would happen? Chapter 90. The 6th level of the pagoda was the same as the other 5 levels. It was surrounded by a copper wall, and there was nothing inside. However, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He looked at the empty space, and the cultivation technique in his body circulated slowly. He held the pagoda sword tightly in his hand. With the experience of the previous 5 levels, Su Yan knew that the calmer it was, the greater the danger. Every level of the pagoda had precious treasures, and every level was filled with hidden dangers. Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He took every step carefully, and his eyes looked around nervously. However, after an hour, the 6th level was still empty. There was not even a sound. It was so quiet that it made one panic. Is there no danger or treasure on the 6th level? Su Yan muttered to himself. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. Instead, he became even more careful. Although there were treasures on every level of the pagoda, the strangeness of the pagoda was not inferior to the Well of Swords. There was no way to know what would happen here. Another hour passed by. The 6th level of the pagoda was still empty. It was not like the previous 5 levels, where dangers suddenly erupted. It was so calm and serene that Su Yan actually felt sleepy. As a cultivator, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Every time he absorbed a trace of spiritual energy, his body's fatigue would automatically recover. A cultivator would often be in seclusion. Every time he sat, he would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and his body's fatigue would automatically recover. As long as there was spiritual energy, one would not feel tired. However, at that moment, the 6th level was so calm and serene that it actually made one feel sleepy. Su Yan remembered that ever since he stepped into the sword collection tomb, he had never felt sleepy. However, at that moment he was drowsy. Unknowingly, his eyelids became heavy. No, I can't sleep. This sudden sleepiness is definitely not that simple. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. Su Yan felt the drowsiness and knew that this was probably the mystery of the 6th level of the pagoda. He forced himself not to sleep, but no matter how much Su Yan resisted, his willpower was strong, and the drowsiness that constantly invaded his mind was something that Su Yan could not resist. After countless struggles, his eyes finally closed. He fell to the ground and fell asleep. Right at this moment, a golden light flashed past and drifted into Su Yan's mind. Su Yan suddenly felt as if he had fallen into darkness. That bottomless black hole swallowed him whole, and a wave of fear spread through him. Where is this? Su Yan's eyes widened and he instinctively slapped his bag of holding. However, he slapped empty air and his palms passed through his own body. Su Yan was suddenly shocked. He looked at his hands in disbelief and muttered, "What's going on? Could it be that I'm already dead?" He still remembered clearly that a wave of drowsiness came from the calm of the 6th level, and then he appeared here. Su Yan thought and hurriedly circulated his cultivation method. However, it was as if the cultivation method did not exist. The familiar spiritual qi of the past also did not exist. His body seemed to have lost its physical body and existed like a ghost. Is it because of the drowsiness? Su Yan looked at the darkness in front of him. His eyes were dim and lightless. He hesitated for a while, then suddenly jumped up and shook his head. No matter what, I can't give in like this. No matter what, I have to get out of this damned place. Su Yan thought and his eyes immediately focused. A red light drifted out and he shouted sternly, "Come out. I don't care what you are." come out." Although this voice did not contain any spiritual qi, it was still full of qi. As he shouted, his domineering aura spread. However, in the darkness of the void, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all. The voice drifted out and there was not even an echo. Su Yan was even more shocked. Although he had a strong will, in the darkness and silence, he could not help but waver. Phew. Just then, a loud sound suddenly came and a golden light drifted by. The sound came suddenly, but Su Yan was not shocked at all. Instead, he was a little excited. Since he stepped into the 6th level, it was dead silent. Su Yan had had enough. Now that there was movement, although he did not know what danger there was, Su Yan's heart surged with excitement. A smile naturally appeared on the corner of his mouth. A bright light condensed in his eyes. Looking at the light in the distance, he emitted a vicious aura. However, just as the golden light flashed, a figure landed in front of Su Yan. This person was wearing white clothes that fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. When Su Yan saw this young man, he was completely stunned. However, he quickly reacted and became excited. "Senior Brother Mu, why are you here?" Su Yan looked at the figure in front of him and shouted excitedly. He was about to go forward, but the moment he took a step, Su Yan immediately stopped. He thought to himself, "That's not right. Senior Brother Mu is already dead." His remnant soul also disappeared on the 5th level of the pagoda. Why would he appear here now? There must be a trap. As Su Yan thought about it, the excitement from before immediately dimmed. In exchange, it was a murderous intent. Although he did not have a sword in his hand, he was already on guard. When the young man saw Su Yan's appearance, he was first stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Su Yan, don't be nervous. This is your dream." "My dream." Su Yan frowned slightly. He did not understand what he meant. "That's right. In your dream, I have already died and left my remnant soul on the 4th level of the pagoda. However, I left my dream on the 6th level. The last 2 levels of the pagoda were opened because of you. Therefore, what you are seeing now is the dream that I left behind. The dream that you left behind means that you are Mu Zijin." Although Su Yan felt that the young man's explanation was reasonable, the strangeness of the pagoda made Su Yan not dare to let down his guard. When the young man saw that Su Yan did not believe him, he smiled indifferently and said, "Su Yan, I died in the profound ice-cold pond. I left the pagoda golden light in my mind so that in the future, when the successor of the pagoda sword sect obtained the pagoda sword and came to the profound ice-cold pond, he would find my body and activate the last 2 levels of the pagoda." Pagoda golden light. When Su Yan heard the young man say this, he thought about how when he saw Mu Zijin's corpse, there was a golden light in his head. It was also because of that golden light that was emitted and entered the pagoda sword that the pagoda appeared. This young man said the same thing as he did just now. Could he really be Mu Zijin, Senior Brother Mu? Su Yan looked at the young man. Although he believed him a little, he still looked at the young man with a cautious attitude and said, "I believe that you are Senior Brother Mu for now." This young man was Mu Zijin. However, because of the strangeness of the pagoda, Su Yan had to be careful. He was afraid that this young man was transformed by some demon to deceive him. Therefore, his tone was not as polite as before when he spoke to Mu Zijin. When Mu Zijin heard Su Yan's words, he was not angry. Instead, he nodded his head approvingly. The world of martial artists was full of strange things. There were dangers all the time. Moreover, Su Yan was able to be careful in this pagoda that was full of dangers. Mu Zijin was naturally happy. After all, in Mu Zijin's opinion, Su Yan was the only successor of the pagoda sword sect. He naturally hoped that Su Yan would be as strong as possible. Not only did the strong need to be strong, but they also needed to have a firm mind and be vigilant against others. Su Yan's attitude clearly proved that Su Yan was equipped with all these qualities. How could Mu Zijin be angry at Su Yan's attitude towards him? A smile appeared on his handsome face as he said, "Su Yan, this is a dreamland that I left behind. It can't be maintained for long. I hope that you will listen to my explanation." Su Yan looked at Mu Zijin indifferently and did not give any reaction. Mu Zijin did not care about Su Yan's attitude. He took a deep breath and said, "Su Yan, although you are the successor of the Pagoda Sword sect, I believe that you know nothing about it. Now, I will tell you about the Pagoda Sword sect." It was unknown whether Mu Zijin knew that the dreamland he left behind could not be maintained for long, or whether Mu Zijin knew that Su Yan was still wary of him. Therefore, Mu Zijin did not care about Su Yan's attitude. After he finished speaking, he said, "The Pagoda Sword sect was a sect that existed 10,000 years ago. During these 10,000 years, martialists mostly cultivated magic treasures and spirit weapons, but very few people cultivated swords. It was precisely because of the appearance of the Pagoda Sword sect that the Pagoda Sword Venerate swept the world with his sword. Sword cultivation was pursued by countless people in the Qian territory. In other words, the Pagoda Sword sect was the ancestor of all sword cultivation sections. This included the Hidden Sword Tomb. If it had not been for the existence of the Pagoda Sword sect, the ancestor of the Hidden Sword Tomb wouldn't have existed. The Pagoda Sword sect was the ancestor of all sword cultivation sects, and the Pagoda Sword Venerate was the ancestor of all sword cultivation sections. The Pagoda Sword sect created sword cultivation sects and swept the entire continent. The Pagoda Sword Venerate comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth and sought to dominate the world. No one could stop him. Unfortunately, the Pagoda Sword sect was destroyed due to the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Everyone believed that the Pagoda Sword Venerate had openly provoked heaven and earth and caused the catastrophe. Therefore, many sword cultivators did not dare to have anything to do with the Pagoda Sword sect. Many sword cultivators established their own sects and never mentioned the Pagoda Sword sect to their descendants. After 10,000 years, countless sword cultivators in the Qian territory rose to prominence, but few people mention the Pagoda Sword sect as the ancestor of sword cultivation. Such ingratitude was chilling. However, how many people knew that the Pagoda Sword sect was destroyed because of the Pagoda Sword Venerate himself? Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened as he looked at Mu Zijin in disbelief. The Pagoda Sword Venerate was the ancestor of the Pagoda Sword sect. Why would he destroy his own sect? Chapter 91. Ever since Su Yan obtained the Pagoda Sword and entered the pagoda, he was already the successor of the Pagoda Sword sect. However, he did not understand the Pagoda Sword sect at all. When he heard Mu Zijin say that the Pagoda Sword sect was the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world, he was naturally shocked. However, Su Yan was even more confused about the Pagoda Sword Venerable. Why would the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world destroy the sect that he had created with his own hands? In his anxiety, Su Yan's vigilance towards Mu Zijin disappeared. Seeing that Mu Zijin did not reply, he asked again, "Senior Mu, since the Pagoda Sword sect was created by the Pagoda Sword Venerable, why did he destroy the sect himself?" Mu Zijin looked at Su Yan's anxious expression and smiled. He did not reply and instead changed the topic. "Su Yan, my dreamscape is about to disappear. Now, I will impart my lifetime's cultivation to you. I hope that you can recreate the might of the Pagoda Sword." As Mu Zijin spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light floated past and directly entered Su Yan's elixir sea. At this moment, Mu Zijin, who had been calm all this while, suddenly opened his eyes. With a face full of shock, he said, "Su Yan, you actually stepped into the legendary level, Spirit Realm level 10? Mu Zijin was shocked and suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha, heaven's will, heaven's will. There is hope for my Pagoda Sword sect to be restored. Su Yan, the Pagoda Sword sect is the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world. Since you are the successor of the Pagoda Sword sect, you naturally have the fortune of the Pagoda Sword sect. I hope that you can demonstrate the might of the Pagoda Sword sect." "Ha!" As Mu Zijin spoke, there was a roar of laughter. Then, his figure disappeared into the void. Mu Zijin had come suddenly, and now, he left even more suddenly. "Senior Mu." When Su Yan saw the figure disappear, he came to his senses. When he called out again, Mu Zijin's figure was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Su Yan, who was on the 6th level of the pagoda, slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything that had returned to normal. Su Yan was at a loss. So, he really is Senior Mu. Thinking of his attitude towards Mu Zijin just now, Su Yan felt guilty in his heart. However, this guilt was fleeting. However, Su Yan, was not someone who lived in the past. Ever since Su Yan had left the 5th level of the pagoda, he had been searching for Mu Zijin's lingering spirit. Now, he had found Mu Zijin. Mu Zijin's final words were clearly Mu Zijin's lingering will. Demonstrate the might of the pagoda sword. Su Yan's of the pagoda sword sect. Of pagoda sword. Of pagoda sword, pagoda, pagoda sword. Will sword pagoda sword sect. PDA sword PDA sect. His voice was not loud, but it was as firm as a rock. The radiance in his eyes condensed into countless streaks of firm belief. At the same time, Su Yan also sensed the cultivation that Mu Zijin had left for him. However, Su Yan did not start refining it immediately. Instead, he thought about what Mu Zijin had said. He thought about how the pagoda sword sect was the ancestor of sword cultivation. A barrier that had always existed in Su Yan's heart was finally resolved at this moment. As the saying went, enter a sect, cultivate a sect. Enter 100 sects, cultivate 100 sections. There were many people in the world who had entered multiple sections. However, ever since Su Yan had obtained the pagoda sword and entered the pagoda sword sect, Su Yan had always had a knot in his heart. He had never told anyone about it. Even he did not realize it. However, when Mu Zijin said that the pagoda sword sect was the ancestor of sword cultivation in the world, Su Yan's heart was suddenly enlightened. Since the pagoda sword sect was the ancestor of sword cultivation in the world, the hidden sword tomb was also a branch of the pagoda sword sect. Since he had entered the pagoda sword sect, he did not go against the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan calmly thought about what Mu Zijin had said at the end. The legendary level was the 10th level of Spirit Realm. That day at the peak of the mountain at the entrance of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had lost his path of life and path of soul. He had absorbed the cultivation that Lu Hong had left behind and broke through the 9th level of Spirit Realm, reaching the 10th level of Spirit Realm. At that time, Su Yan had always thought that he was the first person in the world to reach the 10th level of Spirit Realm. Now that he heard Mu Zijin's words, it was obvious that he was not the first to reach the 10th level of Spirit Realm. I wonder who the senior who broke through the 10th level of Spirit Realm was. Su Yan muttered to himself for a while. He looked around but did not find the brocade box that he had seen on the 5th level. He was slightly disappointed in his heart, but when he thought about the cultivation that Mu Zijin had left behind for him, he understood. The 6th level was created by Mu Zijin in his dream. There was no danger, and he had obtained Mu Zijin's cultivation. This was already the greatest benefit and the greatest treasure. What treasure could be better than this? Su Yan suddenly looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level. Every level of the Buddha's pagoda is different. What kind of treasures and mysterious existences will there be on the 7th level? Su Yan looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level. A bright light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his heart started to boil. However, Su Yan did not immediately go to the 7th level. The Buddha's pagoda was mysterious. Before reaching this level, no one knew what would happen, and no one knew what kind of dangers existed. Since that was the case, he could only continuously become stronger. Only then would he have the qualifications to obtain a greater chance of survival in this mysterious place. And now, with the lifetime of cultivation that Mu Zijin had left behind, he could use it to break through to the 10th level of the spirit realm. Su Yan sat down cross-legged and activated his cultivation technique. He immediately began to absorb the lifetime of cultivation that Mu Zijin had left behind. Just as he started to operate his cultivation method, a majestic spirit qi suddenly gushed out. That majestic spirit qi was not as strong as the cultivation method left behind by Lu Hong. However, when this majestic spirit qi was released, Su Yan immediately knew that this person must be at the spiritual sea realm to have such majestic spirit qi. Spirit sea realm. Su Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he thought about it. One had to know that before the sword well was destroyed by the heaven-punishing sword, if someone with the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage wanted to enter the sword well, they would definitely be killed by the restrictions of the sword well. And one's strength would also be sealed. Unless one ascended to the celestial phenomenon stage within the sword well, one would be able to use spiritual energy. Right now, Mu Zijian's cultivation was at the spirit sea realm. That meant that Mu Zijian had stepped into the celestial phenomenon stage in the sword well. Not only had he stepped into the celestial phenomenon stage, he had also broken through the celestial phenomenon stage and reached the spirit sea realm. The opening of the sword well had only been open for a year. In a short span of a year, Mu Zijian was able to step into the celestial phenomenon stage and even reach the spirit sea realm. With such talent, it was no wonder that he was recognized as a genius in the hidden sword tomb. With this cultivation speed, Su Yan admitted that even he could not compare to him. For such a genius to fall here, the heavens and earth are truly playing tricks on people. Su Yan could feel Mu Zijian's cultivation realm and could not help but feel pity for him. At the same time, a wave of doubt surged in his heart. With Mu Zijian's cultivation in the spirit sea realm, it's enough to laugh arrogantly in the entire Jingzhou city. How could he die here? Could it be because of the coldness of the profound ice-cold pond? Su Yan thought of the bone-piercing coldness in the water and thought of this reason. However, when he thought about it, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Mu Zijian was in the spirit sea realm, and just by relying on his majestic spiritual energy, he was able to resist the coldness of the profound ice-cold pond. Then what was the reason for his death? Su Yan thought about it and couldn't help but frown. However, at this moment, Su Yan's dream realm and his remnant soul had already disappeared. It was already impossible for Su Yan to find the answer to his death. Su Yan unconsciously felt a wave of regret. Of course, although it was a pity, Su Yan quickly adjusted his state of mind. No matter what, since Mu Zijian had already left behind an obsession for him, then he had to complete his obsession. And the only way to complete his obsession was to become stronger, continuously stronger. Break through the 10th level of the spirit realm and reach the 11th level of the spirit realm. Although Su Yan already knew that he was not the first to reach the 10th level of the spirit realm, Su Yan knew that after the 10th level of the spirit realm, there would definitely be an 11th level of the spirit realm. Now that he had the spiritual energy that Mu Zijian had left behind for him, he could use this opportunity to break through. The 10th level of the spirit realm was definitely an existence that broke the norm. The amount of spiritual energy that it required was not enough to be described with the spirit realm. Su Yan continuously absorbed the spiritual energy that Mu Zijian had left behind, pouring it into his dantian. However, it was like a bottomless pit, and there was not the slightest bit of progress. Su Yan sat cross-legged and narrowed his eyes, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy that Mu Zijian had left behind. The sun and moon alternated, and unknowingly, a month had already passed. However, Su Yan's body moved slightly, and the spiritual energy that his body emitted became denser and denser. After another month, Su Yan, who had been sitting motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "With this one move, I will break through." In a month, the spiritual energy that Su Yan had left behind for Mu Zijian had been completely used up. Mu Zijian had the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, so its spiritual energy was naturally boundless. If a normal person in the life-soul realm were to absorb this spiritual energy, they would definitely be able to rise several levels. However, Su Yan had only reached the peak of the 10th level of the spirit realm from the 10th level of the spirit realm, but the spiritual energy left behind by Mu Zijian had already been completely used up. Seeing that he was about to break through to the 10th level of the spirit realm, Su Yan was very unwilling to give up. He suddenly activated his cultivation method and absorbed the spiritual energy within the pagoda. After another month, there was a loud rumble. Countless rays of light were emitted from Su Yan's body, and a surge of boundless spiritual energy followed. The 11th level of the spirit realm. Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and he licked his lips. A bright light condensed in his eyes as he looked towards the stairs leading to the 7th level of the pagoda. The 11th level of the spirit realm. Su Yan felt the spiritual energy vibrations in his body. Now, even if a strong person in the 8th level of the life-soul realm came, Su Yan felt that he had the ability to fight. Since that was the case, Su Yan had no reason to hesitate. He immediately stood up and stepped towards the 7th level of the pagoda. His eyes flashed with determination. The 7th level of the pagoda was the last level of the pagoda. Su Yan did not know what kind of danger existed, but when he stepped forward, there was not the slightest bit of hesitation. Only the unswerving determination in his eyes. Chapter 92. 7 Steps of the Buddha, 7 Levels of the Pagoda. This time, Su Yan had passed through 6 levels. The 7th level was the last level. Su Yan did not know what would happen at the end. However, deep down, he had a feeling that the 7th level of the Buddha would change his life. Under the guidance of this feeling, the resplendent light condensed in his eyes. Not only did it represent determination, but it also represented hope. His footsteps towards the stairs leading to the 7th level also quickened at this moment. From the 1st level to the 6th level, Su Yan only used a few breaths of time to pass through each step. However, the stairs leading to the 7th level were like an endless winding corridor. No matter how fast he sped up, it still seemed like he could not reach the end. Su Yan did not become impetuous because of this. He slowly approached the 7th level step by step. Every time he stepped on a step, it seemed like there was a huge change in his heart. Every step he took felt like he had traveled in this world for a year. 1 step was a year, 10 steps were 10 years, 100 steps were 100 years, until he reached the end. The radiance emitted by Su Yan's eyes instantly converged together, revealing a hazy aura. There was also a faint aura that constantly spread out between his eyebrows. At the moment, no hostility could be seen from Su Yan. Not only was there no hostility, but there was also no fluctuation of aura. There was no trace of expression on his handsome face. If there was an outsider present and they saw Su Yan's current appearance, they would definitely think that Su Yan was very strong. He was so strong that no one could see through him. Of course, Su Yan himself did not notice this change. He could only converge all his emotions and stare at everything before him. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his expression, as if he had abandoned all his emotions. 7 Steps of the Buddha, the glory of all Buddhas. Reach the 7th level of the Buddha and comprehend the way of life. At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out. This voice was frightening, and at the same time, it was mixed with countless dense auras that engulfed them. After experiencing 100 years of vicissitudes, Su Yan did not feel any apprehension. Instead, he was calm and composed. Only his eyes continued to emit a radiant light, as if he was thinking about something. Reaching the 7th level of the stupa, comprehending the Tao of life. Su Yan looked at the light and thought about the voice just now. He narrowed his eyes and opened them after a long time. He smiled and said, "The Tao of life is the Tao of the strong. Laughing at the 9 heavens is the Tao." As soon as Su Yan's words left his mouth, the bright light in the great hall on the 7th floor of the Butter suddenly exploded. Countless bright lights scattered across the bronze wall. When Su Yan saw this, even though he had experienced the baptism of the endless corridor for 100 years, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The countless lights spread across the bronze wall like fireworks. In an instant, they jumped up and formed countless runes. Life has no Tao, and so does the soul. The Tao is only in the heart. Just as Su Yan was observing the changes in this mysterious rune, that slightly aged yet dignified and domineering voice sounded once again. When this voice rang out, Su Yan's heart suddenly shook. Life has no Tao, and so does the soul. The Tao is only in the heart. Su Yan silently recited these words and looked at the constantly changing runes on the bronze wall. He didn't know what it meant, but when he heard it he suddenly understood. The world of martial artists was ever-changing. Only the Tao of cultivation remained unchanged. First, one had to guide the spirit, then form the Tao of life and the Tao of soul. One had to break through the life soul and then regenerate the life soul. However, how could there be a Tao in one's life? How could there be a Tao in one's soul? The Tao of establishing the life soul could only add a shackle to one's body. The true Tao was in the heart. Only the Tao of the heart could be called the Tao. The runes on the bronze wall sometimes moved and sometimes were still. Sometimes they bloomed, sometimes they radiated in all directions, and sometimes they condensed. Su Yan understood that the Tao was only in the heart. When he looked at the runes on the bronze wall, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. This is the Tao of the heart created by the ancestors. It is the 10th layer of the spirit realm. When Mu Zijian said that breaking through the 10th layer of the spirit realm was a legendary realm, Su Yan was still wondering which almighty ancestor had broken through to this realm. Who would have thought that an ancestor of the 10th layer of the spirit realm would appear on the 7th floor of the Buddha temple? Su Yan immediately became intoxicated. His eyes stared at the runes for a long time. At this moment, the runes seemed to come alive and rushed out, flying directly into Su Yan's mind. Breaking the life Tao, destroying the soul Tao, leaping over the life-soul realm, establishing the Tao of the heart, condensing the spirit realm, it is the 12th layer of the spirit realm. When the runes entered Su Yan's mind, Su Yan seemed to understand something. His eyes narrowed and he immediately sat down cross-legged. The cultivation method in his body began to revolve. In the 7th floor of the Buddha temple, countless amounts of spirit qi rushed into Su Yan's body. Countless amounts of spirit qi rushed into Su Yan's body and gathered with the runes. They rushed into Su Yan's dantian and spread out. The 12th layer of the spirit realm, establishing the Tao of the heart. Su Yan muttered. The cultivation method in his body began to revolve even faster. Spirit qi constantly rushed out of his body and was absorbed back into his body. In this cycle, the sun and moon alternated. Unknowingly, 1 month had passed. Su Yan was still sitting cross-legged. On the bronze wall of the 7th floor, the runes continued to move and shake. The majestic spirit qi also continued to flow. The entire 7th floor of the Buddha temple was like a world filled with spirit qi. Another month passed. Su Yan, who had been sitting motionlessly, suddenly opened his eyes. A wave of dense spirit qi instantly gushed out and hit the bronze wall. When the spirit qi gushed out, it let out a loud sound. At this moment, the runes on the bronze wall turned into countless rays of light and rushed into Su Yan's mind. Immediately, a wave of dense spirit qi covered Su Yan like a fog. No matter how the golden light flashed, Su Yan's entire body was wrapped in the fog. From head to toe, there was not a trace of a figure. Under the shroud of the spirit qi, another month passed. The inside of the Buddha temple was silent again. In this silence, a loud sound suddenly exploded. The fog exploded and Su Yan suddenly appeared. There was still a faint fog on his body, giving him a hazy feeling. At this moment, a light screen surged out from his eyes. All the fog dissipated, and Su Yan's handsome face reappeared on the 7th floor of the Buddha temple. Spirit channeling level 12. Su Yan felt the spirit qi flowing in his body. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a slight smile. Then, he flicked his finger and a golden light surged out. Bang! It hit the bronze wall and let out a loud sound. Su Yan saw the power of this finger and secretly smiled. With the power of spirit channeling level 12, it won't take much effort to fight someone at the peak of the life-soul realm. Su Yan thought and immediately knelt on the ground. He faced the center of the hall and kowtowed 3 times. He said respectfully, "Thank you for your teachings, ancestor." After he finished speaking, Su Yan kowtowed 3 more times. In these 3 months, he had absorbed the runes emitted by the golden light. He had a certain understanding of the Buddha Sword Venerable and the entire Buddha temple. The Buddha Sword Venerable was the ancestor of all sword cultivators. The reason why he could obtain such a high status was because he understood that there was no Tao in the world, and there was no Tao in the soul. The Tao was in the human heart. Not only that, but he also created a unique cultivation method. Spirit channeling level 12 was the Tao of the human heart. When the human heart was cultivated to spirit channeling level 13, one could form the Saint Meridian. Saint Meridian realm. Su Yan thought and his eyes immediately shone. In the past, Su Yan did not even dare to think about the Saint Meridian realm. Now, it seemed like it was right in front of his eyes. Su Yen was once conflicted about whether he could only break through to the spirit channeling realm for the rest of his life. After all, forming the Saint Meridian required the Tao of life and the Tao of the soul to form the Saint Meridian in one's body and reach the Saint Meridian realm. Su Yen, on the other hand, had no Tao of life and the Tao of the soul. When he entered spirit channeling level 10, there was no Tao in his body. Naturally, he could not form the Saint Meridian. He could only stay in the spirit channeling realm for the rest of his life and continue to break through. At this moment, he did not expect there to be someone who understood the human heart and the Tao of the human heart. With the Tao in one's heart, one could naturally form the Saint Meridian. Su Yen was excited. At the same time, he admired the strength of the Buddha sword venerable. Naturally, he could create his own cultivation method. It was no wonder that the Buddha sword venerable could become the ancestor of all sword cultivators. Just based on this, who else in the world could do it? Su Yen looked at the bright light that shone continuously in the hall. At the same time, his eyes also focused. He thought to himself, the Buddha sword venerable can become the ancestor of all sword cultivators in the world. He can create his own cultivation method. Now that I have understood the profound meaning, how can I let the Buddha sword venerable down? As Su Yen thought about it, his obsession with the Buddha sword venerable became even more resolute. It was like a boulder that was deeply imprinted in his heart. Just as this imprint was imprinted, the bright light that was floating in the hall became restless. Countless rays of light shone in all directions and once again shone on the bronze wall. After a few months of settling down, the runes had entered his body. Su Yen already knew that this pagoda was created by the Buddha sword venerable. The pagoda was triggered by the Buddha sword. Whoever obtained the Buddha sword would be qualified to become a disciple of the Buddha sword sect. However, this qualification did not come out of nowhere. Every level of the pagoda was a trial for the disciple of the Buddha sword sect. Those who could not pass the trial naturally could not become a disciple of the Buddha sword sect. Only by reaching the 7th level could one become a disciple of the Buddha sword sect. Su Yen did not know whether Mu Zijian had been to the 7th level before. However, based on his understanding of the Buddha sword sect, Su Yen believed that Mu Zijian had definitely been to the 7th level of the pagoda before. It was just that he had not broken through to the 10th level of the spirit channeling realm. Therefore, he did not trigger the runes and did not stimulate the way of the human heart. This was how Su Yen obtained it. The 7th level was the highest level left behind by the Buddha sword venerable. It was naturally extraordinary. This was no longer a trial for the disciples of the Buddha sword sect. It was a reward. This meant that Su Yen was truly accepted by the Buddha sword sect.